game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
It's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me, I bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. Take on a challenge and take stance. I'm using the same hands that I roll the dice with. Day starts, I'm ready to break hearts. I'm ready to go hard, a full heart to fight with. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip all the crisis. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip all the crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip all the crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. Wake up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
enjoying all the action that's been happening over the last 2 days. We are on day 3 now for the final match.
As there is the tissue.
I love it. Alrighty, and here they come. I mean, oh my god.
Oh, there's a whole row of
He's
tissues.
got an entire roll of
That's the only ceremony. I'll say 2 zeros.
Alright, there we go.
Alright, let's go to the stage.
They're not quite sure where he is, but EJ seems to have an inkling. It's going to be a headshot, though. This is not impossible. All he needs is that one perfect, but it's not going to happen. Get a little bit more out of through the smoke. Meteor. 4 kills, dude. Well, they can't hear this. They continue to move forward, but EJ starts things off. And now the last one, the last domino to fall. Looking for Quick close and personal, though. Sylvan! A triple kill just to hold down the doors. So we're just letting Genji peek into them. The Spectre, the Marshal, everything. Their way of flawless win. 1v3 flips. A bit of a fault line. He catches the first, but goddamn, still alive. 12-6. I mean, 13-6. It's gonna be Genji.
What's up mga kababayan and welcome to Day 4 of Valorant Pacific League. I am your host, Rubixco, and yung kasama ko today for today's panel is none other than the juiciest, Juicy Brucey, and of course, Mr. Asurai himself.
Woohoo! Tuyo na ako. Tuyo na ako sa sobrang init sa Pilipinas, kaya tayo ay nandito na sa Korea ngayon.
Aha, malamig kasi dito.
Kaya napa-jacket ako dito
Ay,
ngayon.
Diba, we told you.
What, ano yun yung K-drama? Yung Opa style.
Gangnam?
Gangnam?
I thought it was like dad, right? Dad style.
Opa.
Dad style pala yun?
Yeah.
Yun pala yung meaning, pero yung totoong dad ngayon ang mga laro, diba?
True. Anyway,
nag-change topic na hiya.
Anyway, so recap muna tayo for last week. We had week 1 last week from Saturday to Monday, where we had DRX versus Zeta, Global Esports versus T1, PaperX versus Detonation Focus Me, Team Secret versus Talon, and Genji versus RRQ. So boys, looking at our standings so far, you know, what are the matches that excited you the most?
Well, kung si Asurai yung papasalitain, for sure, Secret yung sasabihin niya.
True.
Since ako ay isang miniature weeaboo, so dito talaga excited sa Zeta D. I mean, not only because sila ay Japanese team, pero yung performance na from Lock-In and Pacific in their debut match over here, parang pareha lang eh. It's still the same result, so that didn't feel quite good. But then if you talk about like their match performance, kind of sad, but it was great to see them still trying their best to win in the same maps.
Yeah, I have to agree naman with Bruce on that one. Maganda yung pinakita pa rin ni Laz, pero kita mo yung yun yung discussion din ng mga panel from that last week na there is that point that DRX is very much the same DNA as Zeta Division, na they're all about that structure, pero syempre DRX has placed it on a whole other level.
Iba sila eh.
Iba talaga sila. Para sa akin naman, tama ka nga Bruce, of course, syempre Pilipino tayo, it has to be Team Secret. But I will add din naman, in terms of the storyline, ang tagal na ng kanilang rivalry with Talon Esports. Kasi diba, yes. Team Secret, and before that they were called Bren Esports, before that they were Adroit, and then Zersha as well as X10. So, nagkaroon na sila talaga ng rivalry ever since in Southeast Asia.
Pacific Brothers,
exactly. Talaga going head-to-head against each other. Napakadaming iterations nila. It has been a back and forth, and last time it was Talon na nanalo sa Secret. This time, Secret coming back with a really, really aggressive swing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. And I mean, like, you know, Talon is one of, let's say, if not the best, or, you know, arguably one of the best teams here in Southeast Asia. So it's really, feels really good for the Filipinos to finally like overtake that spot and kind of shake up the scene here in the APAC region, because, you know, we had really high expectations. DRX and Talon are definitely two of the, you know, maybe most highest expectation teams that we have in the Pacific League. So it's nice to see Team Secret shake it up a little.
Exactly. And then if you think Team Secret sa laro nilang yun, I mean, the last game, ano yung final score? 13-3? Kasi nagalit kasi yung Team Secret, tinalo sila sa icebox nila na map. I mean, that's always Team Secret's map ever since. I mean, they won in Lock-In with that one. Except sa game na talo sila with Navi. But anyway.
That was against Navi.
That was against Navi, to be fair. Pero going up against in a game 2 na tinalo ka sa home court mo, I mean, Secret got mad. 13-3 agad sa Talon. But, you know, speaking of these teams, ano ba yung ibang games na naisip mo doon na Asurai na mas parang may tumatak talaga sa'yo on the first week?
Honestly, para sa akin medyo mahirap din kasi I think last week was also an indicator of how much the Korea region has established itself in the Pacific tournament, diba? If I'm not mistaken, all of the Korean teams have gotten themselves the wins. Meron yung kay DRX, we have the T1, as well as yung kay Genji din. So they are 3-4-0 at this point. So I think aside from just looking at yung individual na head-to-head ng mga teams, it's more of like the region itself bringing glory back to Korea.
If you think about it, if you call it APAC, we're like one region, but however, APAC is still divided into different things. Like we have the
Southeast Asia,
South Asia. West APAC, South APAC, North Southeast lang eh. Pero like, when we think about it that way, yung mga teams talaga, they have their own respective places here in APAC. And then so far, Korea, like sinabi nga ni Azuray, 3-0 in the start, in the debut matches, debut week here in Pacific.
Speaking of debuts, again, we didn't see Foxy9 play in a lock-in, but he finally made his debut here in Pacific League, and he totally popped off. And I remember that, this is his first game in a major league tournament, and seeing that he performed so well. And I remember his cherry on top, the ace he made out of Sent to close out a game. I really feel like this is, this really maybe solidifies DRX even more, because it just shows that this young gun has proved himself, and, so early on in the league, in the season, we're going to be seeing so much more from him, and it just kind of makes DRX even look like even bigger giants than they already are.
Yeah, and I think just to add lang to what Revy was mentioning, I do like it then, kasi I feel like Buzz, even though he is that good of a player para sa kanila as a duelist, right? They picked up Foxy9 because of one thing. Nung tinanong sila, I think that was Mako ata na sumagot sa interview, that he said na we picked up Foxy9 because he's just incredibly cracked. I think that was the formula, that was the ingredient that they were missing on lock-in. A reliable star player or player that has that that explosive entry talaga.
I mean, I think we all enjoy seeing methodical Valorant, very nice, especially DRX, very well executed yung mga plays nila. Pero again, it's like you said, we all enjoy seeing a player just frag out uncontrollably.
Absolutely. Well, ganun naman talaga. I mean, you're in the highest echelon of Valorant. And talking about subs as well, I think that was Talon ba yun? Or I think that was Talon na in an interview they said whenever they switch out players, dahil yun sa corresponding agent in a specific map. That's how they approach like substitutions, and we've been talking about methodical plays from both teams, and it doesn't mean they stick to their guns kung ano yung they're used to. It's more like, okay, we're flexible enough going into this tournament, and just feels great that all the subs also gets to play dito sa VCT Pacific, and more excited here in week number 2 kung saan makikita natin sino ba yung papasok for today's video.
Sorry, I just wanted to add lang then lastly, is that was an interesting thing that happened to Talon talaga, na Patifan or Patty, how he named himself dito sa tournament. He's changed his name na nga, so medyo nalilito pa ako, pero apologies for that. Pero it wasn't as good of a Return of the King supposedly.
That's true.
He was the prodigy, the star child ng organization na to. I remembered how I said na this was a team na was still with like Sersha before and X10. Way back then, before it was Surf, before it was Poo One Tap, it was Patifan. And now coming back from his other game that he was playing on into back to Valorant scene, hindi ganun kaganda yung pinakita niya.
Exactly. I mean, especially in game number 3 kung saan nakita talaga na it wasn't good. But anyway, Reby, nasa na ba tayo ngayon?
All right. So, I mean, so much happened in week 1, and syempre we have the MVPs from each match. I want to highlight from PRX, because PRX, I don't want to disagree with obviously the MVP picks here, but I want to focus on Suggest, because I really feel like he's the support player of PRX, and I think he really shook it up. They switched roles. He played Raze on Lotus, I believe, and he had some really, really aggressive anti-offense, aggressive Raze.
Yep.
Oh, I believe it was on DFM. Suggest from DFM. He had some really, really aggressive Raze plays on defense, and I think there was one that he did, I believe it was on C site or A site, where he threw it, and I think he took out 3 people with 1 grenade. And I was just thinking, like, it's such a simple play, but also so unexpected, and it's simple things like that I kind of want to see from games today.
Yeah, pero talo pa rin sila. I mean, it was still a pretty close game. 13-11 naman yung standing nila doon. I mean, so far, in the second half, it was a tie for both PRX and DFM na, being defenders and attackers switching. 6-6 pa rin yung score nila on both sides. Pero well, talo pa rin. Baka, I don't know. Sorry, is there a factor wherein you switch roles in the middle of a high-tier game? Now we're in, for example, you're officially an operator main. Then you suddenly play Sentinels or like a support. May factor ba yan when going into games like this?
So here's the thing na experience ko na before with that kind of switch up, diba, from the teams, as we are seeing yung most played agents natin dito, na I think if you're a duelist that has to give up your duelist role, the natural selection ito or natural na next
Charles Darwin yan.
Next role. Next role na pwede mo kunin is actually Sentinel because it feels like it suits well yung parang playstyle mo pa rin. You're still able to impact very quickly and it doesn't need a lot of understanding of like utility kagaya sa controller and sa initiator. I mean, yeah, Sentinel still has a good amount of utility, pero it's not as kailangan
brainiac
specialized mo compared to the other roles.
So it's like, this is like a greater example sa mga, let's say, Battle Sages, Battle Ciphers.
Exactly,
so that's why yung mga konti lang yung utilities na kailangan nilang itapon, but they still get to frag out. So yeah, wow.
I mean, I think it's also... Yeah, I believe like going out oh my God. If you nakita nyo sa prompter yung Charles Darwell.
Charles Darwell.
Instead of Charles Darwin.
Wow, thank
Mr.
you.
Professor Scientist. But I mean, going on to the most picked agents, I mean, like highlighting the Killjoy, we did see a lot of Killjoy on lock-in and we're seeing her again a lot here. I think with almost all games have seen a Killjoy in it. And I think that she's also, like you guys said, like if you can't frag out, at least your utils can do something. And I feel like having a Killjoy on your team also kind of forces the enemy team, especially with a lockdown. The only things that can destroy it are now a Brim ultimate and a Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury only, actually, because the Rolling Thunders do damage. At least two na lang, to clarify.
The Brimstone.
The Brim ultimate, sorry.
Yeah,
I was thinking about Breach.
Right?
My bad.
Nah, it's okay. I remember, it used to remember yung the E of Breach. But anyway, looking here on the most played maps, we are in APAC and Split is obviously one of our best maps, but it seems that it's getting a 100% ban rate. So do you guys think that this is more of a respect ban? Do you think that this is the new bind? It's a really strong control map and most teams seem to prefer to play on Lotus and Pearl and bagong maps yung both yung Lotus and Pearl. So do you guys think that teams are finding a sense of balance or maybe innovation? Are we seeing like players or teams are staying away from the older maps?
I think it's more like staying away. Kasi nung sa lock-in I think there were only two teams who decided to play this and I think that was DRX and then Talon Esports. When it comes to, if we are looking at lock-in, yung recent tournament na nangyari for this year, it was mostly in Pearl, yung most pick pa rin ng ating region. However, we performed so bad at it doon sa lock-in. We kept losing. We only got like 2 wins out of all the games na Pacific teams yung naglaro. So when it comes to Split, I think it's more like, kasi it's a comeback map. How do you think about that, Asoray?
Comeback map. I feel like Split in and of itself is very dangerous to play kasi how do you mention this ba? Compared at least sa Lotus, you have I think a few more options and I feel like a lot of the teams were more willing to invest yung time nila to actually play Lotus over sa Split. And the thing about Split din kasi from a macro perspective is hindi ganun kalaki yung changes on the map itself to kind of mitigate yung mga issues maybe or like yung mga things na players were having difficulties last time. And since you have these two maps na one having been brought out of the rotation from such a long time to a new map, you have to choose one or the other. And another thing that na sinabi ni Rebby that I kind of wanted to combine on this is yung dami ng pickups sa Killjoy. I think Killjoy is strong on maps such as Lotus, pero sa Split naman, I actually go on the other Sentinel na si Cypher. So that's why maybe we're not seeing it yet kasi it could be a playoffs pick. It could be something na inaayos pa nila in the hyperbolic time chamber, something like that. But aside from that, I feel like Split at least will be coming maybe fourth or fifth week if at most.
But isn't like Split it's not a big map, it's a small map, it's like an average map, but then yung corners now when you get locked down, isn't Killjoy like a more priority pick over that than Cypher?
The thing kasi is you lose a lot of map control if you're a Killjoy because may proximity siya with her utilities.
That's true.
Compared to Cypher na if you want to like let's say solidify a 4-man stack or a lot more aggressive forward push on the defending side, you at least have more options when you have yung double trip wire niya. And again, because of how sabi natin na hindi ka na nauuntog yung ulo mo when you're trying to jump up, that's how, even as a jet, diba? You can get caught off by the Cypher really well on split compared to any other map.
Easier. Well, if you think about it, most closer corners, yun naman talaga yung probability of split. Closer corners, easier for utilities to catch you off guard. But anyway, Rebby, we have our match schedules for today.
That's right. So again, this is week 2 of the Valorant Pacific League, and for our first games today on Saturday, April 1, we have Zeta versus RRQ. These teams, we haven't seen a win from them in the past 5 months, so hopefully we'll see some, some fruition out of this. And then in our second match of the day, we have T1 versus Talon Esports, and tomorrow we have Team Secret versus PRX, front and center, our first match tomorrow. And after that, we have Detonation Focus Me versus Gen G, and on Monday we have our single match of DRX versus Global Esports, our a really interesting last match on Monday.
Parang, well, meron naman silang, according to Global Esports, meron daw silang roster switch up daw na kukunin na nila si DRX players.
They're getting Mako. The tweet. If you didn't see the tweet, I think they were getting Mako
and Foxy9
as imports. Yes.
Legit, if you guys punta kayo on Twitter, look at Global Esports' page. At first half, akala mo talaga legit pero when they tried to get in closer and closer, April Fools lang pala. A lot earlier, but it was still a good debate for them, knowing that parang announcement nila, hey, we're going up against the Giants DRX on week number 2 on a special Monday.
I mean, props to Mako and Foxy for also being really cool about it in the video. I think Foxy was just like, Global Esports!
GE Fighting. GE Fighting. Yung paborito nilang shout Pero at least para sa akin, syempre, it has to be then yung Team Secret versus Paper X naman na match. No April Fools dito. Seryoso. If I mentioned na Talon was also one of the rivals ng Team Secret, Paper X is also on that same spectrum din na talaga silang yung nakipagbakbakan dito. I remember, I think a couple of years back na it was Team Secret that beat Paper X to allow them to get into one of the first Masters.
Exactly.
Na nagkaroon ng dito, ng highlight ng Team Secret, which again put them on the map for Valorant. So nandyan na yung history of both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, there's like a lot of moments where in the mods, Eliza and Vale, marami silang clips with just, Paper X and Team Secret, and yung bias na nahahati talaga Pero it's still great to see them fight against here in Pacific. Maybe we could say na, if sad to say this, medyo number 1 ngayon DRX region.
Without a doubt.
But maybe, I don't know, maybe going second for Team Secret and, Paper X, kung sino manalo, second, third, siguro on our region. How do you feel about that?
I mean, na-cross out na nila yung Talon at least, diba?
Yeah, that's a statement. That is a statement that they just made.
Exactly. So one more. If they can beat Paper X, at least I feel like they're bumping themselves na naman dito, especially with the young guns nga, diba? Ni Jeremy at si Envy.
That's true. And I mean, we're still so early into Valorant Pacific League, and you never know. Team Secret has been practicing, and I don't think they have gone up against DRX anytime recently. So we might see, maybe they have a special secret weapon to finally take down DRX, especially in a regional tournament like this.
Meron yan. Team Secret yan But anyway, we just had our yung head-to-heads natin kanina with players, and I think that was Tebutol or Xfero and Laz. And ito lang yung first note ko sa kanila. In their debut match here in VCT Pacific, they both played Sky. And although different sila ng roles, Laz is playing support, and correct me if I'm wrong, Xfero is playing as Flex. Pero they both played Sky in their games here over at VCT Pacific, and so far it's Xfero is getting the bigger frags. Well, to be fair, Flex naman siya, so he tries to get more frags. He had 15 kill score playing as Sky in their debut match here over Pacific. So when it comes to performance in an agent, Asura, is this gonna be a bigger impact going into their game here in our first series?
Actually, that's the interesting point din, diba? Kasi if I'm not mistaken, Laz was also not really a initiator from... he came in as an initiator sa Pacific League, pero he was actually more known for his chamber way back during his region. So I feel like both of these players still just showing na lang their adaptability to their newly set roles. Kasi Xfero also controlled their main before.
Anyway, based on these player picks and the head-to-head we just saw, for our next match between Zeta and RRQ, do you guys have any team predictions on how this map is gonna go? Who's gonna win? Are we gonna see a 2-0?
Wait lang, labas ko muli yung predictions ko. May ginagawa na si Rosa.
Ano? May bias ba today?
Tuge! Cebuano Pride! Yun lang masasabi ko. So RRQ agad.
All right. So, if ako'y tatanungin, I have to go, I feel like for Zeta Division, alam ko na we have our hometown boys with si Tuge, si Eman, saka si EJ, but I really do feel that Zeta still has so much more left in the tank even though they did lose sa DRX.
Oh well, so in short, ano sa'yo sa Zeta ka? Kasi weeb ka.
Yes.
Okay.
Kaya kami Japanese na tattoo.
Japanese ba yan?
Ano
ba ibig sabihin yan? Ano ba ibig sabihin yan?
Ayan. Saranin mo ko, bro.
Ha?
Do you not watch My Hero Academia?
Hindi.
Okay.
Is that Plus Ultra?
Yeah, it's Plus Ultra. Yes, exactly.
Sorry, naka-long sleeve ako. Wala akong mapapakita dito eh.
Anyway, so we have Zeta and RRQ. I'm gonna break the tie. I'm gonna go for the weebs, the side of the weebs. I'm going for Zeta. I really have hope in Laz and 10. So, again, Plus Ultra.
Fist bump. Nice one.
Sorry, Bruce. We had a bet actually.
Pag si Tuge manalo, ewan ko na lang talaga sa'yo lagi.
We had a bet off cam earlier that whoever wins their predictions today, whoever loses, will be wearing clown makeup for April Fools. So if me and Asarai lose, we're gonna have clown makeup. Anyway, so we have 2 for Zeta and 1 for RRQ. Miss Pao, mag-ready ka na ng clown makeup for whoever loses. Some extra blush for the nose.
And maybe music from the production. Handa na kayo dun sa, yung tugtog sa...
The clown.
Bakit nakatingin si Asaray? Parang sinabi ni Asaray, ready ka na ba? Parang ganun yung i-input niya sa akin. Hindi kaya nito, mga Cebuano pride kami dito eh. But anywho,
anyway, so, as a thank you to our sponsors, this would not have been possible with our, again, our sponsors. So, kung gusto mo bang panood ng favorite VCT teams mo, Wait. Sorry about that. Gusto mo bang mapanood ng favorite VC teams mo maglaban sa Korea? With the Grab Only Buhat Challenge, you can win a trip to Seoul to watch VCT Pacific live. That's right. So if you join the Grab Only Buhat Challenge, you can win Valorant gun buddies, sprays, player cards, and if you're lucky enough, a trip to Seoul. So, just scan the QR code over here in the bottom right corner of the screen para makasali sa Grab Only Buhat Challenge. And remember, you need to subscribe to Grab Unlimited, but don't worry because the first month is absolutely free. So ayan, Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every single store. So malay mo, baka ikaw yung mag-deliver sa VCT Pacific, like all the way in Korea. So,
I would like to be delivered to the VCT Pacific Championships.
Hello?
Whoa.
Hello?
It's me, Harbor.
What? Saan si Harbor?
I'm the fish. Behind you.
Harbor the fish?
Wait.
Ayun!
Hello. Can I get some camera time here?
Can we
Hello, mga kaibigan.
Ayun, hello! Kumusta?
Hello!
It's been fun watching you guys panel for VCT, but I do have to tell you guys na, if you want to watch the stream and support Valorant Esports, remember to share the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch to support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. It's Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports PH on Facebook and YouTube. Yun lang po. Thank you for this opportunity.
Wait, I have to ask.
Yes.
Dito sa first series natin, I just wanted to ask lang din. Kasi, who are you predicting paring Harbor?
Sinong bias mo?
Kailangan natin talungin. You can't leave him out of this discussion.
Siyempre, as an honorary Pinoy pride tayo dyan. I am siding with this. RRQ
Nice
tayo
ka.
dyan.
So, sabihin ko natalo si Harbor, clown makeup din siya mamaya.
Exactly.
Clownfish naman din talaga siya eh.
I will become Nemo.
Biology yun. Ay, wait lang, Harper, may tanong ako sa'yo. Ano ba yung tunog ng isda pag umiinom ng tubig? Para mapapainom tayo ng clown makeup niyan mamaya.
Bago mo inumin yun, go for the sponsors feel juicy, Brucey.
Ha? Meron pala sa akin?
Hindi, ako na. Harbor, may I?
Yes.
May I take, thank you, Harbor. Anyway, again, special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zoe. Thank you again, Harbor, for the special shout-outs sa stream natin. So again, don't forget to, support the Valorant Esports Philippines, courtesy of Harbor, syempre. May screen time yan mamaya. Yeah.
Ready na siyang lumangoy sa victory. Remy.
That was funny.
Week 2 pa lang.
Yep.
Week 2 pa lang tayo.
Baka magsalita din si Sage. Si Sage or si Phoenix naman. Hello, Phoenix. Nandyan ka ba? He's just eating. He's chilling.
Nandyan yan. Buhay pa ba siya?
Yes, he is. Hello,
May run
Phoenix.
it back yan, bro. Okay lang yan.
He's flashing.
May run it back yan eh. Well, anyway, mas buhay. Mas buhay yung diwa natin ngayon kasi week 2 na, di ba?
True. And again, ang maganda dito is Team Secret, they are on a roll. Kahit wala silang match ngayong araw na to, mag-uusapan pa natin ng Team
Siyempre,
Secret.
PH broadcast to. Wala, any day is fine for Team Secret.
Tama. And ano sila, ang nakakatuwa lang din pala dyan, before, if ever ba na may oras pa tayo magsalita dito, is I do like how they're also using in time nila to just enjoy themselves din. Kasi this team has gone through a lot in the past couple of years, and now that they've got into Pacific League, kita mo na lang, nagpo-post na lang si Jesse Vash na pupunta sila sa mga sites to see sa Korea.
True.
Kasi tunay na opa siya ngayon.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they're able to, go enjoy also the countries that they visit, like Brazil and now Korea. But anyway, ayan muna tayo for the pre-show. We'll be seeing you for the pre-game for our first match today with Zeta and RRQ. Stay lang kayo dyan because we'll be right back.
can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Nikki, look at her, she too sedity. I don't want no pity, I really just want to kick it. She litty, I can tell that she witty, and I wonder if she did me cause she finna get out. And Shawty said that I be doing the most. Say she love the diamonds in the chain when it glow. I be doing the bop on these lames on the low. See the rush just insane, change the climate, let it snow. Whoa, pit the gear and drive, then I go. Hop in out the whip with my guys, that's my bros. Fresher than a pimp when I slide through the door. Shawty said she love the fit, got an eye in me close. She say she got a man, but she do not need him. I'm doing all I can, I'm gonna make her leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey, pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Listen here, babe, I know you wanna kick it. Flyer than a lyre, going up just like a ticket. It's a chandelier on my wrist, look at it glisten. We can get it clear. I didn't like a Honda Civic, oh she really did me, and I wanna pay a visit. She can come and get it if she really want the business. Baby, ain't no stopping, once it's popping, just forget it. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't dare to fix it. I'm that guy, if they asking around. I take them high, yes, they crashing the ground. Up to the sky, yes, they passing me down. Don't need a bribe or a pride, I'm just asking you out. And so she say she got a man, but she do not need him. I wanna give her a chance, I bet she gonna leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey, pretty Nikki can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it.
Hello and welcome back sa Day 4 ng Valorant Pacific League. I'm your host, Rubixco, and I'm here paneling today with Juicy Brucey and Asarai. So, magsisimula na ang first match natin, which is Zeta versus RRQ. So, let's head on over to the stage to meet our teams. Guys, what are your predictions? Again, we have Asarai. Who did you pick again?
Zeta Division.
And Bruce?
Oh, well, yeah, my man RRQ.
We have the clown and makeup ready, by the way. So it's coming true. An April Fool's miracle.
Of course, ready na tayo dyan. But anyway, here we are. Finally, before anything else, first time here on the stage, on the panel once again for Pacific. Ganda ng stage.
True. Parang like it really leveled up, and I really like the use of augmented reality here. It's like, look at that. The light show is insane.
Yung na-notice ko lang din in terms of like the look of the stage itself, I just wanted to point out, I love the vibe kasi it's more of like a dystopian future, you know, mala Blade Runner.
Yes. Oh, true.
Mala Valorant. Mala dystopian
exactly.
future.
I mean, that is Valorant.
Yeah. Dystopian future.
Sorry, I always wanted to add, guys, diba yung logo ng VCT is like that? Did you notice that the Valorant logo is at the top of the VCT logo?
Where?
C? T.
Yes, no, if diba yung asterisk na logo,
if
you look at the top, that's a Valorant logo.
Oh nga, no,
if you
the V.
hyperfocus,
It's the V.
It's the V of Valorant.
The V of Valorant. You know the anime X?
Yes.
Attention to detail right there. Pero, going into this game, ito pala. Pero,
yan yung Valorant logo.
But anyway, super excited for this game. And, since these two teams from last week, Asura and Rebi, wala 0-2 sila on the first week dito sa Pacific. So, this will try to, makikita natin, they finally get a score on their board going into their second week here in VCT Pacific.
And what's kind of interesting then is they actually both lost to Korean teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's true.
So the only difference dito na, as you pointed out, Bruce, is RRQ lasted a few rounds longer than not last, but the Zeta Division as a whole.
Exactly.
So at least from that that comparison, medyo may up dito yung RRQ. Kahit man prediction ko yan, I'll still say the unbiased opinion.
Unbiased opinion. Pero here, I want, Rabi, before we continue with you, mayroon ako gustong i-add here, na parang when it comes to like difference in their average side scores, sobrang lapit lang ng scores nila. For example, on Zeta Division, yung average score nila as attackers is 3.25. We round up 3 na lang, di ba? And then for like RRQ as attackers, they also average side score as attackers are 4. And then pag dito naman sa Zeta Divisions as defenders, it's 3. And then the same thing from RRQ, it's 3. So going into this match, para makita natin they're kinda leveled when it comes to like their playstyle on different sides. Excited nila ako when it comes to the map pickings para makita talaga natin yung performance nila.
In any case then, right, moving away dun sa the performance around the maps, I think if I hyper-focus naman sa mga players natin dito, RQ in their previous match with Gen G, nagka-problema talaga dito, I think more than anything else, was si EJ saka si Flipsitter. You did see how EJ was so disconnected with the initiating capabilities si Flipsitter dito that he would just double satchel into the site and walang proper follow-up ng RQ. It's the age-old problem of a duelist na how can you find opening while at the same time not leaving your teammates behind. And on the flip side naman, at least the good thing for RQ is maganda yung pinakita parehas ni Tuge as well as si Elmi Moore. So if at least hindi gumana yung frontline dito ng RQ, they can always pull back, rely on those anchors that they have. And at least to finish off with the side naman ng Zeta Division, one of the issues that they've always had ever since pa talaga was that they cannot transition out of their own region. Napaka-dominant nila in Japan. But they cannot seem to find success outside of it.
That's true.
Wow.
Parang, ano yung term na yun? Big fish, small pond.
Ooh, yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, very much so.
So out here in APAC, they're out here in the ocean. Can they survive the waves? Anyway, ayan, we're here on the map picks already, and we're hit with a fracture ban. So I believe this is from Zeta. They banned this against DRX last week, so not surprising that they banned it again.
Well, if you are talking about map picks, I'm pretty excited if ever Zeta Division is going to be banning out Icebox. It's one of their most bans, pero they're starting out with Pearl this time, and I think that's yung reason yan is because the first week nung naglaro sila ng Pearl against the other team, sobrang baba ng score nila. I think their final score was around 5 points only in their second game, so I think they want to be avoiding that now.
You know what's kind of interesting then is we're actually spotting Zeta Division pick up yung Haven na to, which arguably I would say is also not too bad of a map for RRQ. If you look at the history from that particular team, from the particular players on their previous rosters, then they actually doing insanely well on Haven. And now coming into Ascent, it's painting a picture dito, guys. I feel na it's more about yung balance maps and having that ability to have defaults. Kasi I feel like Haven and Ascent go into the category of, kung nahihirapan tayo dito, we can always fall back then on our default place.
Okay, they do ban Icebox for Zeta, so there's still true testimony to the most banned map. Pero I think the reason why RRQ is playing with Ascent, sila yung napili ng Ascent, diba? I think that was RRQ.
Yes.
I think it's because in their games ever since lock-in and yung last week, Zeta Division's not really getting good plays over here at Ascent. They lost 4-13, 5-13. Yung average score nila dito is around 4.
I mean, to add on to that, Zeta did change it up this time because normally they do pick defender on Ascent, but this is the first time they're picking attacking. So kind of interesting to see them take more of the offensive approach this time. And anyway, for our last map pick, we did get, I think it was Fracture.
Lotus.
Yes.
Oh no, that's RRQ's map. Yun yung pinipili nila palagi.
Yeah, it is the decider map din naman, but honestly, for Lotus, I still feel it is going to be a toss-up. I don't think na sobrang convincing pa na majority of the teams right now on Lotus on Pacific. I think the team that has proven themselves the most would have to be the Korean teams as well as Paper Rex. Na even though sinabi na natin na parang nagka-problema sila na onte nung lock-in when they were so nice with the stage wall boost, but after na parang wala na, they still are, I think, one of the teams that adapt the quickest on the newest map editions.
I mean, that's right. I mean, DRX is kind of like a meta setter. They're the ones who really innovate, so it's not surprising to see that such a new map like Lotus, they were able to adapt so well and create so many different strategies. And looking at these team comps, again, we're not seeing a Gecko, unfortunately. We haven't seen anyone take it out yet, so I was hoping to see, a little bit of pro play with Gecko, high-level Valorant, of course, but we're going with some pretty standard picks. We have your Jets and Killjoys, Breach, Sobas. And yeah, I think we're looking at a mirror matchup.
Hindi, may Astra yung RRQ eh.
Yeah, that's the only difference. The controllers lang din. Pero at least for this, you kind of see the ideology why is that Zeta Division is on the attack. There's a lot more, I feel like, versatility when you have that paranoia on the offense, and then on the defense, you just want to have the stars, so your Gravity Well is going to be there to double up with the defensive utilities, the meron sila with the Breach Walls, the Killjoy. So other than that, I feel like this is, as you mentioned, a mirror match, but feel like it's still looking good.
That's right, it's a game of adjusting. But speaking of that, I think our casters are really excited to cast this match. So, ang aking ducklings, Dax and Ling, take it away.
Hindi ko alam kung isda yung nagsasalita o mga nagkakwak-kwak lang talaga dito. Pero sa totoo lang guys, andito na tayo muli nagbabalik sa ating Valorant Pacific. Ako si Dax, kasama ko dito si Ling. At Ling, matatanong ko na lang talaga, lalong laro ba ang mga Hapon dito sa hapon na to? O ang half bias ba nating ang magwawagi? We got Zeta Division on one side, we got RRQ on the other. And sa totoo lang, pareho sila naghahanap ng redemption dito para makakuha ng series win sa ating league.
And of course, to even go for that redemption arc na pipilitin dito ng mga players, we have to even remember, mainit dito ngayon sa Pilipinas, and for sure ramdam na ramdam ng lahat dito sa audience on how warmed up everyone is. The chat, the audience in the stage themselves, and of course the players. Filipino blood is running towards the players ng RRQ ngayong gabi, or not gabi yet.
Gabi
It's still mainit, the sun is still out, it's hapon, and it could be a magandang hapon place na makikita natin here from the opposition Dax.
So Japanese talaga makikita natin dito. Pero okay lang, buti na lang talaga si paring Wendell nagbukas ng aircon para sa atin. Kasi alam naman natin tong series na to, at yung series mamaya, kasing init nung araw sa labas na Pilipinas. But Zeta Division versus RRQ, pag-usapan muna natin, nakita natin map pool, diba? Pupunta na tayo dito sa Haven sa Pimula. Meron tayong Ascent at magkaka-Lotus doon tayo sa dulo. And yung pinaka-interesting talaga is, both RRQ at Zeta Division willing naman talaga laruin ang Haven. Hindi lang sila umaabot usually kasi nato 2-0 sila ng kalaban. And we see it here right now. RRQ, sa kanila yung Astra, sa Zeta Division naman, Omen lalaruin nila dito.
Parang in comparison to the previous agent drafts na nakikita ko dito so far for RRQ, this is by far one of the most prepared form that I could definitely see coming out from them, because Astra, kung tutuusin, ang hirap niyang lalaruin on a 5-man setting. Kailangan well-coordinated yung mga plays, yung mga stars, mga smokes, at yung mga flashes talaga.
Totoo naman nakita natin sa RRQ roster, dalawa sa kanila marunong talaga mag-Astra. Andyan si Tuge, andyan rin si Xpero, formerly known as Tebotol. So it's something na pare yung base nila from both the PH side at yung Indonesia side, nandyan pa rin yung buong mentality to say the least. And of course, kailangan natin panuorin anong gagawin dito ni paring EJ, diba? Siyempre, pumasok siya dito ng RRQ roster, dito na siya kailangan mag-perform sa biggest stage sa Pacific League. On the other side, Zeta Division, tried, tested, there you have it. Ito nga si Dep, nagsisimula na lang. Konting poke lang, pupunta doon sa may east side. Shockdart ilalabas na muna, pero kita natin, Zeta, default talaga ang laro usually.
Yes naman, and kung nakikita natin ginagawa ng depensa, it's like they're not even giving any presence at all. So far, ang Zeta, mapapaisip sila. They've only seen the Sova so far, but kita-kita mo, on the other side of the map, Jet, naglalurk! Mag-isa sa mapa, Dax! Saan ka makikita niya? Dito lang sa VCT Pacific.
Diba, lurk malupit, nandiyan na nga si Dep, nasa loob na. At habang nakakapasok dito ang Zeta Division, maraming nakakapansin na dito sa rotation ngayon ng Zeta, si Ten na yung nag-Sentinel, si Laz na yung nag-i-initiator. Kung dati siya yung nag-Chamber, siya yung nag-Cypher, siya yung Killjoy. Pero speaking of the Killjoy, Ten, simula pa lang, EJ mahuhuli na. And that pulls so much attention kanina pa tong Zeta, Sabi nila, uy, nandito kami, pero yun pala, nasa A-site na.
Nako, medyo mahaba ang rotation makuha natin dito coming out from the Killjoy. But kitang-kita mo naman, retake isang mabilis ang galing sa City. 2 takes out the first one. Dep out of the portal. Mukhang magkakasabatan muna tayo dito sa short. Sa City, harap sa likod. Harap muna tayo dito sa kalaban natin sa Asia. May babakbakan pa muna tayo dito mga attacking side na natitira. There is no longer alive.
Uy, patay na?
Yes!
Ang galing! Ganun pala yun. Pag nahuli ka, ikaw ay patay. Pero sa totoo lang, yung kwentong barbero dun ng Zeta Division, sabi ng RRQ, Tokis, laban lang, at mukhang makaka-retake pa nga sila dun sa site mismo. So good contact, especially galing kay Xpero. Kita talaga natin, nung nakabalik na sila mismo sa site, meron naman sila makuha ang frags. Pero kailangan sila mag-ingat na pull away sila, papunta doon sa may C-site. Pag pull away rin sila, papunta doon sa may B-site sa mga ginagawa dito ng RRQ. So at the very least, kita natin na gusto gawin dito ng Zeta Division rather, na maghanap ng klaseng opening at kung saan sila pwede lumusob, kung saan sila pwede lumipat na site, doon naman sila papwesto.
Which is I like the idea na ginawa so far dito ng Zeta. They try to even go for the lurk, but it's just unfortunate na hindi sila naging productive sa flank na ginagawa nila. But speaking of flank, speaking of entries, makikita natin dito si Dep once again, leading out the braids. Frenzy lang kanyang dadalhin against the Spectre. Anong kalaban natin dito? Which is EJ, Filipino blood na ho, kuya. Iwag-iwag mo yung bandila. And let's see where you could actually take yourself here in this round.
Yeah, straight up na nga doon, galing sa side ng Zeta Division. Sobrang bilis ng kanilang pagplant. Pero RRQ retake na naman. EJ nakapatong na nga dito sa tuntungan na ito. And EJ looking for any kind of opening. Tuge though, trying to get the defuse going. Expero, Phantom na nga ang hawak-hawak niya. Pero Crow, huli na nga ang isa. 3v3 na to. At handa pa rin ng Zeta Division para mag-contest. Flashpoint lang para sa stall. Si Tuge, stick na lang. Wag mo na yan bitawan. Tuge, kaya mo yan. At para sa RRQ, kinaya nga ang pag-push doon ng Zeta Division. Huli na ang lahat. At 2-0 na ang score na to.
Ang sarap makikita ng ganito that the Indo players and the Filipino players just working together. Friendship is magic nga naman, which is where we actually see this, na ang synergy is malalabas na finally ng RRQ. Haven might actually give us a quite a promising start for them so far, which is pretty great. I mean, hopefully tuloy-tuloy na. Bayraw ng kanilang aabangan sunod, and I really hope na this is not just gonna be the start that he could not be able to finish na.
So, Ling, may tanong ako sa'yo.
Yes.
Ano kaya ang language yung speak ang RRQ?
For sure, English.
English?
Nanood daw sa stream ni EJ. Nag-i-English.
Nag-i-English. Baka mag-nosebleed sila dun, guys. Kala ko naman, tinuruan ng Pilipino yung mga talaga Indonesia. O kabila naman, tinuruan ng Indonesian.
Yes.
Sila EJ, diba? Speaking of, ayun na si EJ, dito na naman tayo sa short. Yung interesting dito though, for the side of RRQ, pero pa naman silang konting firepower nga, si Expero, may Phantom, meron rin Hunter's Fury. So kung makakuha lang ng konting contact o intel dito si EJ, pwede na kagad ilabas yan ng RRQ this round.
Oh, which is what they could basically need to even cancel out itong efforts na ginagawa ngayon ng Zeta. Taking out a lobby, although wala pang tunog na marinig so far itong attacking side. But defense, RRQ could be anticipating this. They could throw out the fault line, they could throw out the recon, both to even gather more information still. But aabangan natin if they're gonna be saving that for later, for retake, which is the objective na lang ng attacking ang ating aabangan.
Ayun na nga, entry na nga dito si Dep. Nagsimula na ang Zeta Division na naman maghanap ng konting angulo per X, pero lapit lang dun sa may default. Hindi siya nakikita muna. Per si 10, sakto rin. Flips to their falls. There's the push from the Zeta Division. RRQ answer back at wala di pa nila nahanap dito. Si X pero nasa loob lang. Gulat ka na lang. Last na lang natitira ng 1v2. Baka pa nga mabonus to ng RRQ. Elmi more Baki pang hawak taga-Sekyu sa SM. Laz, what can you do in this situation? Linusob na nga ni Elmi more at ako na Baki pa nga sa dulo. Bonus Baki time. RRQ takes it again.
Isang malaking sayang na yung Dax. Kuwang-kuwang na ng Zeta ang mapasa. Pero nagkakataon lang talaga na we're not checking all the right angles, and yung timing din talaga. Timing din talaga. Kitang-kita mo, isa-isa silang napipitas ng basta-basta, konting asim, at yun na nga, 10 nanggagaling pa nga sa likod. RRQ just going on for the quick on answer back sa mga binabalak ngayon dito ng attacking, and it's just, you know, what a big cherry on top na nabibigay na doon.
Oh, rinig na rinig. Happy! Kita talaga, ma'am sir, pinapasok na lang doon sa site. At sa totoo lang, kasi hindi nila mahanap si Expero. Buong bakod doon sa may graffiti. Bantay sarado, walang mahanap at all. RRQ, nalinis na lang dahil meron lang man on the inside. Spy amongst us talaga dito. Pero ito na, pamilya ni FC Derp. Patay na nga si Dep Tendo with the answer. Pero RRQ, stable pa rin. Nandun sa site. Buti na lang nalakalapit dito ang Zeta Division. Meron kasi silang off angle, especially with Crow na nakapulit ng Phantom. 2v2 na to. RRQ, naghihintay na lang ng konting rest back dun sa may league at baka nga may chance pa sila maka-retake na dito eh.
Retake, may rolling thunder, posible pa nilang gagamitin, but hindi na daw kailangan, Dax. It's just the firepower, it's just the Phantoms that they need. 4 rounds in a row, tuloy na to para sa RRQ.
Para sa RRQ, para sa bayan. Half bias, full support para sa mga Pilipino dito sa RRQ.
Siyempre, yun yung magiging bias natin ngayon. Nandiyan yung mga tropa natin eh. Tuge, EJ, Eman, medyo nanonood muna tayo, but in spirit na sa laro siya. Yun ang importante.
Oo nga, alam ko. Gusto ko makita mamaya si Eman. Yun, may buff yun. Wag na sabihin kung ano. Pero sa totoo lang, ito si Tuge rin. Really one of the players na sobrang nag-step up dito sa RRQ roster. Hindi lang kalahi ni paring Bruce, diba? Kundi, nakikita talaga natin na ready maging consistent. Pero EJ, huli na dyan. Gusto sana gumawa ng play dito ng RRQ. Papunta sa May C. Per flip sitter, ingat ka dito. Ipit na ipit. Naku, gusto mo nakit ng Zeta kagad. Aftershock pa nga. Sige, lusob lang. Naka 1-for-1 pa.
Galit na galit. Gustong manakit. At bago muna tayo, magpapaakit muna tayo dito pababa. And 6 feet below the ground na po ang dalawang players dito nang gagaling from the side of Team RRQ. Ang ganda ng initiative nila para makapagkuha man lang ng C long control. But unfortunately, Zeta just played the patience game, waiting for anyone to be punished with those pushes. And for this time around, they're here to play even further para sa kanilang time. It is going to be taking 50 seconds ang natitira, and we could definitely see the Astra Killjoy possibly be putting up a quick on delay plays with those stars being deployed. But we'll see how they're going to be acting on that still for Zeta.
Tama, pwede maging traffic dito sa silong. Parang EDSA lang talaga. Kung ano man, ang EDSA ng Indonesia, ewan ko na lang. Hindi ako nakapunta nun. Pero ito na, Crow, fault line muna para lang makapush konti. They get the intel towards 2K, pero yun nga, diba? Gravity well! Nako, red light, green light, bawal dumaan. Parang ginawang Squid Game, boss. Si Crow na lang natitira na naman. RRQ, palagi na lang. Nananakal sila dito sa mga choke point eh. Hindi kaano makapwesto ang Zeta sa site. At dahil lang dito, RRQ handang-handa na naman para di sa isa pa.
Nako, choke point crossfire. Ayaw na! Ayaw ko ito makikita na trade sana, sir! Which is nabigyan naman ni Crow. Wala lang kakampi si Zeta. Wala yung kakampi yung tropa natin. Walang trade.
Wala.
1v5, 1v3, 1v3.
Tumawid siya, sabi niya, Nani, nasan yung kalaban? Di talaga mahanap, diba?
Rokachi.
Japan, what?
I mean, sorry.
Ha? Okay. Habang time out, tayo ay
I thought you meant the RRQ squad.
Okay. Sige, guys, may mga segment kami ni Ling habang mga toss o take toss.
Okay.
So ito ang ating Ling Trivia Fact. Question number 1. Anong language speak sa Japan?
Japanese!
Oh, diba?
Napaisip ako.
Bakit may delay, boss?
I was gonna say like Nihongo or like the, am I supposed to say it specifically?
Ikaw bahala. Huwag ka na lang sa'yo. Hindi kita maintindihan eh. Pero time out muna, oh. 5-0?
Payag ka na?
Kasi may Pinoy.
Payag siya na.
Payag tayo dyan. At least nga, diba? Pag Team Secret, alam mo, nagwawala eh. Pag RRQ, chill lang. Like, happy tayo. Smiles all around. Pero, nahuli, ito yung naging problema ng Zeta Division, sa totoo lang. Nag-uusapan natin na, diba, they had, na-mention mo, yung Reykjavik run, na umahat pa sila ng 3rd place. Pero yun na yun eh. Pakatapos nun, hindi sila nag-qualify sa world stage, natalo sila sa grand finals, umabot silang champions dahil sa placement points, wala pa rin silang masyado nagawa. And kahit nakikita natin dito, may konting adjustments ang Zeta Division in terms of the agent roles. Hindi naman mismo doon sa roster na hindi pa rin masyadong maka-perform. And case in point, hirap na hirap pa rin ang Zeta ngayon.
Parang nahihirapan din ako tingnan yung mga teams like that ngayon for Zeta. But on the other hand, I would like to talk about RRQ Dax.
Oh, sige.
One thing's for sure, their roster filled with really talented players. And parang you have some sort of expectation for them to actually perform. But so far, in the beginning dito sa Pacific League, they had a really slow start. But if you look at this matchup right here against Zeta, they're actually even going for the quick on wins dito sa Silong. Nice entry from Dap, and mukhang wala pang masasagot dito so far ang kanyang mga kakampi. Maliman dito sa flank na walang kasi ng alam-alam, walang kamalay-malay po yung mga kuya natin dito. From the default, good on counter utility na may tatapon nila, but si Crow, pipilitin ng plant. Wala pa tayong makikita mga flash picks na mga galing dito sa City, but the Killjoy na ko naman. Locked ang nilalabas, paano ang bibigay? Flipsider makakuha ng dalawa. Make that a third for him. He actually swings just right in time, and EJ does the job for everyone. What a sweep.
Enjoy ka talaga pag nandyan si EJ.
Yes,
Kita mo, helicopter siya nung simula. Kita niya, uy, marami. I'm out. Updraft tailwind, we go out there. Pero kita natin na sa RRQ, ganda nung control nila. Sakto yung timing ng Rolling Thunder. They're able to slow down the pace na ginagawa doon ng Zeta Division. At sayang, meron ng sneaky play papunta doon sa garahe para sa side ng Zeta. Pero wala pa rin. Pero at the very least, this was a relatively good eco para sa side ng Zeta. Kita natin nga, nakakapasok dito ng depth. At you notice rin eh, itong execution ng Zeta, if they get on site, willing sila mag-play ng close. Pero doon naman sila nasasagot ng RRQ eh.
Which is like, in raw firepower talaga, which is something that is hindi talaga mag-even out regardless of how well your plays are. Kasi ma-overwhelm ka, they have better guns, they have better everything, they have utilities on the side pa. Flash picks would put every scenario to their disadvantage. But for this time around, Dax, dalawang buys ang makikita natin coming up from both teams. For this time, sana may magbabago. As much as I want to root for the 3 Pinoys and the 2 Indos in the other team, Zeta has to step up now or never.
Baliktad.
Okay,
sige. Pinoy check. Sino?
Okay. We have EJ, we have 2-3. 2-3 ang narration natin.
Tapos si Emma na ready for next map. Ganun talaga. Pero hindi ready si parang 2K dyan. Dep, nag-peak lang. At gulot na lang agad dito ang RRQ. Kita natin kanina no first round, diba? Naghahanap ng angles dito ang Zeta. Pero ngayon, naghahanap ng laban. 10, shrug it off. Okay lang yan. Huli naman si Elmi Moore. Pero sige, Xpero over onto short. May konting control pa dito ang RRQ dito sa may A side. At baka nga pilitin pa to ng Zeta Division. They throw out a smoke to cover out heaven. Ito na, nasa hill na si Xpero pero puladong-pulado siya. Paranoia to. Hindi tumama pero ito, accuracy galing kay Xpero na naman. Hunter's Fury is the call. Zeta Division pasok na dito sa site.
Nako, pasok na site but medyo may kalayuan pa yung kuya natin na si Jet dito with the huge on flank. EJ, kailangan mong bilisan. EJ, kailangan mo talaga mag-make the huge play here. Wala pong nagpa-flank, kuya. Wala pong alarm bot dyan. Isang swing lang, mukhang mabibitas pa nga. Laz, nagbagong isip. Tingin mo tayo sa heaven, ma-fault line po. But mukhang ipupush ng tropo natin. Blade Storm out. Hindi magtatama. He's gonna be tacking down him to 37. Takes out the first kill. Tingnan natin kung may bibigyan din ng kanyang mga kampi. And that is a clean one for sure.
Nagbigyan na nga. Pinagbigyan na ng Blade Storm. Pero sabi, wala pa rin. Ito pa rin para tayo sa RRQ. 7-0! Itlog lang po ang sa Zeta Division. Alam mo, pahilig ako mag-order ng Aji Tamago sa ramen ko, pero hindi lang ganito, boss.
Oo.
Hindi mo alam ano yun, no?
What's Ajita Ramen Go? It's that, okay, pull up. Oh!
Aji Tamago.
I only know Tamago. Watashi wa Tamago. Itlog ang score! Dito ngayon ng Zeta, guys. Kung gutom na gutom kayo, dahil usapan pagkain na naman dito sa cast. At sa panel siguro mamaya. Guys, order mo na kayo ng Grab Unlimited.
Oo nga, pumapesto na dito ang RRQ. Viva talaga para sa RRQ ngayon. And sige, Zeta Division, ito na naman. Try to play the default towards the garage side. Kung makapasok nga sila, may konting opening papunta dun sa link. Pero handang-handa na kagad ang RRQ. Palagi nilang inaagapan yung saan po pwesto dito ang Zeta Division just from that initial intel. At dahil may confidence na sila na mananalo naman sila sa maagang bakbakan, they're willing to rotate this early on para lang dun.
And it's gonna be steamrolling from there on out talaga. Given that you said you already have confidence and the team is starting to like download the whole game, and you gotta say everybody is on point right now. The flash peaks were there. Ang gandang support system na inabibigay nila for those retake, and it's only a matter of time for Zeta to even lose their morale in this game. Ang hirap kalabanin when your opponents just have you in their hands. And speaking of that,
ready.
It's gonna be the hand that's pulling the trigger. Flip side there. Canceling out that jet here though.
Yeah, flip side there. Nakapwesto na naman dito sa itaas. At baka nga isa pa. Kumakuha lang siyang konting intel courtesy of Xpero there. Pero Laz, simula na lang. Gusto na niyang unahan dito sa may link. Advanced position para sa side ng Zeta Division. Nakaplant na rin sila. Pero kulang pa rin sila. Lugi pa rin sa numbers. Elmi Moore, there you go with the Killjoy lockdown. Pero RRQ, handang-handa sa push ng Zeta Division. Basang-basa, parang binasa ni Mama Sugar Zero. Sige, dalawa pa sa'yo. But it's another one here for RRQ. Kanina, 7-0. Ngayon, 8-0 nang wala pang makuha Zeta.
Ito, may isang tanong lang dito.
Oh.
Worth it ba yung push? Malamang hindi. Walang trade. Nadaanan pa nila ang crossfire, and you could have anticipated that the Killjoy is not just gonna be like deploying an ultimate out in the open unless kung wala nag-hold ng angle. And this is like a huge mistake na ginawa ngayon ng Zeta. That was the route supposed to be theirs. They needed that. That was very crucial. They got the site. Postman man lang, hindi nila nagawa. Nag-asim pa.
At sabi nga ng panel natin, diba? Para sa side ng RRQ, historically, yung mga teams nila before naging RRQ, magaling sila sa mapang to. Isipin natin to sa Indonesian side, Boom Esports. Sa Philippine side, pwede naman RRQ na rin kasi RRQ PH pa back then. But it really
Secret was good for a while
diba?
on Haven. They were very dominating.
Kaya nga, diba? Kaya it really goes to show, ito na yung experience, nagsama-sama, nag-holding hands na sila, at sabi na, pwede natin panalunin to. Zeta Division. Naku, napapakamot na naman ang ulo kung saan pupunta ngayon eh.
Pakamot ko ulo talaga. You have no clue at all. O kung ano ba talagang binabaon ng RRQ, kung adobo ba today, or is it, name a Indo dish.
Is laksawan? Di ko alam eh.
I'm not even sure.
Wendell,
that is your assignment for the next
stream. Ng
stream.
isang Indonesian dish na pwede natin iluto dito sa stream habang nag-uusap.
Oh, yes, actually. If you guys are looking for like Indonesian or Filipino food,
alam ko may masarap pa parang nasi goreng, parang chicken yun. Tasty. Pwede meron ako
chicken is good.
Oh, may malapit dito. Dalhin kita mamaya. Pero ito na, dadala na tayo ng laban kagad gamit ng Rolling Thunder. EJ daw nasa loob pa rin at hindi talaga mahuli ng Zeta Division yung mga nakatatago lang sa sulok. Tingin-tingin dito sa may alley. Ayun, nawala na ngayon smoke. Tendo in a bad position. Huli pa nga siya ng isa. Sige, pero RRQ already there yet again. nag-converge lang eh. Nagsama-sama, tas wala na kagad yung Zeta.
Ang hirap tingnan. They felt like they were... Alam mo yung sobrang careful nila kung makakatapak ba sila ng langgam kapag pumasok sa site. Ang bagal, as if they're looking at the ground na, oy, may dadali ba tayo, may tripper. Wala kayong titingnan sa lupa, sir. And you could see how Zeta were basically parang walking right in front of the crosshair dito ng RRQ at this point. No one even checked short even that well.
Diba?
They had efforts on going for the late push ng Omen sana, which is, okay, comms man lang. Could have been a huge difference there. I do hope they're not falling silent here in their communication stacks because that's going to be the start of the team just like, or the team where the performance overall just spiraling down in this tournament.
Oh, sabi ni parang Andre sa chat na, mi goreng, masarap yun. Oh, may itlog, di ba?
Yes!
Oh, so, alam mo na, Wendell,
it's like
kuha na tayo boiled water dito. Mamaya.
Cooking stream.
Oh, tapos yung may itlog, yung may aji tamago. Oh, di ba? Pero ito na, uy, Tip, sige na! Andun na nga, nasa harapan mo, hindi mo pa nakuha, pre.
Nasa harapan mo na, pero sa iba ka pa rin nakatingin. Ganun. Actually, sinubukan naman niya, but hindi nag-ano in the first
Hindi
try.
kumagat.
Ganun talaga yun. Ganun. Hindi talaga meant
so,
to be.
sinasabi mo, meant to be pag may kagat.
Grabe naman. Ganun ba pag first time nyo mag-meet, kinakagat mo? Kakaiba to!
Boss, hindi ako nagsasabi ng
The
gano'n.
one and only that!
Hindi ako nagsasabi ng gano'n. Those are the words spoken by D-Link2X _ sa Twitch.
Ewan ko, Twitch viewers, Facebook viewers, kayo na bahalang humusga.
Mag-ingay na tayo. Back to the game real quick. Mamaya na yung stream mo kasi dito din natin. Zeta Division, tried, tested, pero wala pa rin napapanalo. Uy, Laz, sa'yo na nga itong spike. Sige, siya na nga mag-plant ngayon. But then you have it. Cosmic Divide. Para lang mapilitan kung sino man tumatambay sa ilong lumabas dyan. EJ dumiretso na rin. But Zeta Division do get the frags in the favor. Until ayan na nga si EJ na naman. Nasa harapan mo. RRQ lumulusob ng lulusob. Tendo with a good angle. 10 with another one. Taas kamay ka flip sa there. At mukhang na-clutch pa nga doon ng Zeta sa dulo. Naghahanap sila ng bayani dito para sa side ng Zeta at si Ten pa nga doon sa 10th round nanalo.
Parang the Killjoy, the 10 only went on the corner just for fishing out. The lockdown was the bait. Every single person of RRQ was just being lured in as if it was like a magnet or a black hole that they're all sucked in that corner. Look at that, Dax. Isa-isa lang.
Hindi talaga.
Asan? Left or right?
Wala.
Ba't di mo sinabi?
Wala.
Yun dapat
may
yun.
Cosmic Divide. Paano ko sasabihin? Di nila maririnig. Yun talaga.
Maraman mo. Kasi kung that animation kasi yung Dax, parang mag-sidestep ng konti left to right. Ganun.
Ito talaga yun. Nakasulat na yun eh. Round 10, pangalan niya 10. Dapat panalo Zeta. Diba? Yun lang yun.
He claimed it.
He claimed it. Pangalan pala. Muntik pa! Matuhog!
Nostradamus.
Boss, muntik pa matuhog yun. Nakita mo. Mga kwento mo si EJ, nakapatay na nga ng isa eh. Pero tayo nga, RRQ. This time around, mukhang hinahanap sila ng Zeta. Pero expect pa nila, may isa pa. Mukhang nakatingin na nga si Dep muli. 3v2 rather. Ang Zeta nakaplanta rin.
Ayos mukha at ayos. Upo muna tayo dito, Daxel. Makikita natin muli ang RRQ retake. Tingnan natin ang utilities. They have no stars at all para madedeploy. More makakuha ng isa. Naku, siya pa ngayon makakuha doon. 10 is popping off! I can't believe I'm saying this.
Oh, what comes after 10? Why are you taking so long?
This harapan? Yun ba yun?
Hindi, 11!
Oh. Sorry, nag-overthink.
At sa round 11, si 10 na naman! Boss, alam mo ng bata ako, may pinuntahan akong place, tawag doon Kumon. Baka gusto mo? Gusto mo ng mga addition, subtraction.
I'm gonna go back to the basics, I swear. Pero basic lang yun para kita. Yun muna.
Kaya pala sa pangalan mo 2X eh. Hindi mo ma-solve kung paano pa sasabihin.
I can't solve it unless it has letters on it.
Solve na ng Zeta Division ngayon. May momentum na sila. At dahil lang doon, confident ang ating off-master until Elmimore shuts him down. Nanoswarm pa nga mahawak. Disengage. Sabi dito ni Elmimore, but 10 again! Ayun na naman tayo, parang 10! Elmimore finally will fall. Masyadong makulit ka! Sabi dito ng Zeta Division. At 3v2 na to. Ako, ito na naman tayo.
Last could actually take out a few more flanks coming in here from RRQ. Hex, pero don't gaming muna tayo dito para makakita po ng additional information. EJ, side by side with his teammate, could possibly even catch out the kills, unfortunately. Then, once again, popping off ducks, back-to-back 3K. Kine-carry na yung buong team. 10, 11, 12 round. Let's go!
Magbilang si Ling! At dahil lang dun, ano na ang score natin?
It's 9-3. Oy! It's the curse! Naku naman! Sana pina-8-4 nyo na lang.
Pero grabe talaga nakita natin, may nag-online na si Zeta Division at nagising na rin si Ten. At dahil lang doon, 15 kills pa nga para lang madala tong squad na to. May chance na ngayon ang Zeta Division. Siyempre, pag-usapan natin, doon tapan natin sa panel ang mga thoughts nila doon.
Welcome back sa ating panel with Revy, Juicy Brucey, and Asarai. So, quick lang tayo dito. From what I can see, Zeta is playing very slow. They secure sites really cleanly, but RRQ is coming them with kind of this coordinated chaos and is flushing them out. And I think they're really suffering from their post-plant.
Alright, so I think to summarize everything that's happening with Zeta D, round 8, Dep gets frag up by Flipsider from Heaven kasi na-miss yung opportunity ni Sugar Zero to get that smoke. Late yung smoke, siya namatay si Dep, and I think that's yung miscommunications from Zeta D and how slow they play. Exactly.
Yeah, to add to that na lang din, I saw how well Flipsider and EJ came into this one swinging. Kaya sabi na, the last time that they played together, medyo may disconnect yung utility usage nila. Now, it's a lot more cohesive dito. If EJ's in trouble, there's going to be a straight fault line nga from Flips, and that is what Dax was mentioning nga, that these players are very much known talaga for their Haven performance. So straight and very strong for a strong showing right now from the first half ng RRQ.
Yep.
That's right, pero we are seeing a kind of a comeback from 10 here. He's really clutching these rounds for Zeta. I think he really utilized his lockdown with the Astra ult from RRQ, and 3 rounds in a row, we're seeing 9-3. To 9-3 curse. We could be seeing the comeback from Zeta. I'm hopeful. I don't know about you guys.
Excited for that one.
I'm very excited then kasi there still is that possibility of comeback, especially now that Zeta are on their more comfortable side.
Anyway, I think that's it from ang ating fast talk. Let's give it back to Asarai and Dax. Ling and Dax.
Uy, Asarai, ang ganda mo
Do you go to the gym, bro?
Oh, sige.
I don't know what Asarai says, aside from being into anime.
Uy, parang nag-gym ako today.
How do you watch My Hero Academia?
Oh, I love My Hero Academia. I love it as much as Uniqlo, bro. Grabe, bro. My airism is so on point today. Pero eto na, balik tayo sa laban at straight up, oh. Zeta walang katakot-takot, boss. Kahit si Last nakisama na rin. At ayun rin, si paring Sugar Zero, 3 pa lumusob. 3 ang buhay dito sa side ng Zeta Division ngayon. Elmi Mordo, face full of Sugar Zero right now, 2v2. Lusob na rin dito ang RRQ. Pero Crow, sige nga, reset muna dyan. 10 HP and a dream. Tamaan mo naman ng isang bala, muntik pa. At ayan na rin, si Ten na naman. 10 galing, 9-4.
Naku naman, kay Crow na sana yun eh. Sayang naman, 10 HP na lang yung Killjoy. But you don't even think of it, ang raming bakbakan na naganap dun early on inside the game. Naku, Silong is the battlefield. Everyone understood the assignment. At mukhang walang late. Wala ding napaaga. Yun lang. Nagkakasalisan lang sila lahat doon. Sayang daw.
May gising na daw si Ten. Sabi niya, okay, first class, tulog dyan. Second class, I'm awake listening to the teacher. And this is gonna be an interesting look sa Zeta Division, ha. Minsan lang natin makita si Laz mismo yung naghihirap sa squad na to. Dahil ngayon, naiba ang kwento. Si Ten ang nauuna. And perhaps ito talaga kinahanap dito ng Zeta Division. Someone else can be stepping on up. Iba talaga yung pwedeng maging protagonist dito ngayon. And as it stands right now, mas maganda yung map control na pinakita nila dun sa dulo ng first half. So coming into their defense, baka nga mas ready sila na nakasplit up silang ganito eh.
They're much more effective. And imagine that how effective they are, especially as well with the pickings. Naku si Def, mangunguna naman tayo dito sa B-site. Pangalawa ang kanyang makuha ay ang Astra. Walang smokes na magagamit dito so far. Ang RRQ, medyo mapapaisip sila kung worth it ba talaga tatapunan dito ng mga utilities at ipag-entry ang kanilang EJ dito sa site.
O EJ, pasok. Nahiya.
Di massive.
Mahirap eh. Kita nga natin, diba? Zeta Division, marami silang ka-Arsenal dyan. 3 Spectre, isang Bulldog. And as we said, ang ganda talaga ng medium of control nila sa mga certain aspects of the map. Case in point, 10 is just winning until andyan na si X-Pero. At least though, may taga-race back eh. Palagi may taga-sagot ngayon ng Zeta Division. And as soon as they know the advantage is there, tatapusin na nila yung round. Really good control right now galing sa Zeta.
Malam mo, this is gonna be their strongest suit so far because you see them na sila na ngayon yung mag-aabang. Napakabagal nila a while ago playing on their attacking side. But this time is in their favor na dito for Zeta. And even though it is gonna be their advantage here, they still haven't slacked off in terms of fragging out the entire game. You see efforts there from Dep. Napakagandang hold dito sa B-side. Ano yung tinuro mo? Yung armband ba? Yung buhok?
Iniisip ko parang tagal pa. Fist pump, pre.
Ayaw pansinin. Pangit ka banding sa tourna. Ganun. Ayaw mag-denice.
Kausapin mo naman, Dep. Buti pa kami nag-fist pump dito. Pero ito na, RRQ. Tama na raw yung give chance to others. Meron na silang rifles. And it really has to be that synchronicity between the duelist and the initiator. Tingnan natin kung paano mag-sync up ngayon. Si Flip at si EJ. Pero nauna na nga si Elmi Moore sa simula. One down. Dep will fall. Close aggression yet again galing sa side ng Zeta. Ang laking stack nito ha. 3 pa silang nakapwesto dito para sa lobby. Pero dahil sa teleport, papapa-out ngayon ng Zeta.
Which is the Saudis are still definitely gonna be there para makapag-trigger man lang dito sa side ng Zeta na posible silang mag-rotate sa kabilang side ng mapa. We have full awareness sa posible pa nga makakuha ng isang mabilisan tong C-site nila. The stars have been deployed. 10 is gonna be playing out his luck with the Sheriff. Tatapunan ng Swarm Grade. Recon Bolt kanyang destroy. There's no backup coming in from the other team. Gravity Well para makapag-delay man lang sa kanyang push, sa kanyang swing. Flash on the way. Si EJ leading the raid once again. Nako, isang mabilisang counter dito coming from Zeta on the backside of CT. Tuge taking out 2. Nako, ang Sova na napakalayo. Support man lang ang hindi kanyang mababato dito, Dax.
Lahat na lang tinapon dun kay Ten. Tama lang. Kailangan make sure na bawal lumaban ang bayani dyan, ang ating protagonist ngayon. But then again, Laz versus the world. And in this case, RRQ. Ganda nung execution nila pupunta doon sa may seaside. Kita natin, diba, nagamit nila yung stars with absolute value. Nakita natin din yung mga flash run. Absolutely on point. And it's really the mastery ng mga players, especially from the Indonesian side. Pero wala na rin dito si Expero. Elmi Mordo on the lurk. Handa ba siya? Handang-handa na! At mukha na rin, nakuha na ng RRQ ang 10 nila.
Finally, they got the 10. They got everything. Ano sunod sa 10 ulit, Tax? 10-11th round ng kanilang lalaro. Sana na makukuha dito from the side ng RRQ because, you know, getting away with this gun by round is gonna be helping them try to figure out kung ano ba talaga yung mga pacing na nilalaro dito ng kanilang kalaban na ang Zeta with their defense, which is starting to look that they're trying to figure them out. Good read sa kanilang push doon on C. And let's see what they could do from here.
Sige, anong sagot dito ng Zeta Division though? Operator sa kamay ni Dep. At sa lahat ng pwede maglabas ng op, siya ang pinakamatulis dyan with those shots. At expect na kagad to ng RRQ. Naglagay sila mismo ng smoke para harangan tong A-long nung napansin nila may papuntang stun. Pero handa ba sila dito naman sa short take 2? Sabi dito ni Dep ngayon, I'll drone muna. So as much as possible, kung mascan nila to, kung mahuli nila yung operator, nabuking na nga ang plano ngayon ng Zeta.
Nakita ba siya dun sa on top of the covers? Ay, hindi. Nakasmoke ng Omen. Magandang denial of information. Speaking of that, nako, maririnig natin dito yung mga footsteps sa garahe. Sarado na po ang kanilang site dito. So far on B, dahil na napakaraming setup, but the Killjoy is gonna be left on alone and fending in for Garage. Good thing may backup though, coming from the Omen playing in for backside. But Zeta, RRQ still hasn't decided on which side to even take. They only have the operator up against here on short, and this is a really amazing crossover na pinipilit nila gagawin, but Dep hasn't even made the decision so far. Magbabantay ba siya sa A-long? Magbabantay ba siya sa short? At mukhang gagapang muna tayo dito para man lang hindi sila ma-anticipate sa mga kanilang mga binabalak dito.
Nakakatakot to par sa side ng RQ. Kita mo, gumagapang nga sila slow walk, kaya sila nahuli kaagad ni Dep dyan. But now the execute comes and Dep yet again playing towards short. EJ tingin sa likod! Naku, huli ka pa rin dyan! But RQ equalizing the odds. 3v3 na to. May short control sila dahil kay Elmi Moore. Si Crow mapapaback on away at mukhang retake kagad ang sagot dito ng side ng Zeta. With the spike planted now, Expero playing tower towards Hell. May lockdown pa nga pero Crow nahuli si Elmi Moore. Gandang execution doon galing sa side ng Zeta Division. Bumabar lang si Ten at nabasag na ang depensa doon ng RRQ.
I really never gotten the idea on why do you have to force yung dalawang player post plant on Heaven when alam nila may mga flashes yung mga kalaban. Isang malaking kamalian yun, but it's just a different circumstance ang kanilang na-face off, which is just the Heaven push there. Doon. But if you look at the idea here na ginagawa dito ni Dep, ang ganda na sana. They could have gotten the pickings, even if you gotten like a few more kills along the way, providing impact for the team. That could have been what they needed. And then again, you know, we still take those. Coming up inside with Zeta.
Mas maganda na yung timing ngayon ng Zeta Division. Mas maganda yung teamwork talaga. Nakikita natin na usually si Sugar Zero o si Crow, iniintay nila yung utility. Das doon lalabas ang Zeta Division. So much more different. Nakita natin on the attacking inside the wall ko. Pero syempre, RRQ, magpapatalo ba yan? Ling, hindi. Straight up, sabi ni EJ dito sa may B. Crow playing all the way in the back to sa may Gong. At ako, Ten and Crow, ready na rin. Huli kagad dito ang RRQ. Lusob lang para mamatay. And Zeta Division ngayon, ginagawa nila yung ginawa kanina ng RRQ sa kanila eh.
Oh, and they're basically doing it better so far. Because I have to say, parang, you could definitely see Zeta having like a much more better efficiency sa pag-hold down ng site. Ang ganda ng kanilang pag-reposition, pag-crossfire dun sa B site. And hindi nila hinahayaan ng basta-basta na mag-cross ng smoke. Might as well play out your luck na mag-spray ka with the Phantom. And this is where you just see them, no? The sugal. Alam nang ma-compromise yung sariling position, but it's hopefully worth it, you know?
Uy, bad yun.
Ano, pagiging worth it?
Yung pagsugal kasi.
That's bawal.
That's bawal. Mabait lang tayo dito, di ba? 10-6. Magiging 10-7 na to. Unless.
30 seconds left. Unless
Clutch
1v5?
1v5. Basic lang yan kay Tuge. Ano ba? Tuge or 2GE? Alam mo,
Tuge.
No, the funny thing is, pag Filipino broadcast ako, napapatugi nga ako. Pero pag sa English broadcast,
2GE.
Oh, at meron silang video na ang intro ni 2GE sa Relia 2GE.
10 seconds left.
So siya mismo nagsabi, pero tayo iba pa rin. Hindi ako naniniwala.
Pinoy tayo eh.
Hindi ako naniniwala dyan. Siya yung fake news, di ako.
Unreliable source of information.
Yung sarili.
Yung sarili. Hindi credible.
Hindi nakikinig sa primary source. Okay yun na. Na-save niya yung baril at least. But right now, Zeta Division, mukhang gising na rin. Tama naman. Di ba pareho lang yung time zone ng Japan at Korea?
Oh, yeah. Pero silang East Asia.
Okay, tapos? Sige, ano time zone ng Japan?
Are they not +1? Ano? Sorry, +9? Sorry, GMT +9? Sorry, balik na. Hindi marunong mag-ano. I don't know how to talk to you.
Kanina ka pang di marunong magmato. Napatime out tuloy yung RRQ dahil lang sa'yo.
Napaisip sila sa sinabi ko.
Oo nga eh.
Like, ano bang pinagsasabi ng caster to? Ano ba?
Ako enjoy talaga ako pagkasama kita, Ling. I have a great time. Kanina medyo bummed out ako nung simula eh, pero...
Ako, napasa ata sa akin eh! Tungayo ako!
Yung energy mo talaga.
Na-absorb ko yung sayo kanina.
Kakaiba. At dahil lang na yun, I think RRQ right now, yung pinaka-problema na nila is Zeta Division is doing what they did against themselves. Nung kanina, di ba? Parang yung ginagawa ng RRQ, yung pag-execute, yung pag-retake, yung willingness makipaglaban, hindi ka anong handa yung RRQ. And even though gusto nila mag-play ng setup, gusto nila enable si EJ para makapasok doon sa mga entry points nila, nauunahan kagad ng Zeta. Ang aggressive ng defensa dito ng Zeta Division and they're rewarded by it.
Well, you could definitely have to give credit din sa mga defensive setup dito ng Zeta, like Zeta so far. They could have anticipated those explosive plays coming in from EJ, regardless of the utility na iba-back up mo yun. But they understood the timings, the behavior dito so far ng RRQ. And this is where we see them finally catching up to the game. And, you know, along the way, aside from them just fragging out so far, parang makikita mo talaga that they've also never neglected the idea of like committing to the objective. You see them very disciplined across the map, which is like something that you could expect for a region like this. And RRQ might not be well prepared for it. Gusto nila bakbakan at ayaw ibibigay nilang kalaban nila yun.
I would say complete opposite. Zeta Division's willing to do that, tapos mag-pull back, tapos mag-go again na hindi pa sila gaano hindi sure, pero sure ball na yan si Sugar Zero. Ang maunguna, nice flash though to make that opening happen. At si Ten na lang ang magiging anchor point dito. EJ, ano na? Wala kang magagawa dyan. Kay Ten na naman. And it seems like since may backside control pa dito ang Zeta Division, iba ang plano ng RRQ. Go for the garage, try to find the opening. Pero handa na naman dito si Crow, si Ten, nag-back away na rin para lang mag-double up dito para sa side ng Zeta eh.
And kung tutuusin talaga, oras ang kanilang kailangan nakabulin. Ang Spike Guys still gonna be here, placing themselves on towards garage window. Madadali pa nga dito ni Ten. Nako, pangalawa ang kanyang makukuha. Killjoy against Killjoy dito sa Garaya. He's gonna be down to 33-29 para sa kanyang opposite dito. At the Recon Bolt could even further provide support para sa kanilang mga sprays dito. But what can they do at this point? Tatlong kalabang kailangan mong harapin dito, kuya. But the crossfires are still gonna be there. Elmi Moore, makuha pa nga ng isa and gets away with it!
Bossan galing yun! Malala, gulat ka na lang eh.
Nag-hit and run!
Oo nga eh. Yung kamatis nahulog eh.
Pare, pulis ako. Ay! Speaking of that, mamumulis muna tayo dito sa site. Bota yung kanilang tatapunin. Cloudburst pa nga para matataguan at mukhang hindi pa siya mabubuhay doon, Dax. A false hope ang mabibigyan natin dito para sa Killjoy. Clutch denied. And that's gonna be another round once again for the side dito ng Zeta.
Boss, ano ito nakita ko sa Zeta Division? Round 10 power spike.
Iba, may 10 buff.
Oo,
10.
Boss, sa ibang laro ko nakikita yun, hindi mag-go ON9 ka muna bago lumakas. Hindi ba alam yun?
Sorry. No. Unfortunately, no. You're like the video game counterpart of an Aserai.
Hindi. Nakikikwento lang ako sa'yo. Kung hindi mo alam, wala tayong magagawa. Hindi mo nga alam ano yung itlog sa Japanese eh.
I know Tamago.
Okay. So ba't di mo na-gets kanina?
I don't know then. May language barrier.
Oo nga.
Ano, inisip ko kasi puros Tagalog words dahil Filipino broadcast tayo ngayon.
Eto na yung Japanese team natin na naman. Mukhang nag-Hunter's Fury na dito na naman. Flips to there, natag na rin dun sa dulo. And it is gonna be intention. Nalab kagad ng Zeta Division. Nandito ang RRQ per Expero. At the very least, nag-try niya play siya ng anti-flash. Pero yun, si Crow pa rin ang maglilinis. 2 down towards long. Si Tuge naman may ibang plano. But Ten is just so ready. Alam na alam ng Zeta Division kung anong plano dito ng RRQ. At alam na natin ang resulta dahil dun. From 9-0 to 10-9, Zeta bumabawi.
Ang laki ng hinahabol nila ngayon ah. A while ago, 0-8, 0-7 before everything even spiraled down to this. What is happening to RRQ? Their post fans are being picked apart one by one. Kitang-kita mo naman tayo dito. A-Long denied. The post fan here coming on from Hell denied as well. That unnecessary pushes were there. The peaks were not even well coordinated coming out from this team. And it was not really a great start para sa kanilang second half dito, Dax.
Bawing-bawi. Yun na lang masasabi natin. Yung itlog kanina medyo nag-crack open na and here we go again. Zeta Division, is this it? To make it a 10-10 scoreline o masasagot na rin ba ng RRQ muli ang ginagawa dito ng Zeta? Paranoia daw, maaga linabas dito ni Sugar Zero para lang nisway dito ang RRQ. Ang ganda ng rolling thunder ng timing pero handa pa rin si Laz at si Crow nandyan rin. Laban lang ng laban dito para sa side ng Zeta. Tuge daw with a different plan. EJ with a wraparound also. Mukhang gusto ng RRQ. Sama-sama muna tayo. 3v3 na to. At Cosmic Divide rin para lang pumeso. Pero yung Sugar Zero! Nabasa niyo yung timing ng pag-up ng wall. Gulat na lang si EJ, natamaan pa siya. At dahil na doon, may lockdown pa dito ang Zeta para sa post plan.
Nako, 3v2 ang kanilang haharapin muna dito, Dax. Although there's gonna be a lockdown coming in from the side here ng Depensa. Zeta has zoned out everyone here. Coming out from the side ng RRQ. Walang magpaposta ng side. Cloudburst muna para sa'yo. Limiting the angles dito para mapupik dito nila Mimor. But kitang-kita mo naman na pingang spike. Kalaban is still gonna be there. Turret is still there to slow them all out. And the spike still not being held off. They really need to get those frags. And Elmimor repositions himself on towards short. No! Backup is still gonna be there for Tuge. At mukhang Zeta. Nako, 1-on-1. Hindi ba napag-defuse sa Tuge? Tatapusin muna tayo dito. Walang 10-10. Tawagin mo si Toti Marita. Kailangan nila ng tulong dito. Ano?
Sige, wait lang. Napatigil ako sa'yo. Pero sa totoo lang, ang ganda ng rotate doon ni Tuge. At dahil doon may distraction para kay Elmimor. Siya ang tagatapos, siya ang tagapatay. At nung nag-1v1 na nga, di ba? Tinuruan na ng RRQ paano manalo ang Zeta. What a way to actually win it out. It got super close to Ling. Pero at the least, hindi pinabayaan doon ng RRQ yung round na yun. Problema lang, gipit pa rin sila sa pera dahil sa mga nawalang members nila. Zeta Division, a big bank right now. Tendo exposed! Scene! Huling-huli ka, boss! Nako, walang pixelize dyan. Kitang-kita ang lahat. It's RRQ right now. Moving on in yet again towards that backside. Dahil lang doon, ito na ang safe flat nila.
Gusto nilang tatapusin tong larong, Dax. Naghahabol na naman tayo dito at mukhang nag-iinit na naman tong kuya natin na si EJ. Close angle, papunta dito sa ZD. Tingnan natin kung makakapitas ba nga siya dito with the crossfire dito sa city. Sa B-Link, you have to say na kailangan niya to even hold off. Now, everyone is placed on towards site. And it's gonna be back bad news kapag may ultimate yung kalaban, pero wala. That feat could be really helpful here. EJ takes out the spray down, taking out clean the process of that. Now, Zeta, walang may sasagot. Has the flash for sure, has the aftershock, has everything he'd actually throw away, but it is just his life doon na masasayang because match point na dito ngayon ng RRQ. And Zeta just crumbled once again sa kanilang depensa.
What an entry galing kay EJ and what a push all the way papunta dun sa may link. Nag-intay lang si Boss EJ. Sabi niya, basic lang. Andyan ka, Flips there. Ako bahala sa'yo. Kahit hindi sila nag-speak ng same language, pareho silang on point sa pinaplano nila. At yun yung gusto natin makita dito sa RRQ. Yung teamwork ng both sides na magsama-sama. The PH side, the Indo side, working together now to put themselves on map point here.
Hashtag friendship is magic talaga.
Tropa talaga.
Tropa time tayo dito, guys. Kitang-kita mo naman talaga on how everyone has basically, started to have fun. Actually, just by looking at the player camps talaga, so you see just everyone just having a good time with this game. And the moment that they stop taking this game too seriously, dun mo nakita where they set everything away and just focused on the game. Focus on committing that objective because winning is fun after all. And you can definitely see that in the faces of RRQ.
Nako. Awat ba ang Zeta Division sa 10 scoreline? Yun yung tinitingnan ko ngayon. Buti naman may RRQ fan tayo sa ating stadium. At syempre, yung Pinoy Town kanina, di ba yung Valorant logo nasa
the asterisk. May Valorant logo na.
Oh, grabe. Di nyo ba alam, guys, Valorant logo yan nasa taas ng VCT, bro.
2 years.
Hindi ba halata, pre?
2 years after all this time?
Kita mo may gap, di ba?
Actually, yes. At first, it took me a while to recognize it, though.
Medyo tinadogsyong lang natin. Basira-saray talaga.
Shoutout sa panel.
Shoutout sa panel na mamaya na sila mag-rest back. Pero ang tanong, ang Zeta Division ba ang mag-rest back dito o mananalo na ba ang RRQ? Ang half-bias natin nagsasabi, ito na yun. Can they do the same kind of execute? We'll find out. C-site na naman.
Flash on in. Makita natin dito ang Cloud Bursts again. Flash on in! Nakaka-cancel pa nga. Then, napakabilis, mas bilis pa sa fast. Kitang-kita mo naman. Pushes in kami from flip side there at mukhang wala pa nga masasagot so far para kay Ten. Isang magandang hold na naman. Isang magandang kasagutan dito nagagaling from the side of Zeta. And of course, RRQ pa isa-isang nauubos stacks and I do not want to see that yet. But your prophecy has been fulfilled.
Diba?
Zeta reaching out 10 and that is gonna be, them playing for overtime? Question mark.
Ibang level ng 10 power spike yun. Tingnan mo to. Goodbye, EJ. Bawal mag-entry. Hindi pinayagan. At syempre, to make the number 10, you need a 0. Andyan si Sugar 0. Ang galing ng math natin, di ba? We're learning today, Ling.
CH2O? Nakalimutan ko. Actually, okay, do not bring up math, chemistry, or anything. Buti na lang Valorant yung pinursue natin, Dax. Kaya tayo caster eh.
Ano ang tubig sa periodic table?
H2O.
Hindi, wala sa periodic table ang tubig. Element, di ba? Trick question! Huli ka!
Okay, I got baited.
There you go. Okay, nerd time aside, RRQ. Isa pa! Third time's the charm baka. First time gumana, second time hindi. EJ, take 3, let's go. Cloudburst in. Na nga yung Blade Storm nakahanda rin. Pero kita mo yung position dito ng Zeta Division. Backside pa rin. Naghahanap sa platform. Na-realize ni EJ nandito sa kabilang side. And eventually, Sugar Zero ang magtatatad ng mga kutsilyo. But Zeta Division, they have the firepower and they have the numbers. 3v3 na kagad to. 10 is there again. 10 galing. Wala talagang takas. But LB more on the flank. RRQ with the off angle. At dahil lang doon, yung spike nadala na papuntang A.
You fight fire with fire. And Zeta actually saw that through dito sa side ng RRQ. They pressured themselves papunta dito sa site para hindi man lang makapag-commit ng spike plan. But kitang-kita mo, may masamang binabalaking Zeta. Nag-rotate on it, pinulot ang spike at mukhang maglayo mo na tayo dito sa kaguluhan na nangyayari sa C-site. Now, 2v2 dito, Dax. The killjoy against with the initiator na kanila maduduo para sa sitwasyon na ito. At kitang-kita mo naman, RRQ placing themselves. Nagpapanggap pa nga bilang defending side dito. Heaven position. Tingnan natin if the timings are gonna be right for sure here for Elmimore. Alarm book ang kanyang ihagis dito para sa kalupaan. But boom! The backup is there and finally! Naku, RRQ, tinapos na nga 13-10.
Pinabayaan lang umabot ng 10 para kay 10. Yun ang tunay na tropang si Ten. Pero sa totoo lang, nag-tropahood ng RRQ natin. Kitang-kita na ang teamwork, kitang-kita na ang sync, at kitang-kita rin natin na alam nila fight fire with flank. What a way to go for the rotate. What a way to go for the angle. Tito mo, nagbabalik talaga tayo dito. Just RRQ though, looking a lot more clean dun sa dulo. They had their ups and downs. Nakita natin talaga Zeta Division dominated a lot of that second half. But then again, RRQ, nahanap nila yung answer, nahanap nila yung pag-way ng clear out at na-read nila ano ginagawa ng Zeta Division, especially kung paano sila nag-anchor ng mga site.
Oh, exactly. Just wiggling through the cracks of your defense, which is what we actually want to see on what you actually want to see, especially with duelists finding out and taking that initiative. It's not really just about the pickings, the fraggings, but choosing which side, choosing which part of the map, where are you going to be aggressing at maging productive in, creating space, making frags, and winning the game, which is what you've seen so far for RRQ, especially in this performance.
Yeah, I think nakita talaga natin para sa side ng Zeta Division, nagkabuhay sila dahil kay Ten. But once you move over to the defense, yung pag-aggressive nila, nauunahan nila yung RRQ, nahuli nila bago mag-setup, at dun pa nadali yung RRQ, nung pinaka-problema nga nila is paano ba tayo mag-sync up para lang makuha itong mga entry. Nung nakuha na ng RRQ yung space na kinakailangan nila, doon na sila nanalo. And case in point, kita natin, sabi mo nga, di ba, nasa heaven yung isa, nasa short yung other, meron tayong crossfire, meron tayong setup, and RRQ looking really strong pag maganon yung mga rounds na nakikita natin.
Which is where we see them being quite effective, especially yung mga team fundamentals that have been exercised throughout this map. Especially on Haven, napaka-challenging talaga to even play it out on the defense, but Zeta still managed to pull it through. The challenges, they brushed it away, and you could definitely see what this team could actually be capable of, because sa series na ito, may second mapa pa sila na para makapagbawi man lang against RRQ. We've seen a moment of like hope, a glimpse of hope rather, para sa side dito ng Zeta. But hopefully, it is not just gonna be a glimpse, but a performance worth watching where we all have to hold on to our seats.
May laban pa rin dito ang Zeta Division, but RRQ ang nanguna. Tapos na natin to sa panel. Siyempre, breakdown nila nangyari doon sa Haven.
Maraming salamat, Dax and Ling, sa napakalupit na casting. I can really feel na yung welcome back to VCT. Like, it feels na really good to be back in the studio and talking about this. Anyway, welcome back to the panel. I'm your host, your biggest and kasama ko ngayon si Juicy Brucey and si Asaray.
Di ako pinapasok kanina so hindi ako welcome dito.
Anyway, ayun, we had a really parang kind of an unexpected very strong start from RRQ, not unexpected, I guess. But, Zeta did come back. Yeah, I mean, from we did see na yung game nila against Genji, they did have a very, very strong start. So, what do you guys think? Like, seeing how they went two very strong starts against Genji and another extremely strong start here. I think they went 9-0. Why do you guys think that RRQ starts so strong?
Well, I think it boils down to first being decisive. Kanina off stream, si Asurayos always keeps commenting over the play of Zeta Division bilang attackers. Masyado sila, how do I say this? Masyado silang indecisive when it comes to using their utilities. Kanina nga sa half show, I did say something about round 8 na parang sometimes on round 8 specifically, Flipsider was able to get down depth. Ang nangyari kasi doon is like the smoke was coming out too late coming in from Sugar Zero from his Omen. So parang isa yun sa mga weak points from Zeta Division going into us attackers.
Grabe, even though that is the case, ang taas ng first skill percentage dito ng Zeta Division. To kind of add to that din, diba? They had their woes on first half. Again, we did see na nakabawi sila somewhat at the tail end of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no second half na naman, there's an extra slew of issues that Zeta Division had to go against. And I think one of those was Dak was mentioning was just they don't know how to interact or try to deal with yung flank na ginagawa ng RRQ dito or yung two-pronged approach. If they're gonna go on the A side, you see that A long push, sige, focus sila doon. Good, they're able to push it out. Pero problema is, they're not able to figure out na, guys, dito lahat ng players ng RRQ may mag-push pa sa short and then they get pinched from that location. Yeah. So yun yung parang hindi overcome ng Zeta Division in terms of positioning and rotation na as to why RRQ were just looking so smooth with their approaches.
That's right. And I mean, looking at our head-to-head here, we have EJ and Ten. I think these two are two high-impact players from our match just now. I think both of these players really won out the rounds that their team needed and really kept it alive, especially for Ten. I honestly thought that we may be seeing an even closer first half, but again, Ten kept it alive with the 9-3.
Sorry, yung picture ni EJ.
EJ's picture.
I'm pretty sure there's like a better version of that one.
But I really think that these two players definitely deserved these. I want to yeah, they definitely deserve this highlight. But going back to the team play, Zeta did come back pretty hard, and coming back the way that they did, Zeta does tend to pick defense, and I feel like this is maybe their comfort side, and you could really see that they kind of played an offensive defense. I remember pistol round, Dep really went in, down C, just 1v5, and you could also see that Zeta was also playing on A with the pushed up Omen smokes, and I think that this may be a bit downplayed, but it kind of locked out huge areas of the map for RRQ. They had a really pushed up smoke at A entrance and then one in garden, and that just locked off, I think, maybe 80% of the map, which forced RRQ to go down C, forcing them to go against 10, who unfortunately did not hold the site, but I really think it was a really good macro play coming from Zeta.
Exactly. When it comes to macro plays lang, I mean, the only comment here I have with Zeta Division is when it comes to their high point, bumabalik sila to their very common mistakes. I mean, like in the very same thing, even in the tail ends of second half, yung nangyari nga is parang, let's say for example, on the last round that we had, it was, I think that was 2 defenders going into A site, no one bothered to check sewers. Nandun yung Sova eh. And then it's just a lot harder for Zeta Division to really pick out yung mga angles that they really need to check out. And RRQ, they were able to capitalize. And again, going back to being extremely decisive, I mean, yung Killjoy nga nun eh, I think that was Killjoy, it's Elmimore, na alright, we can't do anything with C. Alis na ako dito, punta na ako sa A site, and really allowed them to just win out that round.
Interestingly enough, na nakita natin na si Xfero pala yung naging MVP doon, when it felt like it was a huge mix of RRQ talaga altogether. Kasi ang nakita kong malakas na sa RRQ na it feels like Zeta could never figure out when they were on the defending side na is what is the timing that we have to do, or what is our reaction pag nag-set up ng plays dito on RRQ. I think one big example of that is yung sabi na nga when you're gonna go on the C site, yung stun was perfect. It's the standard C setup, but you never see how do you mention this? You never see Zeta Division having a decisive, like, ano ba gagawin dito? Are we gonna double down? Are we gonna dodge the utilities? Nakikita mo si Ten, natatama na siya ng stuns, wala pa tumutulong sa kanya. So it was an awkward, I think, phase talaga dito for Zeta Division to just get their bearings in this in this Haven map all together.
I mean, in the first round nga yung si Crow, I mean, I remember Asurai screaming off stream na parang, gamitin mo na yung aftershock mo, tagal! May tao dyan sa corner, sa pockets! My God, it felt like that. Zeta Division just a lot slower, which kind of brings me kind of scared when it comes to Ascent, because the last time they were here, I mean, since lock-in going into this week, bakit yung performance nila sa Ascent? I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it anymore.
I mean, to be fair, these two teams have a very similar standing. They're both, for the past 5 months, lock-in, and here in VCT Pacific, they haven't really had anything to show. But again, whoever wins this matchup will finally, put a score on the board for themselves, and could be a huge morale boost going into the season. And I really feel like Zeta, I don't think all hope is lost. I'm really hoping we don't wear clown makeup later. But
wait. Hindi ba per round?
It's the match. It's the match, to be safe.
It's the entire series.
Nag-agree kayo dun na.
It's the entire series, all right? It's for the safety.
I should have drafted a contract.
Not enough time for that. Not enough time for that.
That's right. But anyway, our next map is going to be Ascent, and this is the pick of, I believe,
RRQ.
My
team secret.
Team secret pick pala yan.
What do you call this? What do you call it? Easter egg. April Fool's joke.
Yeah.
April Fool's, guys. Team secrets today.
Wow. Galing. May Pilipino pa rin.
But anyway, it's gonna be Ascent. How are you guys seeing, with the way that Zeta and RRQ have performed so far today, what are your predictions for this next map?
Wait lang, before we continue, ano ba yung starting round ng RRQ? RQ
started defense.
Or they're playing defense this time. So kung attackers lang medyo lamang si Zeta D over at Ascent. I mean, pero
I agree.
Hindi naman sobrang lamang, pero like they're still able to perform well as attackers. So if they're gonna be starting as attackers, could be like a replay of game number 1 na parang lumamang yung Zeta D, pero with RRQ, tugi si Buano yan eh. Kaya niyan.
Alright, I'll just add na lang din na I really do prefer Zeta starting on the defending side. You do see a lot more coherence, as well as they just feel more structured.
I agree.
Yeah. So with that being said, this is a good at least starting side para sa kanila. And even though I will give it na the RRQ again, former players very very well known then on the Ascent map. I do remember Flipsitter really loving to use his KO on this particular map. Then makes it very scary against Sentinel players. I still have a lot of faith that Zeta Division, especially with 10 being this hot, can really make it work talaga.
Well, I mean, mainit-init na nga si Ten kanina. I mean, from the first round, he was like a sleeping giant all throughout the first game. Na parang, alright, he was able to carry. Yun talaga yung
that
term,
one round.
Yeah, that one round. He was
woke
able
him
to carry everyone else from Zeta Division, and turns out made them go from 0 to 10 right away.
Yeah.
0 to God. Tama nga, 0 to 10 nga.
You know, we had the discussion nung pre-game na, diba, na there are duelists that go into the Sentinel role. If I'm not mistaken, Ten actually was the duelist player for Zeta Division back then as the Jet before Depp was was put into place of him. So, diba? So if you actually look at it that way, he's again going comfortably into his own role. Unfortunately, syempre, he can't be in a role that allows him to make impact sa simula agad ng round. It always has to be a follow-up because he's a Sentinel. But at least that is what is giving Zeta Division their backbone. Ang problema, yung frontal offense nila, medyo nagkukulang talaga dito because RRQ feels like they have the more explosive frontal contact.
Well, to be fair, I mean, 10 so far for Zeta D, he's playing as flex. So, flex ba siya or support? It's kind of confusing kasi Killjoy main siya palagi.
That's the beauty of Valorant. It can go either way talaga.
I mean, that's where you have your battle stages and ciphers.
True.
But I mean, like, I feel like this is kind of what we've been seeing in Lock-In as well back in January, where, you know, teams kind of find that momentum later on in the match. Like, Zeta had a pretty rough start, and they kind of failed to stop the snowball pretty early on. But I feel like the fact that they were able to go 13-10, I believe, I have a feeling that this could really give them a really, really strong opening here in Game 2. And I'm kind of seeing that this could kind of open up maybe a 2-1 in this series because I feel like Zeta maybe just needed to get the feel of RRQ. Like, wala pa.
That feels like a lot of copium. But I mean, I have to be on that copium train din eh.
We don't want to make up.
Ayaw yun ang make-up. Mahaba-haba pa yung araw natin, you know? But, you know, if we're talking about Ascent, okay, let's talk about yung Zeta D. Zeta D versus DRX on week number 1. I mean, they started out here as defenders, Asuray. Then you said na parang if Zeta D starts out as defenders, they're better. Dahil, did they crumble because DRX yung kalaban nila?
They do. Because DRX, they're the masters, at least in Pacific, of execution, of just being able to switch up on the fly. Sobrang linis talaga ng play nila. Yep. So you can't fault DRX you can't fault Zeta Division for just crumbling to that that type of play style. But at least with a different opponent, they have a different face, to kind of show.
That's true.
Exactly. And I mean, on top of that, they also had Foxy, who kind of went crazy. He was kind of the wild card that no one really saw yet from Lock-In. So seeing him, make his debut and really switch up the way that people expect DRX to play, it kind of lets them execute the way that they normally do. But it's like, okay, if the executes don't work, don't worry. We have this guy who can literally just frag whenever he wants to. And I feel like that's just even more of a reason why maybe Zeta had an extra hard time because they were facing the kind of like the brand new face of DRX that they've finally shown us.
Yep, so much to look forward to kasi gusto ko not because I wanted to see Game 3 pero since my clown makeup on the line. Pero the reason why I wanted to see Game 3 is because decider natin is Lotus, and so far it's RRQ, wala pa rin silang success with Lotus. It's also their most picked map. So I'm excited to see this time if mag-aabot siya ng Game 3. Would they perform well on a map that they're choosing? So things to look forward to for a third game.
Well, at least from what I am seeing here, it still can go 50-50 then. Kasi that's also the beauty then of Pacific League in general. Compared to every other region na maybe just alongside siguro sa EMEA, since they also have different regions that also play that have different play styles. Pacific has that difference of if you're from Indonesia you play like this, if you're from Japan you play like this. So I think yun yung nagiging problema ng both RRQ and Zeta Division. Zeta Division at least cannot figure out how to, as you mentioned nga, diba, big fish in a small pond. If once they come into the bigger body of water, nahihirapan na sila. For RRQ naman, it's more of like their playstyle just can't find that rhythm against other teams just because it hasn't been as clear-cut. So with that being said, there's a certain form of turbulence for both teams that they're still trying to overcome dito. And the storyline that, at least for Zeta's side, is they haven't been the princess in the story. Right? It's always been like or the bride in the story. It's always been the bridesmaid in a way.
I like that, the bridesmaid. But I do see that I think Zeta is finally coming out of their shell. You know, like you said, that different regions have their different play styles. Japan tends to play a bit slower and methodical, and we saw that in the first few rounds. You know, they couldn't respond to RRQ as fast. And I feel like we kind of saw that on their defense where they played offensively and kind of switched it up. I feel like Zeta was just like, okay, what we're doing clearly is not working. Let's switch it up. They are doing that, and it's clearly working.
Yeah. I would love to see a lot more of that earlier on pa. Because,
yeah.
again, can't forget, it's a 9-0 start from RRQ. That is not something to kind of joke about. And that was, I think, the issue that Genji had as well, but there was a quick 4-0 start then from RRQ at some point, and then Genji just had their quick timeout at some point there and then started adjusting then. I think the problem right now for Zeta, and this is very simplistic lang din, is they don't really have an answer to the EJ and Flipsitter conundrum.
Yeah,
which
that's true.
Before was the issue for RRQ, but now in this series at least, it hasn't been. It's been their strong suit. It's been their game changer talaga.
And to add, kanina nga, when we were starting game number 1, I was really thinking na RRQ, alright, in their most of the games, they start with 2 round wins, and then after that they end up crumbling, but then they did a 0-9. But here we are, we're going into the agent selection.
Yeah, and I mean, just like you said, Astra, we do see the KO picks here again with the Astra and Omen switch, you know, based on whoever's attacking and on defense. So it's really interesting to see that they have these adaptable
agents.
Agents, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to see, you know, Zeta utilizing the Omen the same way they did. I do hope they don't repeat the mistake of the Astra being utilized again by 10. That was kind of a throw.
But I mean, gamit ni 10 ngayon?
He's on the KJ pa din.
KJ again.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with the KJ.
Does he ever
on
change?
Ascent.
Yeah, I think the only issue that I have right now is I really would love to see Sugar Zero bring back the aggressive Omen plays. He's too passive with this. The utility is not really as felt as much. Anyways, it's going to be the casters now. It's not going to be me and Dax. It's going to be Dax and Ling. No more problems. Guys, take it away.
Sabi lang ng Asra kasi ayaw niyo ako kasama eh. Sa totoo lang. But there you go, guys. Kita natin, RRQ looking very happy. At bago tayo magsimula, kung may Wendell predicts, meron tayong Wendell cooks. So, ito, screenshot nyo na. Ito ang ating recipe for success. Kung gusto nyo manalo Team Secret bukas at manalo ang RRQ today, gawa lang kayong, ano to?
It's a nasi goreng.
Oh, fried rice. So, di ba? May rice, may oil, may eggs. O, anong Japanese ng eggs ulit?
Tamago!
Galing! Soy sauce, may salt, may spices rin. So, kita natin, di ba? Let RRQ cook.
Yes naman. Kakaibang putahe na naman to. Not exactly what we're really accustomed to. Kanina, may goreng yung usapan. Sabi ni Wendell, we have to elevate the dish.
Diba?
We have to give them nasi goreng. Elevation of place nga pala dito. Posible natin makikita coming out here from the side ng RRQ. Or could we be served even ramen here today dito, Dax? Because Zeta might have something else cooking in this map dahil sa kanilang map pick ito.
Ayoko nang palitan yung recipe. Pinaghirapan nyo ni Wendell, ha? Mga 3 minutes yung sinulat nun. Sabi ko, okay, sige, pahingin naman recipe dyan. At guys, kung gusto nyo yung step-by-step process kung paano gawin ang ating nasi goreng ni Wendell, alam mo na, pag nanalo RRQ, magsusunod siya ulit ng isa pa ng step-by-step process kung paano yon. So let's see kung kaya ba lang RRQ mahanap yung recipe of success on their map pick. Huwag natin kalimutan link. Kanina, Haven was Zeta Division's map pick. Kinuha ng RRQ. This time around, it's RRQ looking to be in control eh.
Oh, they actually decided to even take the steering wheel this time around. Hopefully, sila na yun magda-drive for the entire game. Set the pace in this start because given here na ang series is gonna be a best of 3 lamang, RRQ has to take this game 2 para makakuha tayo ng isang 2-0 fashion coming up from their side. And of course, speaking of sides, easily taken here all the way towards B main na makita natin ang Jet. All the way towards the flank though. Kasi makakuha ng isa, the Killjoy. He's gonna be 10. Magandang simula for him to even count down on towards this game.
Laking gulo dito. RRQ still trying to play on-site doon pero ayun na nga, hutugin na huli. Si Tenren makakuha pa ng isa. At Zeta Division, ayun na nga, simula pa lang all across the map. LB Moore, muntik pang masunog. Buti na lang nasira yung Nano Swarm pero malakas ka pa sa dalawa. Yun yung tanong, hindi po. Dito na lang, pistol pa ang panalo para sa side ng Zeta.
Gandang simula para sa kanila dito, Dax. Ang ganda sana ng kanilang mga ginagawa. But it was just an almost round dito para sa side ng RQ. Kung hindi na sa spot off yung flank dito coming up from the QJ, it could have been a round easily cancelled out here coming up from the side of the defense. But fortunately though, we see another moment once again para dito kay Ten and just making a huge difference on what the team can do and just pushing everyone here so far na on what they could basically show in this game.
Nakasulat na naman yan sa numbers eh. Diba? How do you make the word 10?
Revealing area. Use letters.
Very good. Oh, nag-gets mo.
Use letters.
Nag-gets mo. Okay, tapos?
And you pick the letters that would spell out 10.
Okay, tapos anong numbers yung nasa 10?
Ano numbers? 1 and 0.
Ano ang score ngayon?
It is 1 and 0!
Nag-gets na ni Ling ang logic ngayon, boss. At mukhang Zeta Division, sila rin ay pwede mag-succeed dito dahil meron silang Bulldogs, meron silang Rifle, and as it stands, kita natin yung confidence na to get that mid control, no? Bawal pumasok dito ang RRQ, bawal lumabas pa alis sa mga sites, and that's gonna be a big factor right now. Kung Zeta Division can keep getting map control like this, mahihirapan yung RRQ, especially dun sa rotate mismo eh.
And like ito din na makikita ko sa strengths ngayon ng RRQ. Posible nilang gagamitin itong hold or site defense nila na ginagawa so far in this game because they have the short range advantage with the shorties, with the classic. Isang mabilisang burst lang sana dun. It could be enough for them to pick off Zeta one by one. Turret ang makikita dito para dito kay Def at mukhang first contact, the Jet. Of course, Tasha Sean in para dito sa Shed at mukhang hindi pa nga nila isasarado ang market just yet. Nagsisigurado tayo na dito na wala naglalasot sa angle at makakuha pa nga sana dito sa Elmimore but they just cancel out those efforts just quite too soon.
Yeah, good flick pero wala eh. Mahina lang yung classic dyan and it really goes to show dito sa side ng RRQ na kanina nakita natin doon sa Haven, willing sila mag-play ng off-angle doon sa may side, di ba? Try sila mag-play ng A-short ng Haven, try to play doon sa may graffiti, especially. But now, pinipilit kayo ng Zeta Division yung kind of playstyle na yun sa RRQ, i-check yan ng Zeta, titingin, maglalabas ng flashlight at sasabihin, uy, yung ginagawa mo dyan sa sulok na to. Zeta Division making it 2-0 now and yun nga, good start para lang bumawi sa series na to.
Good start, but a round that we could definitely have been expecting for them to win. They have the better guns, they have the better everything, better position, all the abilities in the world for them to just waltz in on towards the site. And let's just say RRQ could not exactly handle that just yet. But then again, it's the buy round. Ang kinakailangan natin titingnan dito, Dax, na kung saan patas ang laban. If tutuusin naman dito ang Zeta that they're gonna be settling in for this bonus or will they go for the upgrade?
Yeah, truth be told, RRQ, ito na nga, hard aggression. And sinasabi nga kanina ni Azuray, diba? Flipster on one of the signature KO picks from the Indonesian scene. Pero huli kagad si EJ dyan, boss. Def already with the takedown. Ipit no dun sa sulok dahil dun sa flash kagad at dun sa fragment. With Flipster, hindi siya makakapush. Desperado to para sa side ng RRQ. Masyadong alanganin. At sila pa mapapaback away ngayon.
Medyo nasayang yung effort nila sa early pressure na mabibigyan sana nila against the side ng Zeta. But of course, quick on answer back. Magandang alto. Makakuha ng informasyon. Dagger Qeon in. Duge, walang magagawa. Just the frags along the way. The shorties doing all the work here para kay Dev. At mukhang isang mabilisang round. Ubus na kaagad ang mga depensa natin dito coming out from the side ng RRQ. But 1v2, Dev at Joker Zero decide to even go at the man, but the trades are still gonna be there. At naku naman, Zeta hindi nagpapatalo kahit better guns ng kalaban.
Mga better guns, better days. Shoutout stream mo na yan, sabi ni Ray Ray. But sa totoo lang, kita natin, di ba? Ang ganda ng double peak dun sa dulo. And ang ganda ng answer nila for any kind of aggression. I-expect kagad nila RRQ is gonna push us kasi meron silang flashes. Magka-flash rin tayo. Sige, nakakuha ng good value dun si Flipster by playing on the site itself. But Zeta Division right now, kung nakaka-one up sila sa trades, kung nakaka-one up sila sa numbers, magagawa nila yung mga side take na hinahabol nila. At dahil dun, meron silang bonus win and they can keep going with this kind of momentum eh.
I mean, they have to streamroll away naman para makapag-take away ng confidence at least to what RRQ has shown here on Haven. Well, a while ago, I have to say, but speaking of that, confidence could be there as well for Elmimore. Of course, alive and kicking pa yung killjoy natin do. 3-man running towards the market po at isa-isa mga mag-PB, Cloudburst, Def ay mabubuhay, but Qeon nagagaling sa Kabi. Subukang labanan po natin dito with those flash picks, and unfortunately, last out for the counter. We could definitely see them just trying to making Kappa all the way towards mid, all the way towards the smoke. It's just gonna be the Jet that is gonna be super active. EJ, you do not want to just push out blindly out there.
Boss, ang asim nun, ha?
Pinakita ang true Filipino blood. Yun dapat yung mga plays.
Parang gawang sinigang talaga eh. And it just goes to show right now, Zeta Division, lahat na lang na pinuntahan ni Dep, merong siyang kalaban. Pero nakahanap pa sila ng pwesto, nakahanap sila ng konting rest back, and now LB Moore, ganda ng mga share shops all throughout around. Laz will make the trade happen. So 2v2. At nakapulot na ng baril dito. Ang side ng RRQ, at least si Xfero. Maybe si Tuge makakuha na rin ng isa dyan sa gitna. But Zeta Division, they have a chance right now to play to where that A side. Post plant na naman, magiging lugar dito ngayon.
They have the drone, they have the recon, they have a single shark dart to even work with. And speaking of that, information is definitely a good way to start sana sa larong to. Two players on heaven, shock dart, recon ball, wala makikita is a close janitor place para kay Sugar Zero. The postman is still gonna be there here, quite solid here, coming out from Zeta, but can they pull through? And definitely for Laz, that is gonna be him giving the answer quite too soon. Zeta 0-4 or 4-0, Dax.
Nakita mo yun? Last shot na yun nung clip niya.
One bullet and a dream.
Naniwala talaga. Sabi niya, itong huling to, nakapangalan sa'yo. Dati pangalan mo, Tebotol. Ngayon, Xfero na. Change team ka pa more. And Zeta Division right now, nakatakas pa sila doon sa aggression doon ng RRQ. Ganda rin ng paranoia na isolate rin yung isa doon sa kabila sa side ng RRQ. And kahit sila, hindi siya mapiniwala. I need to hit that shot. In Japanese, hindi ko ma-translate maayos eh. Pero alam niya, sobrang alanganin ng pwesto niya yun, pero big shot and a big win to keep the momentum para sa Zeta.
It's just a luck being sprinkled in para din sa side dito ng Zeta. Just went completely on their favor. Kung may RNG sa spray, isang miracle lang nangyari at nang-witness natin din from that clutch. And you gotta say, RRQ almost had it. They had the idea for that retake. They had everything. Utility ang kanilang naibuhos. At mukhang napapakamo talaga ulo natin dito on how little moments like that, a little bullet lang na nakalampas na hindi mo na ilagan is what puts this team to their demise. Dominating once again for this time around ngayon ang Team Zeta Division. Hopefully they could keep this up para makapunta tayo dito sa map 3.
At so naman natin, diba, sa mga favorite anime na pinapanood ni Asra, yung mga, ano ba, shonen?
Shonen?
Oo. Basta yung parang may superpowers ganun. Basta yun, whatever, yung may kwentong ganun. Ang bida, nagpapatalo muna sa
simula.
So ito na ba,
So you're telling RQ is the protagonist talaga?
Tama! Tama, ganda ng twist. Ganda ng twist. Parang anime of the century, Demon Slayer.
It is anime of the century? Question mark? Okay, I haven't been in that part of the realm so far, Dex. Video games has consumed me.
Boss, maniwala ka na lang, okay na lang. Hindi ko na alam kung maniniwala ko hindi, pero ito na. I do believe Zeta Division may take na naman ang habol nila. Thing is though, yung spike iniwan nila malapit sa top mid, andun si Laz at si Sugar Zero. At syempre, kasi si Sugar Zero may from the shadows, pwede siya mag-pera padala. Punta na lang somewhere sa ibang site pag ma-secure dito ng Zeta.
Parang crab delivery. Nandun na sa doorstep mo, nandun na sa site. Ang kinakailangan mo lang daw, ang mga duels ang papanalo dito sa A-main. This is what we could do here coming out from the side from Zeta. Now, isang mabilis ang 4v4 sighting ang kinakailangan gagawin. 50 seconds on the clock. Long information coming out here from Flip si Derd. Dito nga galing from the rafters. Paul is still gonna be there, disabling everyone to even throw out the utilities. But EJ, nako, lason angle tayo. Posibleng makakapagkuha pa nga. A few more players on the map. A few more objectives being cancelled and a few more seconds to go. Para mag-pop yung utility. Para mag-pop yung lockdown. But hindi kinakailangan. EJ lang kinakailangan dito from the side of RRQ para ubusin sila lahat.
Kung maasim kanina ngayon, masarap ang sabaw talaga. Na inuluto dito ni EJ. Well done there. Na nakahuha pa sila ng exit angle against Zeta Division at nung nag-back lang sila, nako, into the loving arms of EJ talaga. This is what we see from RRQ eh. If they can move around the map, dun sila mas magiging comfy. Notice natin, nung pinipilit sila nag-anchor sa mga site, dun sila nahuhuli ng Zeta Division, dun sila na-overrun, and this is such a better look for them. Buti nilang nag-timeout pa nga. Nakakuha na rin sila ng score.
Which is like very difficult talaga with you're playing against a playstyle that you're extremely comfortable with. Might as well just let them play for their strengths. And speaking of that, Zeta might actually gotten a stench of that so far coming out from the side of RRQ. In-anticipate nila yung mga pushes na nangyayari. In-anticipate nila yung mga flank na nakikita from the previous round. This could be them just holding off. Full aggression here. Ibubuhos ang lahat papuntang B-side para makapagpasok man lang. Si Dep, walang kamalay-malay. Bladestorm here. Nako, hindi pa nga makakapagpitas ng isa man lang. And Hindi nag-repost.
Sinudol niya sarili niya, boss.
No.
Inapakan pa talaga. At ito na, si EJ na naman nangunguna ngayon. Nandito sa site. Anong post plant? Gusto na tapusin ni EJ. Pick pa more, sabi dito ni EJ. And ready na naman ang RRQ. 2 na to.
The executions might not be the Zeta's strongest suit dito so far. They were really great and tried to make a good read. Those slow tactical approaches is what I have to say is their strength. But for this time around, they might have actually gone for the wrong call. Nako. Napaka-highlight ngayon, Elvimore just dying. Montage. And aside from that, just look at those plays coming in from EJ though. RRQ. Ang ganda lang talaga ng hold nila. It's not their strongest suit, but you could definitely see them just being quite as effective regardless.
Ang bilis nila biglang straight up. Round 1, round 2, laban lang. And EJ, hindi pa siya tapos. Third round in a row, Pinoy pride ni EJ talaga dyan. Pa Sugar Zero, at least makakakuha na nga, mamamatay nga ang isa, but depth is there for the trade. LB Moore, natuto rin kay EJ paano mag-asip, pero ngayon, nakakuha pa nga ng isang pitas, then will make the trade happen. At least right now, inuunahan na ng Zeta Division na naghahanda nila yung trades, yung RRQ lang. Yung makulit, nakakuha pa rin ng pitas.
And you know, to come to think of it, RRQ just fell on towards that bait. Kahit sabihin mo, we are allowed to even lose EJ in the process of taking out map control. Everyone else just felt so lost. Parang the crossfire was fully disseminated. And if I isa-isa sila napipick dito coming from mid-lane push, which is like angles that you're supposed to be holding in the first place to even provide support. It's not enough that you are going to be giving out utilities, but, you know, sort of peace of mind na hindi basta-bastang mapipitas in random angles yung duelist nyo. And speaking of that, it's not the duelist here. Leading out the Braid, si Laz, the Sova. Flip side ang kanila, kailangan nila pipitasin dito on the back of side. You'd actually take out 2 on this grave, but unfortunately, that is not gonna happen. Spike is gonna be planted on towards B. At RRQ na may dalawang natitirang players could actually play out this retake.
Nakapwesto na nga dito ang Zeta Division versus Xpero. Linabas na nga ang Odin niya para sa mapang to. Aldrone at the ready. Tuge with the takedown through the wall even. At yung lockdown, kailangan nila sarain daw. Hindi mahanap. Nandun sa kahon. Naku, masyado nilagyan ng packing tape, boss. At napadetain pa nga si Tuge dyan. 45 to 45 yung pwesto. Pero yung Odin talaga ang tunay na sagot. Nice dart para sa Intel. Sila na natitira. Naging 2v1 na naman. At sige, alam na nila nasa boathouse ang kalaban. Tuge to with a swing. Pen na miss. Patay na siya. 1v1 with the great one. Si Xpero na lang dinala talaga yung malaking baril. Pero paubos na ang oras. At delikado to para sa side ng RRQ. Mukhang hindi aabot dito ngayon. Ay, hindi talaga. Muntik na!
29.
Muntik na talaga.
And that was a Red Bull clutch too. A millisecond away pa nga para mapapanalo pa nga. Sana dito ng RRQ, but you know, moments like that, parang napapahawak ka na lang ng upuan mo. Ano mangyayari? Sino una makakapitas at makakahabol para sa arami questions just flying across the board. And I gotta say, that was just the answer right there. They just played it quite smartly, and you know, we could definitely see Zeta still trying to pull through in situations like this.
Kita mo yung pressure sa Zeta. Lahat sila, Nice.
Okay na yun, we take those.
Atin yan, ito na naman tayo. Back to the game and back to the straight up gunfight. Zeta Division, yung pace talaga na gusto nila laruin. Kasing bilis pa, mas quick pa sa fast. And as it stands, ibang sagot dito ng RRQ. Operator at the ready. Gandang util gamit kay Flitzrider also to stall out that main push. At dahil nandun, nakapitas na ang RRQ.
At mukhang mahirapan pa nga. Duelist yung una nilang nakukuha. Si Dep, who's providing all of the space, all of the possibly frags, potentially, especially when they're trying to take away sites. And speaking of that, medyo may pagkakalmado munang ginagawa dito ng Zeta Division. Kaya kailangan talaga nila i-reassess kung anong posible pa nilang gagawin. They could put out a big brain play here, given at the Killjoy. Then, nakapagkuha na nga ng control dito sa mid-market. He could pull off rotations, or rather, put out a counter flank na posibleng magagaling on towards B. But hindi pa sila nakapag-decide dito, Dax. Or rather, the Spike would actually rotate their way towards B na kung saan ang Killjoy ng kalaban, which is could be bad news for them so far.
Yeah, rotate mo na dito ang Zeta Division. That's the thing. But Elmi Moore, pumupwesto na rin dun sa gitna, at least para lang make sure walang mag-push papunta doon sa CT side. Instead, si Xpero talaga yung kailangan natin bantayan. Owl drone daw para lang makonting bait, fall for it pa. Dito ang RRQ. Mukhang ready na kagad dito si Tendo. Elmi Moore gonna go on down. And it's all up to Xpero right now to stall! And yung Odin, boss! Dalawa na naman! Tinadtat na bal ang kalaban. Sige! Xpero, tuloy mo lang yan! Spike is drop and RRQ will stay sa kanila na tong defense ng to.
Odin lang talaga yung malakas. Odin lang pala yung kinakailangan dito ng side ng RRQ. Anong rush na magagalap? Anong mga slow push? Paisa-isa lang sila nag-audition dito sa larong tong Dax. At kitang-kita mo naman dito ang side ng Zeta. Paisa-isa nga pala na naka-counter with the operator. And with this rate of fire dito ni Xpero with the Odin has just made everyone, question na in the first place, narinig nyo man lang sana or nakapag-trade man lang sana, which is what exactly that Zeta wasn't exactly given, able to give.
Kaya nga, pag may nagtanong sa'yo, ba't mo linalabas Odin mo? Ito ang sagot.
We need it na eh.
Oo, huwag ka mahiya. Ilabas mo na ang Odin sa mapang to. Maganda to para sa meta, di ba? Sa meta. Sa lahat ng mapa, ang Odin, di ba, malakas
sa Ascent because it's paper thin.
Ay!
Yeah.
Di ba, may quotable quote si paring Astroy dyan.
What is it?
All walls are bangable. Wall bang kasi? Tingnan mo, nagsusulat lang siya. Hindi napansin na sinabi. Hindi napansin.
Asuray na walang kamalay-malay.
Hindi napansin, pinag-uusapan natin siya eh.
Ano kayo mga notes?
Hi, Asuray.
Classmate pa copy ng assignment for
eh.
inspiration lang.
Buti pa kayo nag-notes.
Ay, okay, Mr. 10-minute VLR God.
Si Ten yun nandito, hindi ako. Uy, tumingin na siya. Hi, Asuray. Hello.
Masaya ata yung mga nag-watch party sa harapan natin ngayon.
Pero Zeta Division ha, eco round sila dito ngayon. Hero rifle para kay Dep and now they're going for that B site eh.
Going to the B-side, mukhang wala pa po tayong may lalabas dito so far. Wala pang may tatapon, just the information. We're still gonna be there. Nakpo, Odin plays once again. Elmi Moore is a menace here. Papuntang City, 20 seconds ang kanila. Sila stall off! Nako, Shakhtar, nakapag-connect pa nga dito, Dax. At mukhang Zeta has not even done yet. They even decide, tingin sa likod, tingin sa harap, tingin dito sa crossfire na ginagawa ngayon ni EJ. Papuntang City. You have to push with the operator. A retake waiting to happen, but seems like Def wants to put an end dito para sa Sova. Tingnan natin, may backstab pa nga! Galing kay Ten na naman! Naku naman, nagagaling from every direction. Zeta didn't look beta during that round, ha?
Wow! Sila talaga yung mga alpha ba ng round na yun? Ganun ba sinasabi mo, Ling?
Yes.
And kita natin, ang ganda ng flash timing dun ng Zeta Division. As soon as nahuli nila yung RRQ na ipit dito sa sulak na to, eto na si Parrington. Alam mo, may sasabihin ako sa'yo, Ling. You can't spell tens without 10.
That's like 90% of the name, bro. Of course, hindi magiging kompleto ang isang VCT kapag walang 10. In every tournament, may 10.
Meron ba tayong 10 sa bahay?
Yung 10 sa bahay. Nakikita mo ba yung TikTok ni 11? Ito may sisend ako si Mame. Kamukhang-kamukha talaga ni Tyson. Di paring Tyson.
Di paring Tyson. First name basis. Tropa mo.
Si Kaidi De La Cruz.
Uy, tropa ko yun. Picture kami. Get well soon, Kaidi. Get well soon.
Oo nga, get well soon.
Tayo matuloy.
Face-up sila.
Ano?
Nakinig na lang sana dito sa caster. Tapos pagpunta sa ano pinag-usapan nila? Si Ten.
Malaking tulong tayo, para sa RRQ. And truth be told, kita natin sa RRQ, okay na sana yung pag-retake nila. Pero ang tagal nila masyadong naipit doon. Wala silang nakakuha map control. And that's what we're talking about. Kung walang other angle na nalalaro dito ang RRQ all throughout the map, doon malakas yung Zeta Division para mag-punish the depensa na nakikita natin eh.
Because in the first place din talaga sa Zeta, parang they might have gotten like a little bit of information kung ilang yung posibleng tao na magagaling sa city. And it was just a matter of time and the pressure na pupunta on para sa retake na yun, na Zeta just already had everything in their hands. And what can RRQ do given that sobrang limitado ng kanilang options?
Well, as of now, mukhang mid-control yung mga habol nila at Kita natin dito, Zeta Division, yet again, execute na naman papunta sa may A side. Null command para sa simula. Ito na naman si paring Dep. Palagi na lang Cloudburst, dash in, step by step process. Ganun talaga. Pag galing ka ng Japan, alam mo na, naka-checklist ang lahat. But Zeta, they do get the plot ongoing. RRQ though with the flanks. At kita natin ngayon, mas marami silang avenues if ever. Sugar Zero, tagabantay, alarm bot broken, and EJ will find the first pick.
Naku, ang gandang initiative na kuha nila dito from the flag once again. Zeta, posible pang magka-crumble down kanilang mga post-plants, especially na si Deb ang mawawala out of the equation. 3v5 still gonna be favor on the side of RRQ. At going in every direction, AJ does not even miss. Naku naman, yun naman palang kailangan. Hindi na Odin. Ilabas na si EJ.
Pag maraming kalsada, dun talano ang RRQ, diba? Kita mo, tama lang, road widening project dito sa may A side. And ang linis you have RRQ able to effectively cut up ano gusto gawin dito ng Zeta Division. Cosmic Divide, laking tulong pa para nang maipit sila. And RRQ is that confident na, basic lang yan para kay EJ na alam na nila, front half check. Back half check. Lahat na lang check sa kanila ng pizza pie na to.
Check all of the boxes. Nako. Baka isang green flag yan. Bakit ito? May question ako. Bakit kapag check green, pero kapag X red? Napapaisip talaga ako.
Kaya nga, di ba, red flag, alam mo na, no.
Pag
green flag,
no.
it's a check. Yes.
But you know what's pwede here? The push is your own market. But mukhang it's gonna be a no daw, sabi ni Elmore at EJ. Naku, to even cancel that out, ang effort dito ng Zeta with their full-on buys has been put to waste. Ang raming pera, ang kanilang naiwawaldas at ang napakaraming risk ang kanilang kinukuha dito with this sneaky place na pinipilit all the way towards A main.
Nakita talaga natin Wala RRQ! Handa lumaban! Baka si Flipster hindi na nakuha yung memo. Pero at the same time, andyan naman si Tuge. He's ready here. Dito sa may boxes na naman nag-iintay kung saan mag-push dito ang Zeta Division ngayon. And sige, meron silang 3 flank here for the side of Zeta. But RRQ, nasa rafters na rin. Elmi Bordo, nahuli na ni Sugar Zero. Mukhang medyo sweet talaga ang opening dito ng ating Omen. Resok mo na naman. Tuge trying to hide, but then will find the takedown. At yung malaking advantage ng RRQ, nawawala na rin. 2v1 na to. May lockdown dito para kay Sugar Zero. At magpupush ba siya? Yun yung tanong. Timing is everything. At baka ito pa. Expero! Naku, yung Odin na naman, boss! Hindi na in-expect, nasa likod lang niya.
No, hindi talaga niya mai-expect kasi nilabas na naman nila muli ito ang raming mga cards na tinatapon dito ng RRQ Kung hindi CJ, lalabas tayo ng operator. Kung hindi yung mga operator, yung Odin that basically does the job. And yung mga ganitong mga factors that happen in the game could be something na wala sa expectations dito coming out from the side of Team Zeta. They're really well accustomed to a pace in the region, but if you look at them performing against this roster, this is something that they are quite new to. And how to say, they have to get used to the flavor of the nasi goreng and the pancit canton combo. Diba? Kanin, nilagyan mo pa ng pancit. Kakaiba yan.
I actually want to try that now.
Yeah.
Tapos lagyan mo ng, parang may manok ka na lutong galing Indonesia. May adobo sauce sa side.
That's interesting.
Pero, rinig mo yun yung crowd sila rin. Wow! Naka-wallbang.
Malutong yung walls. Malutong yung walls.
Malutong ba kung ganun lang namatay ka?
Malutong.
Para ba manipis?
Makunat?
Ba't makunat yung wall? Tumagos nga
So, okay, breakable.
Bangable. Asurai.
Asurai, quote and quote. Every wall is bangable.
Wallbang kasi. At ito na naman tayo. RRQ. Kanina pa umaasa sa Odin. At tama ang pag-aasa nila. Tamang baril. That is proper behavior here from Xpero. At dahil dito, Zeta Division. Wala na kagad si 10. Kailangan nila umasa sa pag-opening dito ni Dep especially. Pero kita mo, EJ. Lason na naman kung lason. Handa na naman dito sa may sulok ngayon. And RRQ as a whole, they're just so prepared for this lane. Kitang tatlo na ang nakastack dito para sa depensa natin.
Alam nila kung anong posibleng may tatapon dito. Coming from the side ng Zeta, Recon Bolt, although utilisan kailangan tatapon. At sarili ng teammate, pinabayaan sa side tax. Hindi na nila gustong tutulungan. Hindi na nila gustong haharapin tong Odin na ito. Because anong laban mo? Anong step ang iyong matitake para ihilagan man lang itong Hunter's Fury na nanggagaling sa kuya natin na si Xpero. Bakit ganun? 6-6, binuhos lahat eh. Hindi mo na madadala sa second half.
Tapos na kasi, di ba? Tama yan. Kamang behavior dito sa RRQ. Bawing-bawi talaga pag meron silang mas marami makukuha dito sa mapa. At grabe, ano gagawin mo, Ten? Kung nandun ka lang sa sulok, mamamatay ka pa rin. Absolutely nothing. This is just RRQ yet again. May mga moments na mapapatanong ka, ang ginagawa dito ng RRQ. Pero may other moments na ang ganda ng synergy, ang ganda ng setup, at ang ganda ng sasabihin ng panel natin dito sa halftime.
Maraming salamat, Dax and Ling. We have a very unexpected 6-6 match between Zeta and RRQ here. This is really interesting because Zeta was finally able to shut down RRQ's very, very, very strong starts. So we've been seeing, I think Deb is really doing a good job here, making so much space for his team. I think they did a really good default early on where I think he triple peaks mid-market. Market. And then his team was just covering for him so well. So how do you think, they were able to shut down RRQ, kind of like get them out of their usual style of play?
Well, I think it's more like learning playing Ascent. Twice already in 5 months nakalaro sila ng Ascent, and then so far their average map score for this is 4.5. Finally, nasa 6 na sila. And then as attackers this time, sobrang kawawa sila. Their average score as attackers in Ascent is only 1.5 or 2 if we round it off. Pero finally, I think it's more about Zeta D finally practicing their way into Ascent, finally getting more frags, more kills, and then somehow di pa rin sila nakapag, break away to the points against RRQ.
Honestly, para sa akin din, even if Zeta started on the attacking side, one of the biggest things talaga right now was yung presence felt from map 1 that is transitioning into map 2, which is si Ten. Look at, again, Ten, I think right now is the most valuable player para sa Zeta Division. If not for him, they're not going to be able to find a lot of the things. He is, aside from him entry fragging, he's also lurking. He's basically flanking. Ang dami niyang ginagawa ni Ten ngayon. When he gets shut down, the options for Zeta Division goes down to single digits talaga dito. That's how effective he has been. Him and Sugar Zero, I think, are the backbone for this series against RRQ, which tends to be a problem for the rest of Zeta Division.
Anyway, that's it from the panel for now. Dax and Ling, take it away. I almost did it again.
Naalala na
Kala ko ano na naman ako dito.
Mapapalift, diba?
ako bigla.
Bigla na lang, magpupunta ng gym ceiling nito mantik na. Pero okay talaga. Nabawi to ng RRQ. Kanina tambak sila sa simula. Pero syempre, sabi nga, diba? Pag protagonist, babawi sa dulo.
Oo, pabawi talaga sa dulo. So una muna tayo magpapabugbog. And speaking of bugbugan, we definitely see here action here coming in from EJ, delivering more frags para dito sa side ng team nila. Now, 6-6 sa labanan for sure. Pistol run ang kanilang kinangalaan tatapunin. And speaking of that, door has been closed for Market. It is gonna be closed for now for sure. But Zeta, flip side, anong ginagawa mo dyan muna, sir? Classic ang iyong kaharapin at mukhang si Ten. Once again, buhay na buhay and really wants to strike so far in this game. And Dax, in this 2v2, anong kinakailangan nilang tatapunin?
Diba, ito gusto na bumawi dito ni Ten. Kanina namatay pa siya doon sa Odin sa lahat ng bagay. At ito na naman si Ten. Turretly na ba? Tuge though with the takedown of the Sugar Zero. 1v2 si Ten nandun sa kabila. Na-isolate niya si Tuge pero si EJ nag-iinit ng malala. And it's a 3K for him to give RRQ the pistol round. If EJ is this hot, RRQ will go.
Oh, go lang ng go dito, Dax. Wala dapat pipigil. Laban lang ng laban. Hindi muna tayo magpapreno pero dito sa Gedli, dahil bawal muna pumarking, hindi natin nahayaan dito ng isang teammate mo ay mapapabayaan dito sa site. And for sure, EJ lived long enough to even last up until the end of the round. Not because he's good, but his teammates were there. The friendship of magic is completely online in this game. And RRQ up to a great start here in the second half.
Banat yun He's good He's really good right now. 17 takedowns. Nag-iinit talaga ngayon. At buti na lang dito rin RRQ. Meron silang pasensya ngayon to try and wait it out para lang makita nila kung lulusob dito ang Zeta. Parang yung sinasabi din ng comment sa YouTube apparently. Sabi ni parang Kevin na mapasensya ka raw. Kasi nang babardagol lang ako. You're patient with me.
Oh.
You're such a kind person, Ling.
Really?
You're such a paradigm.
The cameras are on, Dax. I have to be.
Ikaw yung parang santo talaga ng BPL Buti na lang talaga kasama kita. I'm so happy. You're so patient with me. Thank you, Kevin, by the way.
That's like the one sign na green flag ako. Disclaimer lang sinasabi ni Rainy na red flag ako. Kung nanonood ka man ngayon, ang YouTube na nagsabi.
Ling2x _ sa Twitch. Green flag. Nag-rebrand. Yun tuloy, nag-remodel rin ng pagka-flag niya. But, habang tayo nagkikwenta ngayon, tapos na podcast, nandito na tayo sa round. RRQ, nakaplant na rin. Umikot pa sila. Direct nila. Sabi nila, ayaw namin tong daan na to, doon tayo sa kabila.
Patience is definitely gonna be the play for them so far. Because kinakailangan talaga nila that everyone is still gonna be in the same line. Fall in line! Nakabala! Ano yun?
Pero paghapon, marunong pumila!
Nagkakrab!
Alam mo na, paghapon, marunong nga. Ayan, di ba?
Very disciplined.
Ma-order sila. Kaya malinis dun eh. Nakita ko yun sa Kimi no Nawa. Huwag na natin ibahin yung syllables. Baka may iba tayo masabi.
I love Japan.
I love Japan. I love Nippon. Ganun yan.
And I love Zeta.
Masayang Zeta, honestly. Pero syempre, RRQ tayo. At kita mo diba sa ilalim ng RRQ, Indonesia nakasulat. Pag pinasok na si Eman, magiging Philippines yan. Majority wins.
Grabe ko naman. But yeah, RRQ. What a great start for them so far. 2 rounds in a row for sure. Kahit wala pa si Emma nun, isipin mo.
Partida na yun.
Isipin mo, pag what if tatlo sila?
Mas malakas pa
Mas
sa strong.
Hindi naman, malakas talaga yung RRQ. They just have to,
to mesh, honestly.
Oh, yeah, yun din.
Diba real talk, diba? Kailangan yung 2 halves maging isa. Pero, EJ, masyadong maasim na nan. Minsan, kailangan mo mag-ingat kasi may rifles at rinanin ka na malabos. Baka nagkamali lang sa talon dun si Crow. But in the end, 4v4 na to. This is the bonus round right now for RRQ. And nag-pressure sila sa may aiming ngayon.
And a flash coming on too soon. Dito nang galing para sa Omen. Ako mukhang alam talaga nila dito na nabasang-basa nila ang RRQ that they're not the one to back off on a fight. They're not the one to even go for those, risky plays of rotating quite too soon. They have a minute, yes. But kitang-kita mo naman, they have to act upon any bit of information, any bit of changes that they have implemented amongst this round, which is where we see Tuge making a difference here on B-side, opening it up. At ang isang mabilisang rotation ang kinakailangan natin dito coming out from the Soba. But if you look at that catwalk, not exactly. Them just tripping quite too soon in that waltz. And makita mo naman dito, Dax, isang Odin na naman doing all the work. Isang swing lang kinakailangan dito kay Tuget at isang ace ang mabibigay dito ni Dep.
Zeta Division, pag nakukuha talaga nila yung mid alam mo na yung cross na yan, alanganin. Mayroong babaril sa'yo as soon as you go through main. And it's happened in the first half. Nangyari rin dito sa second. But Dep, sabi niya, oy, puro kayo EJ ha. Ako naman ang magpapakita ng tunay na lakas dito. Lahat ng tinapon doon ng RRQ, pinaghandaan at nahuli pa ni Dep. Look at how clean and isolated all these duels are. Ito ang tunay na lakas ng Zeta Division pag lahat sila online eh.
And hopefully matuloy-tuloy nila dito, Dax. Konti lang yung kalamangan dito ng RRQ. It's not over till it's over sa mapang to because they need 13 to finish it out. And you can see definitely RRQ even struggling to hold everyone down, pinpoint everyone's location. And of course, to put them on towards the chokehold, like what happened here in Haven. They cannot replicate that success, but they could sure do play towards their devices right now at kung anong meron na kanilang mabibigay.
At ito na nga binibigay na daw ang RRQ ang lahat para makapasok dito sa B-side. Ito na naman tayo daw, EJ try and play. Tago muna sana sa ilalim doon ng paglabas ng market. But now, doon sila mismo sa site. And interesting enough, tatlo lang dito pa site ng RRQ ang nakapwesto mismo sa objective. Instead, you have Elmimore as well as Xpero on the lurk. Market sana ang gusto nila tamaan out of nowhere. And Zeta Division funneling themselves in. Ito na naman dito sa speedway natin. Pila na naman para sa Zeta Division. Ang audition na alam natin nakikita. With Sugar Zero last, makikipaglaban. Pero alam ng RRQ kung saan pupwesto dito ang Zeta. It's all about the angles here for RRQ. And there you go. Another round for them.
Oh, it's just quite unfortunate. It was just that. A simple dynamic, a simple factor in the game. The angles, the timings as well here na napapunta para sa side dito ng RRQ. Just knowing where to pick and where. Side by side to that is just gonna be the successful retake that we have just witnessed. And everyone's hopes just been like, nag-rise up talaga, and we definitely see here sa side ng Zeta, mapipilitan sila para to put on hold ang momentum na nakuha ngayon ng RRQ.
And RRQ just looks so stellar right now. Palagi nagsasabi mga tao, handa na ba ang RRQ mag-play as a team? Ito na ba yung mga units na to na nagsama-sama? Nung nakita natin sa lock-in, marami pa silang kailangan ayusin. Kaya natanggal sa maaga. And it was also the case nung last laban nila dito sa VPL. But then again, now against Zeta Division, na sila rin naghahanap ng tamang configuration. It seems like yung RRQ mas may sagot ngayon eh.
And if you even think of that naman din, you could definitely see how RRQ is medyo may konting kalamangan talaga, especially in terms of like the firepower, because everyone, regardless if you're like online as a team or not, you could definitely rely on those individual plays na nagagaling from a lot of their players. You see plays like for sure expected from the duelist, which is EJ, but you cannot discount on what Flipsider can do, what Duge could even contribute as well. Aside from being utility players, aside from being expected initiators and controllers, you have to step up as well for your team and taking out those trades, taking out those frags, in which you could definitely see them making an effort so far.
Tinusob niya, oh! Dep buhay pa! At yun, pumila pa para sa kanya! Dep finds two immediately! Zeta Division! Ginulat na lang yun ng RRQ! And it's been one of their strongest strengths so far here for the side of Zeta. Bigla na lang may gust of wind, bigla na lang may force of nature, at bigla na lang may Dep na lulusob sa'yo.
A really good way for them to put them down on towards the depths of the sea. But hindi pa sila ma-overwhelm, hindi pa sila malulunod dito sa mga utilities na tinatapon dito so far ng RRQ or sa side dito ng Zeta, na mukhang kakalmahan muna natin dito ang mga pushes or mga executes na binabalak ngayon ng RRQ. Now they have a minute left. For sure, they have to figure out kung ano mang pinakamadaling mapapenetrate na site for this time around with their limited amount of utilities and the limited amount of time that they even have to work around with.
That was all Dep, honestly. Tingnan mo yung utility ngayon ng Zeta Division. Meron pa silang mga meron pa silang mga flashes, at yung shock dart, hinahawakan pa rin ni Laz. Nakapasok lang siya doon, nakatungtong lang doon sa taas, and then as soon as he dropped down, nagulat lang yung RRQ. Ba't kayo nandito? Di ka naman invited, diba? Ba't ka nakikisama?
Pero grabe din. Grabe din yung initiative nila na kinakailangan talaga nila yung some sort of aggression coming in for them. Like some sort of play na hindi condition ng RRQ for them to actually do. And which is Zeta just pull out the quick on like a pocket, like I wouldn't say like a pocket strat, but some initiative na kung saan they would catch everyone off guard para sa side dito ng RRQ, which is they did. They got frags and
tapos na yung round.
Tapos na yung round.
Parang mas nagulat pa sila sa shocked eh. And then wala na. They were like, save na tayo? Anyari dun? Reset na lang. Okay naman, may rounds pa naman to give. Pero kung kaya gawin ng Zeta Division yun na paulit-ulit, makikita natin magiging problema sa RRQ. Kasi ang setup ang isa sa pinaka-importante sa sync between si EJ, si Flipsider, at si X. Pero kung hindi nila makuha yun, manguna na lang si EJ mag-isa, and then that's where it kind of falls apart for RRQ unless makahanap siya ng maraming pitas along the way.
Which is not exactly what we want to expect coming out from this team. You can't have a single player carry the entire burden of like fragging out the entire game, because aside from experiencing fatigue, iba talaga yung pressure na bibigay mo sa duelist with that type of responsibility. They have to step up for sure, but everyone else has to provide the necessary support, has to provide and pave out the best avenue for your duelist to even shine. It's not a one-man effort, it's a 5-man team that has to contribute to this win.
Inspiring yun ah. Pwede ka na maging coach, Ling. Proud of you. But then again, tama ka naman, diba? RRQ, synchronicity ang hinahabol nila dito sa season na to. Yung pagsama ng Pinoy at ng Indonesia.
Which is like, could be a challenge. Difference of playstyle, there's language barrier.
Okay lang yun.
May mga ibang terms.
Okay lang yun, may ASEAN naman, diba?
Grabe ka naman!
Diplomacy! Feel ko kasi, ang RRQ ang tunay na ambassadors to Indonesia ng Pilipinas. Pero ito talaga, ang mensahe na pinapadala dito ng Zeta Division, bawal pumasok ng B-side. 10 already, shutting down EJ, 5v4 na kagad to. And as it stands, mukhang nakapila din dito ang RRQ, playing towards the speedway. Desperado silang makakuha ng site mismo. Elmimore will get a takedown, but 10 is still here! 10 is ready! And 10 galing na naman nakikita natin dito. Sabi nga, diba, you can't spell 10s without 10. Ito si 10, ayun yung Z sa Zeta.
And you don't even have to see like yung mga 10 zoomies dun sa mapang to. It's just the Killjoy chilling sa mapang to, just holding off the angles. And gotta say, this is like a completely different perspective, or rather, like perspective talaga that we could be expecting coming out from the anchors, just fully maximizing their roles and what we expect them to even do. Anchor down the site. For sure, 10 understood the assignment. And RRQ, sila naman ngayon ang napakall ng timeout. Sila naman ngayon ang napatanong kung ano ba talaga ang nangyari sa larong yon. And, naku, parang David, di natuwa. Nawala yung smile kanina sa mukha. Grabe.
David? Sino yan? Sino si David?
Ex-Pharaoh.
Oo, si paring Tebotol, di ba? Paring ex-Pharaoh ngayon. Grabe ka talaga eh. Kanina si Tyson, ngayon si David. Link 2X. Tropa ng mga pro player.
Tropa ng bayan.
Tropa ng bayan. Green flag by the way. Green flag.
Green flag.
Congratulations sa'yo. 9-9. Nakabawi na nga ng Zeta Division. And we saw for the last 2 rounds, high-impact players para lang manalo. And that's always been the case para sa side ng Zeta. Nakita natin yung miracle run doon sa Reykjavik kasi may nag-step up, kasi may nag-pop off. And in essence, para sa side ng Zeta, kung meron nga silang yung tipong pwede tingnan and gamitin standard for play, right now we're seeing it from both Tep and Ten eh.
And parang sa akin kasi, they are basically giving a like the right example for the rest of the team, which everyone has to follow. For sure, it's hopefully we would not rely on the successes of the frags na ginagawa ni Tep and Ten dito sa larong to. And might as well have everyone have that contribution, at least have that effort at least dito coming out from the side for Team Zeta. But may kasagutan mga dito si EJ at si X-Pharaoh. Isang mabilisang round lang yun, Dax. Ubus na kaagad. RRQ. They were not ready.
No.
I swear, they were not ready for that mid-push.
Diba sinasabi nga natin, diba? Pag confident dito ang Zeta Division, tutuloy lang nila yung ginagawa nila and then some. Mas pupush pa yan, mas hahanapin kung saan naipit ang RRQ. And case in point, nung nakuha lang nila yung scan na nandun sila sa mid-link, dumiretso na ang Zeta Division from that point on. Happy naman sila, kita mo, rami nilang pera yung RRQ naghihirap ngayon. And sige, mayroong mga rifles ngayon ng RRQ, pero dito na magiging alanganin talaga ang pwesto ng RRQ moving forward.
Kailangan that they have to make or break. Like this round could actually make or break what's gonna happen for the rest of the game. RRQ slowly and steadily trying to creep their way in dito papuntang A-site. Lineups are gonna be there. Si Ten nawang muli ang mag-a-assim, but si 2K is gonna be there for the quick on punish. Now, stars deployed. Joker 0 puts out the paranoia, but of course they're not exactly gonna be putting out the utility of the use. He does connect to a few more plays, but he's gonna be taking 2 down with him. Now, quick on answer back from crew at mukhang the spike is gonna be not planted just yet. Lockdown muna bago everything. And we have to wait for a single stench of Laz kung saan ba siya nagagaling.
Nasaan si Laz? Nako, may Odin siya. Kung kaya na gawin kanina ni X, pero alam nyo na ang mangyayari dito. The big gun at the ready. But then again, RRQ, nanalo naman sila sa trades. Kita natin, diba? Nakapasok sila dun sa site. And now in the post-plant scenario, 2G ready rin with the cosmic divide if ever. Play post-plant. Dun lang musma sa main. Ayaw nila matamaan nung mga wallbang angles, especially Toretto with confirmation. Sinira muna yan. Mukhang tulad na dito ng rifle si Laz. But RRQ, they're playing so patient right now. Linkita talaga. Timing is everything. Tama na raw ang bakbakan. Tama na ang sapakan. Instead, we play for objective. At sige, Laz, alis ka na dito. Amin ang round na to.
Oh, they really needed that too, TBH Dax. Parang kinakailangan talaga na to even take away yung streak na ginagawa sa kanila ngayon ng Zeta Division. And not only that, economy-wise, it is not looking so good. That was possibly the last full-on buy sana ng RRQ, even if they lost that. But utilities are there, magandang gamit sa lockdown para makapag-delay man lang sa retake dito na almost impossible for Laz to do. But you cannot still underestimate dito sa players ng Team Zeta Division on what can actually bring up so far. We've seen a few aggressive plays on A main, on mid, but could they actually replicate the same type of success even if they're gonna be playing it for the flank?
Sa
If
totoo
they
lang,
even
diba?
decide that.
Hindi, sa totoo lang, diba? Baka ito nang kailangan masagot ng RRQ. Disiplina na ba ang magiging kailangan nilang gawin moving forward? Kasi kailangan na mag-ingat! Kung hindi, nako, yun yung mangyayari. El Mimor, saan ka papunta? Natamaan pa nga nung Odin dyan dun sa dulo. But there you have it. Hunter's Fury gonna be the call. Pero desperado makahanap ng trade. RRQ making space also. Papunta pa nga dun sa spawn. But then again, di pa sila nag-plant ha. Gusto nila dawin yung spike na yan papunta sa may A side dahil lang sa Cosmic Divide nila. Cut noise but Crow with the final Pero big pick kasi yun yung spike at Zeta Division. Naghahanap na lang kung sino pa kailangan patayin. Tatakas muna dito si Tuge but that is such a big pick and such a big impact galing sa Zeta na naman.
What the best decision making that I've seen so far coming out from this scale is for him to disengage himself from the conversation sa City and even lands out a quick on frag all across the mid position. Which is where we see those tiny moments na nangyari sa larong to put Zeta up to the advantage once again. They have the spike in their possession, and of course, they know where RRQ could possibly be. And there we have it, the frags, the information, just going right so far for the defense, and where we see RRQ once again, nako, not exactly in the best form possible here in this game. Naku, waiting game.
10 seconds game left. Na tapos na tong round na to. Tuge will have to go for the save and Zeta Division. Ito na naman tayo eh. Sige, may gagawin yung RRQ para lang makuha yung parte ng mapa na gusto nila gamitin. Pero handa pa rin yung Zeta. Nagbabantay sila kung saan man pwede pumunta dito ang RRQ. It just really goes to show this Zeta Division, nahirap nga sa mapang to, nakakaano pa rin ang sagot Ling eh.
Nakakarap ng sagot, and the sagot was like they're playing for that utility na tinapon nila coming out from the Astra wall. That made a huge difference on how they were basically reacting towards the map, and doon pa nga sila nalalason sa sarili nilang utility rather. And this is where we see Zeta just trying to, play this in a really smart. They're outplaying their enemies. That's gonna be the word here tonight. If RRQ was forcing out those frags and try to exercise a little bit more discipline, Zeta just knew how to play around that still.
Ini-expect, diba? Nostra ngayon ng Zeta kung saan pumapwesto dito ang RRQ. Through utility and just through game sense as it stands. Pero syempre, RRQ, bias pa rin tayo. May laban pa rin naman. At nakikita natin dito, baka nga si EJ pa ang kailangan pansinin. He is gonna disengage though. Maraming tao na naman dito sa site ng Zeta. Ayan ang buong crowd ng Zeta Division sa gitna ng mapa. But as this happens, Sugar Zero, siya ang kailangan mag-ingat. Double up ka kay Flip Sugar at kay Tuge dun sa main. Nag-default na lang dito ang RRQ at naghahanap ng small opening para makapasok.
Small opening, kinakailangan talaga nila for sure. Lesser angles for them to even clear out could make the life even a bit easier dito with the entries coming in from EJ. Now, magtatakam pa tayo dito to even go in for the A-side push. And speaking of that, the split could be a good way to go, especially when makita natin dito, utility agent is gonna be out in a very vulnerable position, but we still have to take into account na nandiyan si Depp on the corner, on tree, nagtatanim, and even cooking all the crops they could actually pick off. Flash pick for one kay Crow. Wala siyang makikitang follow-up coming out from his teammates, but that is gonna be, naku, Elmi Moore nakapagkuha pa nga ng quick on flag para sa kanya, but quick on direct para kay Ten. Naku, wala pang spike pad na nakukuha, but mukhang pipilitan nila ito. The lockdown, defensive side, pushing everyone out of the site once again. Doors have not been unlocked. Doors have not been broken just yet. We still have the Odin, but there's no sign, there's no sound, and there's no presence being known here coming out from Zeta or RRQ. Except for the information dito, Tax, they could go on for the quick on double swing, but they still chose not to. 1v1, 1v1 with a great one. Naku naman si Ten! Isa pa ang kinakailangan niyang uubusin. Kailangan niyang tatapusin. And of course, to even think of that, may kailangan mo siyang defuse na gagawin dito. But si EJ ginugulangan lang dito. At meron nga ba siya enough time? Yes, he does!
Na-clutch pa ng Zeta! Dun sa dulo yun! And it is now map point for them. Mukhang may chance pa nga mag-map 3 tayo dito. At muntik na sana yun sa side ng RRQ. Sa totoo lang, kay EJ, nahabol niya at nahanap kung sino man yun na de-defuse. Kita mo yung swing dito. Transfer niya talaga papunta kay Laz. Na-realize niya na okay siya pa na de-defuse. Pero kung napatay lang din niya si Ten, mas may pag-asa pa sila doon. Ten instead has just been absolutely impressive this series. 10 talaga ang naiwan ng score dito sa RRQ. Sabi ni 10, tama na yan, kami na ang magawagi dito. And here we go again, Ling. Depth with the same thing. Crow is there too. Tingin sa taas, RRQ, kasi ayan ang Zeta aapak sa inyo.
Hindi na kailangan tingin sa taas. Napunta na sila sa taas. Nasa langit na sila ngayon. They did not saw what was coming for them so far. They were basically given the same dish at mukhang napatanong sila, ano ba to? They did not even provide any counter at all. They for sure did the pre-fires, but it was only just that. Zeta, once again, successful take on towards A main. You see them crawling across the map dito. RRQ, naghahanap na naman tayo dito ng butas ng pagkakamali dito ng side ng Zeta. At it's not gonna be providing anything from there so far aside from those footsteps coming in from both, coming in from backside, stun, coming in from the Astra. Naku, hindi pa nga magko-connect ng maigi dito sa Killjoy na ito.
Tuge is there, though on site, at mukhang nakuha pa nga pareho! Kaya nga Tuge, diba? Gets the 2 that he needs, and now it's a 2v2 now. Spikes planted, at asa na si Expero. Hawak pa nga niyan, Phantom nalapitan, trying to play inside the smoke. Gustong lason lang dito, konting asim. But Laz is just crawling his way. Check ba niya, nakuli na pas yung bow and arrow. Hindi pa siya gaanong kahanda. Recon is there, timing is everything. Pero yun, napantayan ni Laz, pero hindi pa rin enough. Depth though with the trade. It's 1v1 right now, and up close! Naku, kinuchilyo na malala ng Bladestorm, lahat linabas at ang Zeta Division ang tutuloy pa rin sa series na to. 13-10, sabi nga, diba? Yung 10 na yan sa Zeta, yun lang yung makakuha ng RRQ sa dulo. What a way to even up the series.
That was like the on and off switch para kay 10 na yun. That was his go signal, his time to shine. And of course, the team actually understood the assignment as well. It is not just gonna be a 10 moment. That was a depth moment right there that completely clutched out that last round. Whew, insane.
Diba? May nakitandem eh. Kung meron tayong isang bayani, isa tayong may 10. Meron rin isa pang main character, si Dep. He is just absolutely activated right now from what we've seen so far. And dun talaga sa second half especially, yung mga plays na gusto gawin ng Zeta Division, they got away with it. Nakakalusob sila dun sa may A main, nakakapwesto sila dun sa may botas, nakakuha sila ng mga pitas for free. And while there were big moments from RRQ na nag-init si EJ, na nakakuha sila ng good wallbang value, especially galing kay Expero, yung Odin niya talaga ang pinamalakas nakita natin so far this tournament. It just wasn't enough for RRQ when Zeta Division yun na nakakontrol eh.
Parang nakikita ko lang so far sa RRQ, they were just trying to outgun. For here, I mentioned a while ago, Zeta was basically outsmarting them off the book, basang-basa. So far ang RRQ sa ginagawa nila, and for sure, they have been reading all the plays, reading and figuring out what is gonna be the possible counter here for like I would say one-dimensional play, of course, na may makikita rin from RRQ. But Dax, isipin natin, may Game 3 pa, and the panel for sure has a lot more things to say.
Diba, may laban pa, diba? Mayroon pa tayo makikita dito sa matchup na to. And I'm really impressed right now with Zeta Division kung kano ka-resilient sila. We've seen yung adjustments mismo on how their roles have been. And as of now, mukhang maganda ang configuration nila. Pero syempre, para i-breakdown yung configuration at nangyari doon sa mapang yun, itatap namin kayo doon sa panel.
At ayan, may Game 3 tayo, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the panel. Thank you, Ling and Dax, for the casting. And again, I'm your host, Big Skull, and I'm here with Juicy Brucey and Asarai. So, Asarai, mukhang safe tayo for now from the clown makeup. But anyway, going into this match, this one seemed a little bit closer from our first game, per se. I think that both sides weren't playing, they didn't start playing as spread out. And I think we saw some really, really strong holds from Zeta here. They were playing off of picks, and we saw them really making some really nice reads. Although they were playing slow, I think that, you know, Depp was doing his job as duelist, making a lot of space for his team, and they were just covering for him so well.
I feel like up to a point talaga, I just wanted to mention how big the impact talaga of 10 was. It was very much undeniable. Even though, yes, a lot of the players of Zeta were able to create such impact plays, I think they came online much later pa into the second map. And that's what we saw kung bakit sobrang lapit ang game na to, because I think it was 10 and Sugar Zero that was really creating those impact plays at the very start. Tapos, nung nag-flip na yung switch natin, it was the entire team. And as you mentioned, Depp really coming to life to also add to that, to that firepower ng Zeta Division.
Well, also another point here I would like to factor out for Zeta Division is let's give a comparison between the maps Ascent and our first game, which was Haven. Haven ba yun? Yeah, tama. I'm not missing anything. Haven.
Haven,
Haven. All right, so Haven, 3 sites, a lot longer, a lot bigger map. Now we're going into Ascent this time. It's going to be a lot shorter, 2 sites lang. And I think kanina we were pointing out that it's the indecisiveness of Zeta Division on where to commit. And since they have 2 sites, ano na lang yan, A or B, 50-50. So it's gonna be a lot easier for them to choose. And so that's why even if nag-start sila bilang attackers, it was a lot easier for them to capitalize on pero hindi nga sila lumamang, pero it was still pretty good so far.
That's right. And I mean, looking here at Dep, I think, like Asarai said, I think all of the players of Zeta went online here. I think 10 and Sugar Zero were just like, hey guys, we're doing this, wake up. And I think, Dep and everyone else, Crow, Laz, they all followed suit. And you could just really see Zeta, everyone pulled their weight here and they just enabled each other so much. And I feel like we're finally seeing Zeta, I think, be a bit more aggressive, kind of not playing by the book as much, or kind of innovating what they normally play by. And it's refreshing to see that they're doing this, especially against a team like RRQ.
What is interesting about that nga rin naman is Zeta Division, more than anything else, it's a very, very slow start. Honestly, I feel like it's not just a slow start, it's a very, very slow start para sa kanila. But once they get into the group, as you mentioned nga, there is so much options for them to start showing them. I kind of want to move a little bit lang muna and also talk about RRQ real quick. Do have to give a lot of commendation to Xfero. An absolutely monstrous hold when he was able to access yung Odin niya up to a certain point. Pero no, he was getting the highlights. He was really getting the highlights.
What was that thing that Dax said that you say? All walls are bangable.
On Ascent when you have an Odin.
It was a pretty big showing for Xfero in that game. Pero I mean, it's one of those book plays na parang you can never take it away from Valorant. Na parang yes, it's a very inclusive game. It's very diverse in a sense when it comes to gameplay. Pero may mga bagay talaga in Valorant wherein you just can't take away. Like for example, bangable walls, like Odin's na sobrang malaki. I mean, eto yung pinalabas ng RRQ, well, technically, Xfero. So, right now, we're watching in the maps right now, Reby, and Lotus this time. Kanina ko pa ito point out, it's RRQ's most picked map, pero hindi siya successful pa rin sa kanila. What can you say about that, Azaray?
Actually, before we go deeper onto Lotus, I just wanted to add lang din na, memes aside, jokes aside, what was one of the biggest things kung bakit I feel Xfero was able to do so much about that, with the Odin, is I think their ability to deny yung first presence ng Zeta Division dito, and that was Dep, right? Again, Dep was highlighted talaga, pero a little bit later pa on that second half, exactly. So if that is going to be what RQ is able to kind of create once more coming in sa Lotus map natin, that is a straight good shot formula in being able to take away map 3 for themselves.
I mean, I agree there. I feel like Xfero did a good job. Like you said, maybe the advanced read, the first presence is really important, especially on a map like Ascent. And I think that, I think Zeta started to use that in their favor, because we started to see that Zeta seemed to be advanced reading, like sabi nilang basang-basa talaga nila yung plays ng RRQ. It's as if they were expecting their plays. I remember RRQ was on defense and they pushed up A, but Dep utilized the Omen smoke and got free 2 frags off of that. And I I think that we had a lot of moments, even in the end, where Dep just caught to get out, and it was like a lot of maybe missed timings on RRQ, which is unfortunate, but also Zeta really kind of making sure they were always in the right place at the right time.
Exactly.
And it was just kind of, I saw that flawlessly in the last maybe 3 rounds.
Well, since we're talking about Toge right now, I mean, finally, yung Astra niya, it wasn't
You're
the same way.
waiting for that,
I'm
no?
waiting for Toge by Cebuano, brother, please! Game number 3, ayoko maging clown today. But anyhow, hindi na siya same. I mean, it's not the same as yung game number 1 where in 10, meron siyang 100 IQ play with that Cosmic Divine together with the lockdown sa killjoy niya. Hindi siya nangyari ulit. He wasn't able to bait out as much of RRQ in this game number 2. Pero it's still with Toge. Siya yung parang the last resort for RRQ going into this match. Parang if ever it's not gonna be Xfero or it's not gonna be like EJ going up, siya yung natitira on the last few rounds that it would always get time to close it out. So, waiting for that to approach again on game number 3 kung mangyayari ba to, or hoping na si Elmi Moore
steps
so
up straight, diba?
we see something out of him.
That's the kind of weird thing then is Tuge has so much impact, but at the same time, he doesn't have many situations to actually show that impact no second map. If you look at yung kanyang stats kanina, he only had a maximum of 10 kills, which is very minimal considering that we ended like 13-10. That is a lot
13-11.
13-11, excuse me. So that's a lot of rounds where he was basically just done and dusted. Because if you also, again, look at that series back, or that second map back again, one of the players that really shut him down was the player that really was able to shine during that second half, which was C-Dep. So unfortunately for Tuge, he was very much null and void. So hopefully, as you were mentioning, he can bring it back to game number 3. But kita mo na shutdown talaga yung performance, at least in that second map.
Wait. Hear me out before anything else.
What is it?
Game number 1, nahirapan yung Zeta Division with a 3-site map, di ba? Game number 3, we're going to Lotus. So yung tanong, handa na ba kayo magka-clown makeup?
Parang confident mo naman Azrai, we can't let this happen.
Well,
I believe in Zeta.
I believe in Zeta. It's out of our hands. But I will say then, even though the very obvious very obvious similarity ng Haven and Lotus is that they're a 3-sided map, there is a huge difference in terms of, I think, understanding pala ng teams natin dito because, again, it's very new, as well as yung rotation, yung abilities to rotate dito for teams. Kasi on Haven, attacking side rotations is much more on your side of the spawn.
Especially with flankers, right?
With flankers, exactly. Pero sa Lotus naman, you can actually go through certain links and then be able to create openings there. So there's a lot more options, I feel, on Lotus. And the fact that I've seen at least before dito sa Lotus is it does tend to be there's like 2 percentages dito, or like 2 statistics. At the very start of Lotus, it looked very attacker side heavy. Pero some teams right now, mostly Korean teams, are starting to make it more defender sided now. So I wonder how well the transition is for Zeta in that regard, because they do play somewhat similar to their Korean counterparts. But at least that's what I just wanted to iterate dito with the statistics of Lotus. Yes, exactly.
I mean, I agree with you there because we have Zeta here, and I believe they are starting on defense this
Are they
time?
starting on defense this
Yeah,
time?
so I really feel like this might be a really good opening for them because, again, remembering now, I think RRQ also has a very, very strong start on attacking. So I'm kind of retracting the statement I was about to say where Zeta was going to have their comfort pick on Lotus, although they will have some hard times, on 3 sites. I do think that we may see RRQ kind of like come back here because they realized, okay, they've come online and we've got to shut that down. And seeing that all of Zeta has pretty much come online at this point, we need to start seeing that from RRQ. We need to see them pick it up. And looking at it now, I really feel like Zeta might, although they've come online, I really feel like they're going to have a hard time here just because knowing that RRQ is starting on attack.
Exactly. And if we are to base numbers alone, although my heart belongs with RRQ, diba? Pero if we are basing in numbers, kung titingnan lang natin so far in the 5 months, wala pa kasing, we don't have any records so much in a pro high-level tier from Zeta D going into Lotus. Pero if we are looking at RRQ, it's their most picked map. However, there were no success over here. Yung average map score ng RRQ going into Lotus is just 4.5, a round of natin 5. And if attacker sided or defender sided, they never breach the 3-point mark. If ganun yung either side. So if we are going to look at percentages as well, if they're starting out as attackers, it's not the best for RRQ then, although my heart is with you guys. Yung attack win percentage nila ever since has been around 17% from discounting pa to last week, and then their defender side around 25%. So them starting out as attackers, dito natin makikita if they have more cohesion rather than Zeta D in attacking this kind of map.
And the weird thing then for RRQ, at least for now, is just setup transition nila with what composition they actually want to bring in on this one. If I'm just looking at my notes real quick dito, when they were playing in Sao Paulo, they actually had the double duelist, having that Cypher on this particular map. When they played during last week against Gen G, they also went back for the more, I guess, safer, with the breach as well as the sky. But honestly, I'm not a biggest fan of the breach anymore in this particular map. I feel like there's other agents that work just much better. Double Sentinel, I feel like, is so much stronger here. Sage plus the Killjoy just gives a lot more impact. You get yourself maybe the Gecko. Gecko's actually incredibly strong on Lotus.
That's one thing that I'm looking forward to because again, this is Lotus. This came around the time that we had Gecko, and we haven't seen Gecko played yet here in Valorant Pacific League. So I'm really hoping he comes because it's like, sayang naman yung bagong agent, and I really feel like this is kind of the agent. This is the map where Gecko would, shine. I really think, I personally experience in rank. I do not like going against Gecko in Lotus.
Since we're talking about Gecko, then among the players from RRQ, sino ba yung pinaka-viable maglaro ng RRQ? I'm thinking over here it's gonna be Xpero kasi he mains Sky over at Lotus. So I think Xpero or like Tebotol, sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam, I think he's the closest to play Gecko since siya din naman yung flex for the team. Or do you see more of an Elmi Moore playing this one?
I don't think Elmi Moore will. I don't know, Elmi Moore also plays an initiator, Sova, before. Pero since it is Xpero's job now to be that initiator, I think he can pick it up. I don't see Flipsitter doing it though, kasi he's supposed to be the entry fragger, and Gecko plays a whole lot more slow compared to any initiator kasi sayang pag binato mo lahat ng abilities mo and then you pick it up. That's a strong point of Gecko right now. You can actually, I think, infinitely pick up Dizzy.
Yeah, you can reuse his utils, which makes him so strong. Yeah, exactly. And then, if Xpero is able, I feel like I kind of agree that Xpero may pick him up, may be the one to pick him up. And I feel like the way that he holds sights, I kind of feel like he'd be the one who'd be able to reuse his util because I don't think that, he's not going to die when he uses his util. He's definitely going to win those duels, pick him up back up again.
Lalabas na naman yung malaking Odin niya eh. Gagawin na naman ni Xpero ulit.
Also, to add lang pala, just since we are going on a tangent and the ifs and buts, what if picking up the Gecko, one strong suit of Gecko right now is at least pre 6.08 ata is if you actually kill Gecko while Wingman is planting the spike, the Wingman doesn't
he will continue.
He will continue planting it. So it's not the newest patch, which pag namatay si Gecko, Wingman also breaks down. So that is at least something that they can use just in case lang, diba?
Yeah. True, and it's a free source of gold. But anyway, I think our game is just about to start. So
hindi, mag-usap pa tayo.
Joke lang daw.
We got betrayed by the production.
How could he do this?
Oh my god.
Anyway, looking at the scoreboard here, we have Zeta and RRQ with 1-1. Again, our map now is Lotus. So RRQ kind of looks poised to win this just on map picks alone. Yeah. And again, we are hoping for the Gecko pick. But based on how these games have gone so far, I'd like to know what is everyone's predictions, based on what we've seen now.
Like numbers? Yeah. Predictions in numbers?
Who's winning this, who's wearing the clown makeup, basically?
Oh, that's gonna be you guys. Pero if I'm
going down, Zeta Division pa din ako. Again, I have a lot of faith on just how 10
just has
10
just
awoken. Dude,
he's woken his third eye open.
He woke up and never slept. And never went back to sleep.
I think he's not gonna sleep until the end. Parang he wants to continue the extra mile. But for me, if I am to put this with numbers, I think RRQ, it's gonna be a pretty close match. I think yung ending score dito, naiisip ko lang if it's gonna be number... Oh, wait. Neon Dep.
Very change. We have seen Neon on Lotus a lot, and it's kind of nice, compared to the two games we've had. Definitely a huge change in agents from what we've seen, but we have the Neon and Fade. Kind of not what we expected. From our original team comps, but how do you think this is gonna fare?
As attackers, okay yung Fade eh. I'm pretty okay with Fade being on attackers. Kung if Zeta starting with attackers, having a Fade over there with a Neon to follow up, okay siya. The only thing you have to worry about is it's gonna be Xpero if he's gonna be anchoring over that side because he's gonna be playing Sky going into game number 3.
There's a lot of good CC follow-up combos. Anyways, to CC and follow-up will be our casters, Dax and Ling.
Sige, email namin sa iyo, Nasaray, ha? At ito na naman tayo, guys. Decider now between RRQ and Zeta Division. Dax and Ling yet again together. Pero syempre, si Chef Wendell, asan na yung bago nating recipe? Syempre, nanalo kanina ng Zeta Division. Mag-change tayo ng ating cuisine. So, ngayon, guys, tayo gagawa ng katsudon. Grabe yung shimmer. Yan. O, Ling, ano kailangan mo para gumawa ng katsudon?
Una, kinakailangan nyo ng 2 bonus pork chop. Check nyo yung ref nyo, guys.
Ano pa?
Kailangan nyo ng salty taste, black pepper, at all-purpose flour. I think this is for the batter.
Bilisan mo ba?
At kailangan mo ng 5 itlog at 5 5 itlog and 1 cup panko breadcrumbs.
Mas konyo ka pa talaga sa konyo eh. Yung tuloy, hindi natin natapos yung ating listahan. Game na kagad eh. Kailangan mo ng panko, kailangan mo ng oil, kailangan mo ng soup stock, soy sauce, mirin sugar, medium onion, at Japanese rice na steam syempre. Para masarap ang luto ni Mama.
Jasmine rice lang yung meron sa bahay.
Grabe ka naman.
Kailangan Japanese rice.
Syempre,
para the full Japanese experience.
Diba? Siyempre, Chef Wendell makes no substitutes. Let him cook. At siyempre, iniintay natin, magluto na naman ang dalawang teams natin dito sa Lotus. Yung totoo lang, nakikita natin sa history ng Zeta Division, never pa nila nalaro ang Lotus sa kanilang mga run. They're gonna run the Neon and the Fade together. Doon naman sa side ng RRQ, kasi yung nakikita natin composition dito, yung ninabas nila last week sa VPL. And of course, kasi hindi si Eman yung naglalaro, hindi tayo mag-double duelist. Instead, you get double initiator here. So Zeta, A-site muna ang atake nila.
Nako, this could be a really effective agent draft though. Quite promising para makita natin from our first impression. Para dito sa side ng Zeta, they have decided to settle in for the Neon. And of course, like that panel has mentioned a while ago, they really actually want to see the attacking side fade dito. Especially for last to even step up to the play. Let's see kung anong kanyang matatapon dito, given that his teammates are gonna be swarmed here. On the side of Zeta, he's just gonna be facing no fear at all as they try to even make their way towards the side.
Quick execute sana dyan, pero RRQ naka-race back na rin, nakakuha pa rin dalawa. EJ though, ready to fight back. Flips Jitter! Saktong flash lang, bulag na bulag, wala makikita si Crow. Crew na lang instead, and Elmi Moore will find the takedown. Last na lang natitira dito yung 1v3, at nako, delikado pa to. May tumatalon, may nag-iingay. Hunt pa more kasi hindi sila matatakot. Flips Jitter with a 3K, and RRQ will win out pistols.
Oof, enough initial casualties are coming out from their side. They just here to even want to finish out the round quite so soon. No chance at all for the side of Team Zeta to even place themselves in proper post plans. And if you look at that, they have even given us like a little bit more effort, I have to say, and a little bit more team play, like how we expect them to even have, especially with those peaks, especially with those utilities, which gives them quite a good momentum in the start.
Yan. Ito talaga yung para sa side ng Zeta. Sige, mabilis maging execute na papunta sa side. You're gonna get Depth and Crow to do just that with the Neon and the Breach together. Pero ano magagawa mo dun sa space na yon kung nandun pa rin ng RRQ, kung mag-swing rin sila. At ito naman natin makikita, yung RRQ rotations ang pinaka-importante. EJ though, ang asim! Diniretso lang at wala kagad bura sa mapa ang Zeta.
What a beautiful flash here. At then of course, EJ fully capitalized on that. Napakagandang asim play, well-timing, and of course, a well-rounded support given out from our EJ right there. What a flawless play. And of course, hindi na naman siguro ina-expect ng Team Zeta ito. Nandun na sana yung idea of taking on the C-long push, but EJ was just here to farm them all. Farm muna bago luto.
Ling, pag nakikita ko to pag may play si EJ na tinutulungan ng mga flash na ni Xfero o ni Flips Jitter, alam ko lang, yung words of affirmation, hindi lang sa Pilipino, kung hindi sa Indonesian rin, ×2 ang impact.
×2 damang-damang hanggang sa susunod na henerasyon. And before we even talk about generations here, Dax, so next round, ang kinakailangan talaga muna natin aalahanin because tatakang pa mo uli itong Zeta Division to even go in for the seaside push once again. Once we actually see that being catalog na kanyang pagpupush dito sa site at mukhang hindi pa nga sila mag-rehit. Oh, they did.
Tinamaan na tuloy. Naghintay ka pa At Zeta Division, at least, meron kasi konting advantage naman sila moving forward. Pero nag-hold back sila. Ni-expect na nila yung RRQ, make that aggressive play, punish that towards that C-site. And as it stands right now na, itong Zeta Division, dun pa rin sila sa C. Si EJ na ang kailangan magbantay. He knows how the impact is coming. Ayan na nga yung flash na, hindi pa siya matatamaan though. But then again, with a single cloud burst, mapapa-rotate na naman dito ang Zeta where that A-site looks vulnerable
Vulnerable, completely open. Parang 7-11, always open dito. Dax at Mukhang, they're just gonna be racing their way towards the site once again. But he still could not even discount the fact that RRQ won out the retake with the pistol. But what can they do though with a full-on buys na posible nilang maibabalak at may sasagot dito sa sighting na bibigay sa kanilang Zeta. Now, post-lands coming on and wala pong mga full-time natapon because wala na nga yung reach nila that would put them in really bad spot to fully disable them as well.
Yeah. Kulang nga, diba? Hindi makukuha masyado ng RRQ ang space na hinahabol nila dito. Instead, pwede sila umasa sa aggressive flash dito ni Xfero. Kita rin natin si Tuget na try na mag-play towards that main. And case in point, dito sa puno, ayan na yung Ibon, pero bawal mag-nest dyan. Hindi to yung bahay dito ni EJ Crow with the takedown instead. At ito na, the Big 10 goes in, and it will be the 3K there from Sugar Zero also. Zeta Division nakakuha na rin ng round.
Finally, tuloy-tuloy na sana to. At kung titingnan mo naman din nun, Dax, sa replay nga naman, this is where we see them actually trying to fully rely on the positionings themselves talaga, which actually made a huge difference as well. Aside from them, walang nakapag anti-flash man lang doon. It just like played out to their favor irregardless because it was quite overwhelming for this guy to even push on its own.
Regardless of that, RRQ right now, ngayon na sila may mga rifles, okay naman konti yung bonus nila doon. And if they're able to make that play yet again, kung gusto nila mauna talaga dito sa mapang to, kita mo yung kinukuha na ng map control link. Straight up towards A main, aggressive stance para lang unahan sana yung Zeta. Pero since hindi sila pumunta ng direction na yon, instead, nag-iintay sila labas ng lobby. Kung sino man mag-pick, baka patay pa nga dito ngayon.
Konting disiplina mo naman dito makikita coming out from the side ng RRQ, which what they actually definitely need. Speaking of that, discipline comes information. Information comes to the reaction here. Coming out from the side from Team Zeta. Tatapunan ng konting electric bolts dito para ma-slow out, para makapag-disable. Mukhang si EJ ang makapag-refag man lang para sa kanyang kakampi. But last as well, with a quick conch kill. At mukhang si Tuge mag-run away pa muna sa labanan na ito. 3K for him. That's gonna be triggering a rotation coming in from the backup dito for the Killjoy. A flank could be great here, given that the Neon is still gonna be low on HP with crowd buff pa nga. LB Moore just delivering the frag just there and just right.
Kala mo sapat na. Yun pala kulang pa.
Kulang.
Kulang. At ito sana para sa side ng Zeta. Maganda na yung Punish. Nag-start sila ng Prowler. Naglagay sila ng Flash. Pero Tuge with the 2 into the 3K. Big damage rin, I believe, na nasaktan nila si Dep na parang 4 HP na lang. And from that point on, ayun na, naririnig mo talaga. Hype na hype kung anumang lingwahe yan. Sige, okay na lang. 3-1 scoreline here for RRQ. Big momentum at may blades pa nga dito sa EJ ngayon.
Lahat ng love language kailangan matutupad mo para kay EJ. Words of affirmation, acts of service through those flashes, and there we have it. Good on site executions. All they have to know is to get that information na posibleng bukas na nga rolling thunder kilang kokomit para pakapagsigurado man lang na walang tao dito sa backside.
Alam mo, feel ko lang na kailangan natin matuto yung mga words of affirmation ng Indonesian side. Para talaga.
I know a few words.
Alam mo, siyempre bawal yan. Bawal yan sa atin. Pwede sa kanila.
Language ko talaga yun eh.
Language ko rin yun pag hindi tayo nasa broadcast. Pero ito na, broadcasted ang location dito ngayon ng RRQ. On the flank, EJ gets 1. 4v4 na to kagad ngayon. Lockdown though, gonna get broken. At ang Zeta Division, ipit na kagad dito sa may site mismo. They still have a 3 position though. At pinapansin ko rin, ano gagawin ng Omen ni Sugar Zero in terms of timing. Tendo with the takedown. Sugar Zero, nahuri na rin si Flip Shitter. Ang RRQ, hindi handa dun sa mga angle na malapitan. At sila pa ang mapapa-out ngayon.
Sila pa mapa-out. Sila pa muna ang magba-back out rin dito sa engagement na ito, which is not exactly worth it for them to lose out naman tong mga guns ito, given that they actually don't even have that much economy to even invest for the next round to come. Now, 3-2 na ang labanan dito, Dax. Really good execution play nakikita natin dito coming up from the Zeta, given that they have made the right choices so far on which side to take. Kanina, they have stumbled on the start, but for this time around, they've actually found their footing, and you know, they're just like starting to run towards the objective, and there is nothing here that binabato so far ng RRQ to even counter that.
Grabe, parang nakakapagod yun ang takbuhan.
Marathon, may neon eh.
May
neon.
Pang 10K.
10K marathon. Oh, speaking of 10K, kailangan may 10K. No, 10 kills.
Wow.
From 10 dito.
Yun yung numbers na hinahabol talaga natin. Pero sa totoo lang nga, diba, Zeta Division, pwede nga sila mag-agresibo sa umpisa at kailangan i-respeto yun ng RRQ. In case in point, Tugi flips to there. Doon na nga sa site mismo naka-anchor. Bumili pa rin dito ang RRQ doon. Naka-specter na lang si EJ at may blades na handa. But then again, RRQ right now, laki ng investment dito sa round na to. Gusto pa makipaglaban at yung A-site na ang pinaghahanda nila. But Zeta has a different plan. B na lang. Sirain yung pintuan, pwesto sa iba.
Pwesto sa iba at mukhang magpupwesto muna tayo dito papuntang B-site na kung saan swarm grenade, the floor is lava nga naman dito, Dax, na kung saan hindi nga sila makakapag-apak, nakapag-posisyon ng maayos. But speaking of that, the position is gonna be compromised here coming up from the sky on towards the top of site. X-Pero, mukhang mag-back on away muna tayo dito para makapag-decide or makapag-survive even a bit longer. Now, si Tuge could actually go in with a quick on flank though para sa Killjoy, but si Ten is a bit too busy on the other side!
Ano pinanood ko? Lahat nagpakita kay Ten na headshot, na headshot, na headshot. Top lang talaga ng top with the rifle and where did that come from, Ten?
I wanna see it.
Oo nga, 10 perspective,
I
go.
think inside the smoke.
Ito, tingnan mo to.
Ito yun.
Sige na. Sige, 10. Bam! 1!
Audition.
Boom! 2! 3! Grabe, oh!
Kinakailangan pa na ng obs is slow-mo para makita natin lahat ng frags. And that all happened in just a snap. Grabe ka na, Ten, kanina. Tinanap ka namin, nagpakita ka naman kagad eh. Di na ba miss out sa action?
Ano kaya first name ni Ten? Ben?
Baka Jonathan.
Hindi mo narinig sabi ko, no?
Ben? Ah! Biglang naging 4 arms, biglang nagbuhat ng team. Ganun yun.
So lahat ng pwede mo pa maisip doon. Sige, okay na lang talaga. At hindi okay dito ang RQ.
Ano ba gusto mo, Gray Matter? Ano magagawa ni Gray Matter dito sa larong to, Dax?
Mag-isip.
Actually, he's smart.
Okay, okay. Ay, nako. Let's make it brief here, Ling. It's gonna be RRQ right now. Lumalawan pa ng malapitan. Ito, eco round nila, pero nag-dash on in si EJ. Nag-try sila mag-make ng play doon sa may mound. Pero wala pa rin. Ngayon, handa na ang Zeta Division. Ngayon, ini-expect na nila na gagawin yun ng RRQ paulit-ulit eh.
Paulit-ulit lang alam. They understood the pattern. And speaking of that, they have actually drawn their own way. Paid their own way dito papunta sa side once again. Now, nako, si Dep. Nag-aabangan naman tayo dito na kung pwede lang namin mag-asim ang depensa dito. Inside their unang mapapunish. Si Ten as well, taking a few frags of himself. Naku naman, isang flawless play. Dito nanggagaling from the side of Zeta Division and walang katakot-takot na sila dito, Dax. RRQ is in bad shape right now. They have pushed down to a corner and they basically given everything in that round.
Sila na kailangan mag-adjust in this case right now here for RRQ. Kung pareho lang ginagawa nila dito, Zeta Division palagi silang magiging handa para lang sa mga laban. And it really just goes to show para dito sa Zeta Division yung adjustment nila in terms of expectation. Yung parang pag nakita nila paano sila mag-play off that contact at mapapatay mo at pa nga tayo dito just because RRQ right now, hindi nila mahanap yung sagot at all.
Hindi talaga nila mahanap na given that they're only stuck to one type of play style, and even if they try to exercise like a sort of like a different pace para sa team nila, makikita mo talaga sila na how they become really uncomfortable to something that I gotta say like a condition that they're not well accustomed to, which is something talaga that could pave a huge problem for the team overall. You have to be adaptable, you have to be innovative, and for this game here on Lotus, hindi natin nakikita yun. Kanina the problem was synergy, the problem was everyone just trying to like mesh well together, but it's much more bigger than that. We're looking at this in a macro level on how the team could actually beat out Zeta. We're not looking at those tiny details because overall makakover mo yung mga small flaws and everything else with the proper type of play, with the proper decisions that you're making in this game.
Ito pa yung struggles na nakikita natin sa RRQ rin eh. So last time na naglaro sa Lotus, nung na-read sila ng Genji na maayos, it was kind of the same case. And RRQ right now, maganda yung aggressive nila to try and stave off Zeta Division. Don't get me wrong. Pero besides that, ito na. Meron silang mount control. Mag-back away ang Zeta. Pero okay lang naman sa Zeta yun eh. Pwede naman sila mag-rehit pag umalis dito ang RRQ if ever.
Which is like is the ultimate test for the defense then. Kasi after that, like C-long pressure, what else? Anong mga gawa nyo so far? You haven't committed to objective in getting early frags. And what else can you do at this point? You have utilities for sure, but Zeta is just gonna be there para ita-test out kung ita-test out not just your patience, but what else can you do, like the next step for your team to exercise in this game. Because in these rounds, ang haba pa ng panahon for Zeta to even play around on. They have all the power, the pacing is parang nagpo-fully submit para sa kanilang side. And this is where we see RRQ not exactly putting any effort at all to oppose that.
Eto na. Po, opposition. Hinahanap mo yung laban, di ba? Rolling Thunder ang sagot ngayon ng RRQ. EJ and Flipshooter, rinig na rinig bigla ang impact ngayon ng RRQ. But Zeta still fights back and stay in the corner to get those takedowns. Si Ten at si Kruna naman ang mga kapatay ngayon. And it's Zeta now moving towards that A site. Yung face though na nadadala ni Dep. Ang bilis talaga ng rotate dito ngayon ng Zeta Division. At handa na sila mag-play for B. Lockdown pa nga galing kay Ten kanina at pa niya pinaghihirapan niya. Tuget trying to play out the doorway. Nagkikihintay si Ten. And next pero sige na, bayani sana, sinira yung lockdown. It's 2v1 though, on the site, sa gitna lang talaga, pero si Dep handa na rin. Andun pa rin si Ten to boot. It's just Zeta right now, lahat ng choices nila ay tama.
Oh, lahat ng choices ay tama. And for RQ, it was all, like, you see them making all the right choices, but as well, but it's just the timing. The timing of it all, nakita mo naman. They throw away all of the right utilities, but it's just like looking at the swing of the Ten dito, just fully capitalizing on the timing kung kailan mag-end. Well, ang mga flashes na iyon, they've dodged every utility na tinatapon sa kanilang RQ. They've dodged every aggressive play na pinipilit sa kanila ng kalaban nila, and Zeta was just right there to counter everything na tinatapon.
At ito nga, diba, straight up on the utility yet again. Zeta Division, tinuturuan na lang ang RRQ paano lumaban ng ganito. Senpai, teach me what to do right now. And it's Zeta are on site and in position. Commanding way to just wipe out RRQ. Naka-eco naman dito ang RRQ effectively. So, at least, hindi naman gaanong ka-big deal. But what can RRQ do next besides play aggressive eh?
Play aggressive. Tas hindi pa productive. Ito, yung problema. Kung mag-aggressive ka, hindi ka pa productive. And especially na they fully understand na yun na nga naging strength nila at yun doon sila naging komportable. The team is basically limited to one type of play in which Zeta has already figured out. And for that to even happen, and for this loss to even be prevented by RRQ, you have to think of something else here.
Yan, diba? Think outside the box, mag-isip na lang ng iba pang plano. And Zeta Division, plano panalo na naman para sa A-site na to. So, 6-3 scoreline, Zeta Division. Ang interesting dito sa series na to, marami tayong nakikitang streaks. Marami tayong nakikita na tuloy-tuloy lang isang team na nanalo, diba? And it's been kind of the back and forth na, okay, ikaw naman manalo, ako naman, my turn, diba? And this started off in a series na 9-0, diba? In favor of RRQ. And now, Zeta Division, iniba talaga nila yung pace ng game na to eh. Yung series mismo, actually.
But they might have actually gotten like a really slow start. Iba din talaga eh. Kasi aside from that, I could also like put in the factor that nobody has actually seen Zeta play on this map so far, which could be what they have been like binaon so far. Inaantay lang na nila ilalabas, which is what RRQ was basically not well prepared for.
Momentum right now para sa side ng Zeta Division. Trades para sa side ng Zeta Division. Case in point, huli na ni si Tuge. But Xpero at least nandun sa site at mag-aasahan ngayon ng RRQ. Laszlo fights back. 2v3 scenario ngayon. And for once, ito na nakita natin for RRQ. Sila ang may advantage. Even better though. Kasi meron lurk dito si Ten na nabasa na rin ni LB Moore. Mas may chance pa makakuha ang RRQ ng mga libreng pitas along the way.
Exactly. And speaking of that, you make pitas, you make the space, and makikita mo naman tayo dito na si Ten could already have the right avenues for him to actually take all of the cutoffs or rotations here, or possibly backstab yung killjoy mismo. Elmi more dito sa site na ito. But sa spot off siya, swarm grade muna para makapag-zone off. But si EJ, naku naman, nandito lang tayo patali-tali sa spawn at mukhang mahuhuli pa nga ng isang mabilisan doon, Dax. Elmi more, flip-sider. Dalawa na lang inaasahan natin dito from the side of RRQ to even play out this defense. But Laz is still fighting for her life, fighting for the team, fighting for Zeta Division, and putting this 1v2.
Ito na ba, para kay Laz, kanina pa natin i-expect siya ang magdadala dito ng Zeta. It hasn't happened as of yet. Maybe it's time now. Elmim Dordo and Flipshooter, ang mga tropa natin galong Indonesia. Handa na ba manalo dito ang RRQ? Yes, they are as Flipshooter. Ang ganda ng pag-anticipate niya dun sa may spawn, especially mismo. 4-6 may laban pa rin dito ang RRQ. Parang yung last map lang eh.
Gapang muna tayo, Dax. Gapang muna tayo. It's hard for them to actually put everything to full speed once again. Once they're actually trying to figure out what were the winning conditions in that round alone. They've gotten the picks for sure. They've gotten the mistakes here and pointed out every single one of them na ginagawa ng Zeta. It's hard for them. It's hard even for me to say that they're starting to get overly complacent. But for this time around, this level of professional gameplay, you could still see them shine with their strengths. And of course, playing this a little bit more smartly, not just going in for those highlights. There.
Kahit dito, magpapa-highlights ka pa. Kahit dito, pang TikTok okay yun Link 2XF presents highlights sa VPL. Huwag ka na mahiya. Alam naman natin na ito para sa side ng RRQ, bawi rin yan. Zeta Division though, here we go again with that A-main presence at kita mo, Dep is trying to play anti-flash right now. Ini-expect niya na RRQ lusob. Pero minsan lang to, RRQ actually just backing on the way. Doon lang naka-anchor na naman sa site. Gumana naman kanina
Gumana kanina, but this time is a completely different pace, Dax. Sila ngayon ang kumakalma sa kanilang pagpupush. Alam nila na nag-start na mag-iinit ngayon yung mga kalaban nila coming up from the side ng RRQ. Now, we want that init, we want that ASIM to even happen, and that is probably what Zeta is anticipating right now with their rubble hold. They could take all of the positions out there on tree with quick on flash peaks, but they still chose not to. Burn down the time, antayin natin itong Sky, and could possibly provide another road for them to even go on a different side. Nagbago ang kanilang landas, at mukhang tingnan natin kung tama ba ang kanilang dinidesisyonan na ang duels na ito. Elmi Moore, mukhang Killjoy ang kinakailangan talaga nilang haharapin. And of course, side by side with that, it's gonna be the bird, it's gonna be the Sky! All the way towards the heavens here, Dax. At mukhang si Crow, hindi muna tayo lilipad dito just yet. Mabubuhay pa tayo, slowly but surely, gagapang. At mukhang magre-retake man lang. Baka mag-flash, baka mag-take ng headshot na naman ako! Crow! Lower position, high ground sana magiging advantage. But mukhang Killjoy's dome is gonna put you back on towards your previous disadvantage. Now, Xfero has to step up here, has to go in for the 1v2s, the 1v1s, which he does not even take.
Hindi pa kinaya doon ng RRQ doon sa dulo. And kita mo palagi lang si Dep, laro niya anti-flash. Ini-expect niya na mag-pop flash dito ang side ng RRQ. Makapasok sila sa side for that retake just because of that. And buti na lang nahanap doon ni Xfero para lang try niya mag-clutch. But case in point, Zeta, nakapwesto na rin gamit ng lockdown. Nakapwesto rin sila with that A-main control. Nakakakuha at nakakatapon sila mga paranoia, nakakatapon sila ng utility. And it's something na na-notice natin dito sa side ng Zeta. Kung hindi i-contest ng RRQ yun, on the post plant, kahit dun sa may B-site, yun yung gagamitin na pwesto ng Zeta pa ulit-ulit lang
Which is basically what REQ definitely has anticipated so far sa larong to. Speaking of that, they have full-on commitment para sa A-site push, A-long pushes na ito. And then the other side of the map, we've seen efforts coming in from them, entering on towards C-site. Nakita mo ng Seekers have been committed as well. Lighting fingers. Ako naman, at mukhang magbaback away sila, Dax. Nag-commit ng lockdown, nag-decide mag-go into B, posible pa nga maiipit pa nga dito sa site. At, what?
Mag-out sila. Mag-out sila.
Hindi.
Pre,
grabe.
Maraming kalsada sa Japan.
Okay.
Maganda yung highway dun.
Walang traffic.
Maganda yung train. Bullet train nga, dire-diretso lang yan. And case in point, nakita natin, di ba, papuntang CB yung ating lockdown. Pwede na sa mag-rotate papunta ng A, pero yung reheat sabi nila, hindi tayo magbibigo, hindi tayo magpapatalo doon sa side take natin. Elmi Mordo playing towards the host, pero go again, sabi ng Zeta Division.
Go again. Try it for the second time around na this time. Nakikita natin muli si Depa magli-lead ng parade nila papuntang C. Spike being planted, not just yet, 29 seconds left on the clock, but Elmi Moore is still gonna be out for more kills. Quick counter, nakikita natin part of the Killjoy once again. Bladestorm does not even connect here for the side of EJ. Nako, Tuge. Flipsitter has to do all they can with the Stingers, with the Spectre. Will basically be enough. The Rolling Thunder is disabling everyone. For sure, they have the information. They know where the fate is. And that is gonna be the defuse and the retake with just the SMGs.
Nakulang pa rin yung ginawa doon ng Zeta. Sakto naman nang nag-push nila sa pupunta ng halls. Patayin sila Elmimore at si EJ. Pero dahil lang may waterfall control pa yung RRQ, dahil lang maganda yung angle na with that Rolling Thunder, nahuli pa rin ng RRQ ang Zeta Division in those cross angles in the first place. So well done sa side ng RRQ. Binawian naman yung Zeta Division. At sabi nila, sige, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, hindi tayo magpapatalo dito sa C-site. At syempre, ang panel natin, marami rin masasabi dito naman sa close half na ito.
Thank you, Dax and Ling. Welcome back to the panel. Again, I'm Rubikska, and with me is Juicy Brucey and Asarai. So again, we have a very, we have a very close game again. We have been seeing some promise from Zeta here, and they have been doing a lot of really good execution plays. RRQ has shown really good intention with their retakes, but it's really being answered back by Zeta. Like, nice try, bro. Pero, we're, do a little bit better.
Yeah,
well,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, ito lang masasabi ko. Clown makeup on the go. Joking. I'm scared. Second half, man. Attackers, RRQ, and Lotus. Not the best. Doon ako natatakot eh. Pero still big credits to get. Siya pa rin nagka-close up most of the rounds, even with the Stinger at that game. Map awareness, I think, pero handa na ako.
I like how you pointed that out kasi one of the biggest things I think na naging strength dito ng RRQ, as Reby was mentioning, is their ability to retake. I think right now they have been forfeiting the sites a lot more, and they have been getting the catches of a lot more, and that is akin to both Tuga as well as Xfero.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for them, I think this would have been a much more different outcome in the first half. Pero undeniably talaga, so much more than anything else, Zeta Division stand, he never really stopped na talaga. This entire Lotus map, you just saw him. Again, he just is showing us masterful gunplay. And over again, multi-kills upon multi-kills that is saving Zeta Division from maybe horrendous rounds.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I think, there's so much going on in this game, but we're going to have to give it back. Ling and Dax, take it away.
Si Ten talaga eh. Si Ten talaga eh. Lumalampas palagi ng 10 kills eh. 17 na ngayon. First half pa lang. And that's the case right now for Zeta Division. Kala natin, di ba? Si Laz yung mangunguna. Si Laz yung magiging superstar ngayon. But it's really the rest of the roster following suit. Ang example dito ni Ten. Now then, RRQ on the attacking side. Dito pa sila mas makaka-execute with that double initiator. Ang delikado lang, sino palagi yung kalaban nila on the anchor? Well, it's the man himself. Andyan pa rin si Ten eh.
Nandyan pa rin si Ten, but he doesn't have really much any utility to play around it. Wala siyang alarm bot. He's just gonna be the turret by his side. Could that be enough? Because a lot of situations though, I've seen a lot of backup that did contribute for Ten to even pull out those highlight plays. But for this time around, pistol lang kanyang hahawakan. At mukhang aso ang mukhang hahabol pa nga sa kanya at makapagbigay ng informasyon para dito sa side ng RRQ.
Sabi ng Trailblazer, wag na tayo dyan. And that's the case here for RRQ. Rotate muna. It's a little bit different kung paano magiging execute nila. Meron silang flashes para manguna, courtesy of Xfero and Flipshooter. EJ, of course, pwede pumasok lang with the jet itself. Pero syempre, kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat dun sa mga angle na saan sila pwede ma-stand, courtesy of Dep and Crow. And that's the case right now. Iniilagan lang nila muna ang pwede gawin dito ng Zeta Division. Also, RRQ taking a page doon sa ginagawa nila kanina. Straight up towards that B-side from the doorway. Paranoia daw. Gandang tapat na Sugar Zero. Meron bang makakapitalize? Lurk dito kay Elmore though will get the takedown right now. And Sugar Zero and 10. Andito na naman tayo. Zeta with a fast rotate. Handa na sila para sa B-take na to. Inuubos na nila yung mga members ngayon ng RRQ at Elmore layo mo masyado. This should be the round para sa Zeta.
Oh, definitely. Definitely that they have to even take this one out. Wala nga lang mabilisang rotation or itong flank man lang makita natin kay Elmore and actually paved the way to just like an easy defense on towards the B-side.
Hindi siya nasama sa aeroplano. Naiwan siya sa Jakarta.
Na-hold off sa immigration.
Oo, sabi parang mali yung passport mo dito, basta.
Magdala ka daw ng yearbook.
Ano ba kayo? Indo o Pinoy? Pili ka, diba? But ito, yung Japanese squad, handa palagi eh. They're always just so fast on the rotate right now. At dito sa mapang to, sa Lotus especially, either attacking or defending side ka, ma-reward ka kung mabilis ka hanap ng lugar sa mga post-plan scenario eh.
Oh, especially din kapag alam mo malilimitado din ang mga side ng depensa in terms of like the space that they can basically create, especially when they're trying to pull out those retakes. And I mean, I gotta say, like RRQ really had that initiative in taking out a little bit more frags on towards top of site, but gotta say, parang doon na nagpa-play out yung luck doon ng Classic with them just spraying on towards the smoke. And as I was speaking, makukuha na natin dito si Laz. Si Laz na mabilisan.
Mabilisan talaga. RRQ right now, though. Rotate na naman dito sa A-Depth. Nasa sulok lang at gulat ka na lang. May tao pala doon. Uy, magaling mag-juggling, oh. Magaling. Parang yung maghahanda mamaya ng clown makeup sa ating panel, eh. Dapat may akta. Kung sino man matalo doon, dapat mayroon circus act rin na pwede sila gawin. And here we go again. Talon-talon pa. EJ! Crodo! Crew! No one there. At least Flips there. Makakakupa nga ng isa. But 4 HP and a Dream. And 10 is right here. Right now at the ready. Alam niya saan yung kalaban. At ayun nga, the 1 to his 0. Sugar Zero's right there to give another round to Zeta Division.
You're my honey bunch
sugar plum. Happy, you're my sweetie pie. You're my... Ano yun?
Cupcake gumdrop.
Ayaw ka na. Okay na yun. Good enough, the app of my eye. Yun talaga yun eh. At syempre, mahal natin pag nag-tandem dito si Sugar Zero at si Ten, diba?
Parang ibang impact din may kita natin once we actually see the utility and of course the proper amount of like coordination that we could see from those retakes. What we have to expect a little bit more is that how are they going to be playing in here for the bonus? Just the Sheriffs, the Bulldogs, the Flashes that could definitely come in handy, and especially that we have the Killjoy here planting their way towards A side. That could be enough for them to give a signal. Rotate na kayo guys, may tropa.
Ano lang masasabi ko ngayon? RRQ! Babawi na to. Eto na. Meron sa mga rifles in hand. They do pop the Rolling Thunder para makapasok dito sa may A-side. And here we go yet again. EJ now nangunguna. There we have the Cloudburst para lang harangan yung rope mismo. But the flank from Zeta Division. Marami-rami yan. Mag-ingat ka dyan, Boss Elmimor. At yun tuloy. Huli ka ni Sugar Zero. Next on the list. Gonna be Death falling down to the hand of X-Pero. Ayan na nga yung Guiding Light na malapitan. Pero yung Paranoia mas maganda pa. And Zeta Division makakuha na rin ng main control. 10 is right there though. Dito lang sa drop. Pinahulag na lahat ng kalaban. Isa pa sana. EJ though with that takedown. 2v3 na to. Si Tuge nakapwes na lang dito mismo sa backside. At mukhang ginagawa dito ng Zeta. Make sure walang nakatago dun sa sulok. Instead, there's the peek into the takedown. Trade for trade yet again. 2v1. EJ na lang ang maglalaban. Pero hindi pa rin. Andyan na naman. So sweet galing kay Sugar Zero. At sabi nga, diba, Zeta Division, the magic number is 10.
10. And it's gonna be activated anytime too soon na, Dax. Dahil nakikita natin not just 10 just being online inside the game, but for the rest of the team. What a retake was that? That was 4-man coming in from A main. At na isa-isa sila nakaklear at nakapag-disrupt, destroy even yung mga crossfires na nagaganap dito coming up from the side of RRQ. Not winning the duels just because of the fact that those flashes were completely deadly. They were hopeless. They were fully disabled. And anong magagawa mo pag if you don't even see them in the first place?
Wala. Yun lang.
Yun lang.
Ba't ka sumalut?
It's like a flash. Like, you have to cover your eyes.
Pag masyadong masyadong maaraw, di ba? Time out muna dito, RRQ. At marami tayong matatanong talaga, ano pa next sa RRQ? Only problem right now, seems like isa lang plano talaga nila Ling eh. And it really just goes to show na para sa Zeta Division, over the series, na-gets nila yung playstyle dito ng RRQ. And right now, kaya sila may lead ng ganito kasi nasakasagutin nila maayos eh.
Which is like quite an interesting conversation then, because regardless of how we want to praise a certain team na makakapaglamang sila in the game, anything could happen here in VCT Pacific, and for sure RRQ could channel something up here, could put out a quick on pocket play that could like put themselves to the right trajectory of their own victory. May lamang kanina ang RRQ, and we see almost Zeta come back on Haven. That was duplicated, like a story that was basically said once again on towards the second map. Here on Lotus, now kahit sabihin mong RRQ is not performing now, we really need that on switch to everyone else para makapag-perform at para makapagpanalo at close out at lamang.
Straight up dun sana si EJ. Inis pa nga niya lumusob dyan. May nanoswarm na nakaharang. But EJ now with the upper control. Zeta Division actually looking to play towards doorway instead. At plant na mismo dito ng RRQ. Malapitan. Stinger rush na nga. Sige ang labanan. Post plant kagad dito ngayon. And as it stands, mukhang Zeta, iniintay lang nila. Mag-asim na naman ang RRQ. In case in point, uli na kagad si X. Pero Sugar Zero with the takedown. And dito na lumulusob na rin sila Laz at Crow slowly but surely. And EJ, makakuha nga ng isa. Stinger though in hand. Isa pa sana, pero busambala. Crow rin, same thing. Nako, yung pistol pa nga linabas. But Crow with the kills. It's depth there too. Zeta Division on point right now. 2 gets 2. Gets 3. Stinger pa yun na. Pero dinifuse lang ni Sugar Zero. At ang tamis talaga pag defuse ka lang sa harapan ng kalaban. Tago sa smoke at panalo ang Zeta.
Oh, no. They almost had it, Dax.
Okay yun, Stinger Nakatatlo ng ganun. Nice try, Tuge. Nice try.
I wanna see the replay to it, honestly. Oof. Isa pa. Asan na yan?
Iniintay mo talaga yung
Iniintay ko yung Stinger
Yan. 16 bullets.
Tuge moment.
6 bullets.
Naku naman! Ito na yun
Hindi pa full clip yun Sayang.
That was like a real, like nakaka-proud burn regardless.
Ito, straight up kagad, diba? Laban kung laban. Habol kung habol. At Zeta Division ang plano. Makipaglaban mismo sa may main. Rolling Thunder ang pangtulong dito ni Crow. Sinisira na kagad ng pintuan para lang makaback on away. At kala mo magsasapakan na sila. Sabi, sige mamaya na, round 2 na lang.
But nagtawag po muna ng kasama. Nagtawag naman ng kasama kasi baka sooner or later kinakailangan talaga nila din siguro yung atin na si Fade. Umalis ng B-site. Tingnan mo nakaramdam. Sino daw umaaway sa bunso na nila si Neon? And that was really good backup Okay. You don't just let like away na bunso. You tawag dati, you tawag da kuya para manalo man ng at least. And for Zeta to even take out those wins, you really need everyone there.
Tawagin mo yung buong barangay. Sige, nasupakan na lang mamaya-maya. Ito na, round 2 though. Ibang pwesto, ibang barrio. And now we go towards that C-site again. Tuge to. Setting things up. Smoke muna dyan papunta sa may hallway. At nag-updraft rin si EJ para lang mas mabilis ang sanyang pwestuhan. But no Sugar Zero yet again. Nakadalawa! Pangalan mo Sugar Zero. Pero bakit ang asim mo, boss? Nilabas pa yung classic na ubusan ng bala. 3K for Sugar Zero. Siyempre, isa rin dyan sa mga superstar dito ng Zeta Division. Flank pa more, sabi dito ni Dep. And with Elmi more the only one left. Zeta Division, kontrolado na ang mapang to. It's series point for them.
Ganun lang kabilis yung Dax. Kanina hinahype up pa natin na posibleng makambak, but kitang-kita mo naman dito, this is gonna be the last straw, the last point of desperation dito makikita natin from the side of RRQ. Especially na, their economy is like in complete shambles right now. Sugar Zero continually just shutting them down back to back, round after round. The clutches were there and everything else. The team was just fully doing whatever they can for Zeta to even close this out at hindi na patatagalin pa.
Ito pa, last fight galing sa side ng RRQ. Kung manalo sila dito daw, pwede pa naman nila tuloy. Bibilin na nila kung ano man pwede pa with the Spectres in hand. Blade Storm rin galing from EJ. Kaya ba ng RRQ mag-survive dito? Ang Zeta doon na lang sa kabala ng hallway. Seekers will get be it to play. Rotate na malalim pa sana ang RRQ. Mag-aplat na rin ng C-side. So habang Zeta Division's backing on away right now, RRQ gives chase. Hindi magpapatalo. Hindi titigil dito si Flips Jitter. It's 5v4. And as Step goes in, huli pa rin siya ni Flips na naman. No, dalawa na kagad wala dito sa side ng Zeta and it's RRQ in control.
Oh, full control of the map, full control of the positionings here. Oy! But kitang-kita mo naman, quick last on play, Sugar Zero, mag-uubos at hindi ba nagtatapos para sa kanya itong larong to. Elmi Moore, lumalaban at haharapin para mang kanyang mga kalaban para sa larong to. Alarbot, vulnerable ang kanyang kalaban. Detain pa nga!
Taas kamay! At ano na, wala talaga. Zeta Division ang mananalo sa series na to. 2-1, RRQ cannot handle them at all. 13-5 win. At yun, diba? Masakita na lang natin, Sugar Zero pa lang. Ano ang asim sa tamis ng mga kills niya?
That was just one way to make the flavors of the katsu dish na sinaserve sa kanila a while ago. Let them cook, sabi nga nila. And that was just one sweet victory!
At syempre, yung dessert talaga, yung kill doon ni Ten. Parang cherry on top na lang yung lockdown na nakita natin. Sabi dito ni Chef Wendell, Pinoy style sauce. Easy pickings para sa ating Zeta Division. And yun nga, diba? Sa simula, kala mo, eto na, RRQ, they have a good handle of the series. Eto na ang magiging chance nila para manalo sa matchup sa group stage natin. But the longer the series went, mas talaga gumagaling yung Zeta Division eh.
And exactly just that. They could have thought that at any point in time talaga, na ang Zeta Division would submit to these aggressive plays, would submit to these like amazing highlights na pinapakita para sa kanila. But 10 just raised everyone's morale. Clutch after clutch, just stepping up for the team. And they fully understood na yun din dapat ang kinakailangan nila gagawin. Amazing moments from them and amazing moments for the rest of the team for making this victory happen.
Bigyan mo na sa ng throne eh. Emperor 10. Ibang era na to ng Zeta Division. Totoo, di ba? Superior 10. You can't spell 10s without 10. Kita mo dyan yung 95% nung galing ni 10s.
Doon kumuha si 10s ng lakas.
Tama. Kung wala si 10 sa mundong to, wala si 10s.
The 10, you cannot spell. Actually, I was gonna bring 10s in, but never mind. It's Zeta Division winning out this series, and that's the only thing that matters.
So, ano ang yay sa Japanese?
Don't they just like jump in joy?
O sige, gawin mo. Pagbalik natin,
No, don't make me do that. Don't make me do that.
Ay, nako. At Zeta Division, absolutely well-deserved win. 2-1 nga yung naging scoreline natin. At makita naman natin na malakas naman yung RRQ pag lahat ng bagay sumasang-ayon para sa kanila. Unfortunately, parang kulang na talaga sa playbook ngayon na pag nabasa na dito ng Zeta Division, nas nagets na nila yung magiging plano ng RRQ, doon na sila nadadali. There are some big moments. Siyempre, nakita natin si EJ mo, nag-iinit na, mas nakakuha timing.
And the Tuge
rin, diba? Meron moments. And of course, the Indonesian trio, absolutely effective as well. Pero ito, ang araw ng Zeta Division at pari breakdown at makita natin yung makeup ng panel, ipapasa na namin kayo sa kanila.
Wala pa!
Excited yung panel natin. Thank you, Ling and Dax. Wala pa yung makeup ni Bruce, by the way.
Nice.
Sorry, Bruce. Talo ka this time. For the, in the spirit of April Fools, thank you for your sacrifice.
Welcome sa inyong lahat. Gagawin lahat para sa Valorant.
All for the viewers, guys.
All for the fans. Anyway, welcome back sa ating sa ating panel. I'm Rebig Skull, your host for today, and together with me is Juicy Brucey and Asarai. So guys, this was kind of, I think, an outcome that a lot of people didn't expect. Pero I mean, me and Asarai, Zeta.
Hindi naman in-expect yun eh.
Honestly, at least para sa akin, medyo nagpapawis na ako kanina. Dahil hindi lang sa mga Pilipinas. Sa Game 1.
Yep.
Kasi ibang ihip ng hangin sa RRQ. Pero syempre, undisputed talaga ang presence dito ni Ten.
Yep, exactly.
Z10 Division nga.
My God.
It's not Zeta anymore.
Kung masasabi natin, I think Death buried the rest of RRQ 10 feet under.
Ooh!
Dep at 10 yun na panha. But anyway, nasa ba tayo?
Alright, so going into this, I think, deserve talaga ni Ten yung MVP spot na to because, again, he...
Yes, deserve
because, again, he really, really stepped up for his team here. Like Ling said, lahat ng 10s, malakas. 10s, 10, all of them are good. And, Elnimore, I think we also did see him. He was always, there to clutch for his team. He was always seen as the last player standing. Even in the very last round, although, unfortunately, hindi niya ma-secure yung, the vital kills to really win the rounds for his team. But again, Zeta had, I think in the second half, we really saw Zeta kind of win off of these really good pickoffs.
And yeah, that's true. And aside from good pickoffs, marunong na sila mag-flank this time. Aside, different from what they did over at Haven. Sa A side, C side, name it the site actually. Nandun si Ten, nandun si Sugar Zero. The only thing na medyo weird lang from Zeta Division is actually Dep. Maybe because dahil ba sa Neon? Is it because of you're playing Neon, Asarai, that you're not really trying to get more kills? You're like more the opener?
I think it's the same then with Paper Rex that you kind of see kung bakit nagkakahirap din dito Neon is because you really have to put yourself on the line talaga with with the offense. Kasi at least the comparison with that against Jet is pag nag-over exit ka as a Jet, you have the cloud burst to give yourself some cover. With Neon,
the stuns are okay lang.
Fast lane is not really something that you can use to give yourself that cover guy. In any case, he did his job. He created space, he created that opening, and even if he wasn't able to get the most amount of kills in that game, it doesn't matter because yung follow-up naman ng Zeta Division was so much felt. And there was a point na rin, I think, at those last couple of rounds na rin, that Zeta was, I think for lack of a better term, na-downloaded nila yung ginagawa ng RRQ. And you kind of saw that with how RRQ was just getting wiped. Zeta Division had such a very low amount of collateral damage na at the last possible rounds. So nakita mo na yung yung full understanding nila of their opponents at that point.
Yeah, but aside from that, actually, it's just that RRQ so far, their performance being like in Lotus as attackers, it's never been the best. I mean, at the last time they played as attackers over at Lotus, yung score nila was like 2. And in this match, they ended 6-6, diba? And then I think their final score was 8-13 ba tayo? So I think it's the same thing pa rin. I mean, like, it's just not really a good map. I mean, I'm excited now, but when I was like looking back at like the numbers and the notes, ba't RRQ yung pinili ko? But well, I mean, still believe to our Filipino brothers na nandun sa RRQ, but great games so far. Great games so far.
I mean, I really think, I think RRQ definitely had a plan coming into Lotus, especially because we could see that their executes, especially on B, they did have something planned for the post plan, and you could see that they did, although they did get the sites, parang like they spread themselves too thin. And again, we can see this, Elmimore, they would get the site, they would hold the site, but they couldn't hold it that well against Zeta. And you would see Elmimore, like, he's walking kung saan siya mag-line up for his swarm grenades. Pero by the time, he's not there. So it becomes a 4v5 or a 3v5 at that point. And Elmimore basically is too far from his lineup to do his lineup, and he's also too far to go and support his team. So by then, it's just a free diffuse, and like pretty much Elmimore has to just sit there and kind of accept his fate.
I mean, Elmimore siya yung naging top frag for like RRQ for some point but like it's just sad. I mean, so far when it comes to like performance from all the teams, Elmimore down to EJ and Tuge, okay naman eh. Pero like, it's just the frag power, hindi lumabas masyado for RRQ. I mean, like on average, sobrang konti lang ng frags. They didn't even breach the 20-kill marker for any of the players.
And the thing about that then kasi is medyo broken record na dito. But looking at it from a different perspective then, I have seen or have heard some interviews talking about na, why did you lose this or the particular series when they were asking the team that was defeated. They were like, this guy just went online. Right? We couldn't do anything about him. And again, going back to that point na medyo broken record na nga ako, it's 10 once again. How many times was he able to hold certain positions on, let's say, the B side, diba? It's gonna be Link. He was able to beat the one coming in from the connector. He was able to beat the one on the site. And he was alone by himself at most of those points. And he was just online every single time na kailangan siya ng Zeta Division. And I don't want to, kind of coax the other players, but it made everything easier for Zeta because of the impact that 10 gave.
Exactly.
If Asurai says he's a broken player, 10 is just broken right now. Sobrang broken lang talaga ni 10. I mean, ever since they felt that demolishing game number 1, going into 2 and 3, God, yun lang. He was a god.
I mean, I wanna keep on I wanna keep on hyping on 10s here because 10. It's the time for the new 10. But anyway, like going
Future
off of what
10.
you said, yes, I think that a new highlight player to really look at here in APAC. I really feel like maybe the spotlight has kind of been on Laz, I think, in lock-in, and now that we're kind of seeing 10 really step it up, I really see that he really does deserve this spotlight, and you could really see. I think he made a lot of really good presence plays, like you said, off of B. He was just knowing, he kind of read RRQ. Parang like na-sense niya talaga, his third eye or something. I don't know how he does it, but as a sentinel as well, you could even see the confidence ng Zeta when I think it was on A. He was pushing them back into CT. They were just like, you know what, 10, go ahead, patayin mo. Like, go ahead, that's for you, all your frags.
I just wanted to add, for those watching Blue Lock, he is the absolute egoist right now.
Yes!
There you go.
Ano yung Blue Lock?
It's an anime.
Football
anime.
Sige, my reference there, he's the Hinata Shoyo.
Okay, that's Haikyuu. Okay.
I haven't watched.
I haven't either.
Yeah, a couple of episodes pa lang from season 1, pero the hype kasi. Pero kasi, magkasama kayo yung ibang mga co-talents natin. We reference, lalo si Ray sa HG, we reference Blue Lock kasi ang daming pwedeng applicable dito, lalo sa Pacific eh.
And they're Japanese.
The team play.
And Zeta is Japanese.
All according to Keikaku.
Kaya pa yung sinasabi mo. But again, let's not discredit Dep, the opener, the setter, kumbaga.
That is true.
For Zeta Division all throughout game number 3. In game 2 and 1, fragger siya eh. Pero in game number 3, he was just the sacrificial lamb who would, get the better kills for the rest of the team.
And I mean, that's kind of where we kind of forget where duelists also get their job. I think we saw this a lot in lock-in. Duelists who couldn't necessarily frag, but were definitely doing the job for their team.
Yeah.
Making space, maybe taking out, doing a good amount of damage before they go down. But again, we saw that from Dep all throughout the 3 games. I think that he still made a lot of really good openings for his teams. And I think a 10 and, the rest of Zeta really just took advantage of, the kind of setup that Dep had for them. It's like Zeta just, what we're seeing here, I think in the Pacific League is that teams are enabling each other, and it really shows like a really good amount of team play. We're not revolving around a sole player here anymore. It's like everyone is helping each other. It's just that here we can see that 10 is just really popping off, and you can't stop a player who is popping off. They just go.
Kasalanan pala to ni 10 kung pato may makeup.
The curious thing pala, I just wanted to add lang din, about entry fragging in general sa Valorant compared to, let's say, the other tactical shooter. If you guys know, you know now already. It's because of the duelist role, it's because of the duelist abilities that skyrocket yung survivability ng mga players na ito. Pero initially talaga, ever since a couple of years ago, the term entry fragger meant that you were supposed to die talaga for that map control. So Dep going back to those kind of roots, still again, as you mentioned, doing his job very efficiently.
Well, sad lang ako eh. I mean, you know what's gonna happen. Ano ba mangyayari sa akin
Series 2.
Series 2.
We're gonna have a little change to the set. Bruce. I want to highlight Bruce's face. Can we have the camera on Bruce really quick so that everyone can remember what he looks like before he meets his impending doom. Thank you in the spirit of April Fools.
Clown din naman talaga ako sa buhay.
I know. See the Filipino Joker.
The Filipino Joker. But anyway, super excited for series number 2 para maka-move on na lang ako sa mangyayari. Pero
that's right. We do have Talon Esports versus T1. So again, from our matches today, our series today, we've only seen T1 take a win last week from week 1 of Valorant Pacific League. So it's kind of interesting to see what a winning team can bring to week 2. I think that these teams that lost have definitely come very far from what they showed us in week 1. So it's maybe, I feel like maybe T1 may not have kind of pushed themselves as far as the losing teams have. So this could be kind of interesting for Talon to kind of have that really nice comeback because, I think a lot of people had hopes for Talon. But, again, team secret.
And to add, silang dalawa yung games na on VCT Pacific they still put the extra mile going to game number 3. So iba rin tong, hopefully it's gonna be another exciting round going to game 3 as well for this next series. And T1 Talon, boys in red. Parang madugong labanan talaga to.
To be fair, I really feel like Talon will actually win that particular series na rin.
T1!
T1 na ba yan?
Gusto mo magkaroon ng full body clown tattoo?
May clown
na talaga to dito eh.
May costume pa ba? May costume here. But I mean, anyway, I'm kind of looking, I'm kind of looking forward to the memes from Talon because you saw the memes they did for Team Secret. Yung adobo.
Yeah.
So, maybe they're gonna be cooking some Korean dishes this time. But anyway, we'll be seeing in our second series of the day, which is Talon versus T1. Don't go anywhere because I will be right back after the break.
Di ako babalik.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back sa Game 2 ng Valorant... Rewind. Anyway, welcome back sa Series number 2 ng Day 4 of Valorant Pacific League. Welcome to the panel again. I'm your host, Rubiksko, and yung kasama natin ngayon ay si Azurai and si... Bruce, okay ka lang?
Nice naman.
Yeah? Kamusta naman yung makeup mo? I heard nagpa-retouch ka kasi...
Wala naman masyado. I mean, actually, ako malaking pasalamat ko sa Valorant sa experience na to. Walang yak. But still, congratulations to Zeta Division and RRQ. Mahal ko pa rin kayo. Lalo ka na tugi.
Ayan yung tunay na diehard fan, you know. Ramdam na ramdam namin yung support and like your loyalty never faded. Kumbaga, always RRQ all the way. But anyway, moving on sa second series natin for today, Talon versus T1. So, we saw T1 actually take a win from week 1 of Valorant Pacific League. So this is gonna be, we have a team here who's a bit confident. Well, we have another team, Talon again, who lost to Team Secret. So there's no surprise there because, Team Secret. But again, Talon was poised to win, was poised as one of the top teams here in the APAC region. So this is kind of maybe an upset. And it's really interesting to see how these two teams, I think both of them have, we have high expectations for both teams, but against each other, what do you guys think?
So, you want to go first?
Go. Parang ready si Azurai, bumubuelo na siya eh.
Sorry. I just really am excited to see both of these teams really come into play. Kasi again, quick little history lesson lang din. T1 had a good chunk of, or had two regions playing for them. Diba? There was the T1 NA and there's the T1 Korea. Now they've gone back and brought yung NA players na that were Koreans back into this particular roster. What was kind of interesting dito is they're the only Korean team that actually plays differently from a Korean team because they do have that NA DNA.
The NA play style.
Exactly. So seeing how they were able to perform against Global Esports in that regard was satisfying, but at the same time, parang kulang pa sila. Kasi in the fact na in that particular series, they were up against a Global Esports that never utilized, technically, the South Asian, yung homegrown talent sa Global Esports, which was SK Rossi sa kasi Lightning Fast.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, ito yung nasasabi ko kanina. I mean, if we are going back to the idea of T1 playing like, hindi mo seryoso ni Remy. That's what I did anyway.
Your makeup, just look, ang ganda ng makeup mo.
I don't see makeup kasi.
I see the truth. Baka ganito, mini-makeup pa na ako para matabunan to lahat. Pero, ba't ba natin ito ginawa? Hindi na tayo seryoso dito.
I mean, you put yourself in that, man, when you didn't, you didn't stick with...
You should have stuck with Zeta.
Well, Z for his winner. But anyway... If you were saying T1, yung mga, they have the NA blood, how come nung the last time they were in lock-in, talo sila with, with Furia, but then now going to VCT Pacific, they were in a pretty dominant match in the first week, yung standings nila or their performance, pero like going into second game, they had 4 points against Global Esports' 13 closing score on Haven. Does this mean ba na parang T1 is, a team that needs to like adjust every time, or like they're like a team na parang we need to struggle to win?
So the thing about T1 kasi, at least from how I think from my perspective, is mahirap yung situation nila ngayon. It's a team that, again, is trying to mix two of the DNAs of the Korea as well as the NA region. And at the same time, similar to Global Esports then, they are a team that is jam-packed with actually duelist primary players haven't really settled on the roles that they were given. So this team is still in that, I feel like, state of transition na kung bakit sila nahirapan talaga. And even though they did get that Global Esports or win against Global Esports, I don't think it was the most convincing of matches nga. And again, going back to the point that they haven't faced against the SK Rossi and Lightning Fast of that particular team.
I agree. And I mean, like, we also just saw Intro and Patty just up against each other. Well, Pat now, I think he changed his name. Pat just came back from his wrist injury. This is his re-return or debut back here in the 2023 season. And we also saw that from Intro. So both of these teams have players who are just re-debuting or debuting here in 2023.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting to see that these two players, I don't think they exactly highlighted themselves or delivered the expectations that we had for them. And it's kind of interesting to see. I'm really curious to see for both teams, who are they putting in today? Is it going to be Patty and Garnet? Is it going to be Sushi Boy? Is it going to be Intro or Ban from T1? It's really one of those two.
Oh, sorry. I was going to add things. I was waiting for Chris to talk. Yeah. But, okay, while we are looking at T1 I just wanted to iterate then that was actually one of the issues that I think Talon went, they had when they were competing with Team Secret team. They didn't know where or how to, I think, utilize Patty dito. And even though he's been with the team before, again, the reintegration, I think, is being felt by this particular roster. Now with T1 din naman, the same could be said actually with Carpe. You know, both him and Patty Fan came from the other Bang Bang. Diba? Pero Carpe is more known, I think, as the utter GOAT talaga. And you kind of see that with how he's been playing with the Sova din, on the previous match that they had, again, with Global Esports.
Yeah, and also, just to add lang, I mean, if you are coming from, for example, a lot of these players, their debut game has always been Valorant. Then you put players over here na, you know, they are from different Bang Bangs. So parang yung experience nila going into stages na parang mas tumatawa talaga si Remy.
I would say that was a genuine smile.
Okay, that was a genuine smile. Pero like, you know, going into these players na parang, you know, they come in, they're not already afraid with the crowd. I mean, to think about that new experience that they carry and deliver with the team, like, you know, if we are to contrast this with Secret, like for a player like Jesse Vash, like he's the guy that's been everywhere in esports. So, you know, even with interviews coming in from Secret, they always say that Jesse Vash is like the pillar of the whole team. So parang yun one of the best plays dito going into like the both teams na, you know, different players and different experience. So, you know, I mean, that's my take on the players when it comes to switching out.
I mean, coming here, you know, against with two teams with two re-debuting players, I feel like this is a really interesting match to have head-to-head, like with the teams per se. So for predictions, I'm kind of leaning towards Talon for this one. I feel like I know. After I just laughed, and I could feel that he's gonna hard analyze this. But I know that T1 has a pretty solid roster here, but I still kind of have that faith in Talon to kind of like, how do you say this, like, kind of wake up from what happened with Team Secret and be like, okay, we actually really have to change things up. And T1, again, this is their first win under T1, so this actually is really good for them as a franchise team. It's their first win, and I think they're gonna fight to keep that streak going.
T1 agad. Kasi well, papanindigan ko na to, but aside from you guys probably going with Talon, T1 actually, sila yung team that actually got a score from last week. So they already got their first score on the board, so maybe they wanted to keep up the momentum. And then, you know, I'm waiting for like the maps to show up kasi kung makita na natin yung maps, that's when I put the statistics together. And alam kong T1 mananalo. Pag pangit yung maps ay Talon agad.
Para sa naman, real quick, I'll just breeze through this. I still really feel like Talon is going to have a very good position at this. I think compared to T1 is very unstructured, even though they do have those really strong players, as well as Talon naman, on the other hand, is very structured. They know how to do their plays, they're very coordinated, and even though they have been mixing up duelists from the get-go talaga, they still know how to play their game.
That's right, and I agree with all of that. But before we get to the game, I want to thank our sponsors. So beginning with Grab, gusto mo bang manood ang favorite VC teams mo maglaban sa Korea? So we have the Grab Buhat Challenge where you can win a trip to Seoul to watch VCT Pacific live. So all you have to do is scan the QR code here in the corner of your screen para makasali na sa Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. Remember, all you do need to subscribe to Grab Unlimited, but don't worry, the first month is absolutely free. Kaya Grab Unlimited, you know, it gives you free delivery every single day from every store. So malay mo, baka ikaw yung ma-deliver sa VCT Pacific Championships. So, you know, scan that QR code. And on top of that, don't forget to share the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch to support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. It's Valorant_PH on Twitch, Valorant Esports PH on Facebook and YouTube. And again, special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zoe. Anyway, I think our players are all...
We're all looking at the same thing.
I'm just like, what do we do? Anyway, let's take a look at our players who seem pretty fired up to go. It's our second series of the day. Again, this is Talon Esports versus T1. So predictions so far, we have Talon versus 2 T1s.
May part 2 ba tayo sa ano natin?
Clown makeup?
Sa clown makeup?
Oh!
Wala na.
It's on!
Okay na.
I'm game. I'm game.
We've shattered Bruce's confidence.
I think nawala na yung
first
confidence
series.
ko. It's gonna be building up tomorrow. So we have may post-clowning method pa tomorrow. But anyway, we're approaching game number 2 and super excited about the maps as well. Because, I mean, if we are to look at the whole run of both teams, starting from January to here, technically locked into Pacific, so far yung mga maps that they have been playing the same is mostly, it's gonna be Fracture, both of them played Fracture, Haven as well. It's like most, from both the two teams, parang yung Haven is like the most played map in parang simple denominator nilang dalawa.
Yeah. So again, I'm here because I want to hyper focus more on the players. I do believe pound for pound na mas malakas ang Talon Esports versus sa T1 in just the raw firepower and understanding of the game talaga. And I think this stems from how Talon was led by this man right here. On the right, not this one. Si Cruz. Every single time that Talon, again, when they were Sersha, when they were X10, kahit may nagka-problema sila, it was always Cruz that would give them that beacon, that light. He's the IGL, he's the captain, he's the man that has kept this team beating ever since the beginning. And it's been years na. Yeah. This roster has gone through a bit of iteration, but this man has stuck with the team, stuck with the orgs that he's been for the longest time.
True, and I think, it's interesting din to see na nakita natin of the roster now, Talon is actually, iba yung roster nila ngayon. Right now, they have subbed in Sushi Boy instead of Jit Boy. So, we're seeing a different roster from how they played their last match. So, we'll see how they, because again, we've had Patty be subbed out before, but again, he's playing here. He's playing here now. So, it's really interesting to see.
Si Jit Boys yung wala pa. Para ngayon. Is Jit Boys gonna be the one waiting to be subbed in for the games? I mean, if you think about it, tama ba si Jit Boys, right?
Yeah. He was subbed out today, yes.
Okay, subbed out today. And, it was also one of the interviews na parang they base yung players nila going into what agent they're gonna be using.
True.
In specific in a map. And, if we are going to approach this game...
Ang cool lang pang hype ni Cruz. Ano siya, pinapump up niya yung team niya. Walang, ayan, huddle na.
Yeah, the energy. I like how he can bring that energy talaga. Because, for Valorant, you really have to wake up, have everyone online right away. And I mean, like, we've talked about Talon a lot, but going into T1, based on their interviews, I think Munchkin mentioned that they have been cutting sleep hours literally just to go against Talon because they really want to come back. They want to keep their run as strong as it can be all throughout Valorant Pacific. So, like Bruce said, they also said in their interview that between ban and intro, they actually pick either player based on who plays the agent better. So here we could see that I think it was ban who was picked. So kind of interesting to see if they're going to be switching up through the rest of the series or if they're going to be sticking with ban all throughout.
Yeah, also, and from their performance last week, I was also like to highlight Zeta, their flex player. I mean, so far he's being the one delivering all the kills so far for T1. And I mean, he's like the harbor main so far for T1 as a team. And yun nangyari sa kanila, I think he accumulated a total of 60 plus kills in their games last week. So yun yung inaantay ko talaga if Zeta would still be in the same mindset going into week number 2 dito sa VCT Pacific.
Honestly, I would love to see Zeta talaga continue that position that he's in right now. If I'm gonna be choosing between, as Remy was mentioning, Intro or say Ban, I actually would pick Intro over him. Because the thing is, Ban was actually pushed back. Because Ban before Intro came in was actually the duelist player then I believe for T1. And then when Intro came in, again, that's kind of the story talaga when a new duelist comes in, you have to relegate somebody. Ban wasn't the hottest of players for T1, at least for me, from the previous showings. So I would love to see Intro dito. One thing that I would also love to see naman from the other team, from Talon, we are seeing itong map selection natin, more so than not, is reintegrating, or rather not reintegrating, but recalibrating kung sinong agents na pupunta sa particular players nila. I think because they subbed out Jit Boys, we could be seeing Patifat go on to the initiator entry fragment role. So maybe baka makita siya na gumagamit ng KO. I am looking for something like that because his Sage was left a lot to be desired talaga.
I'm also seeing that, again, Talon chose Haven against T1. T1 chose attacking here, but they went against Global Esports as Haven, and I'm seeing here that, do they plan to replay kind of, they found their comfort on Haven. Do they think that they can replay this map kind of the way that they beat Global Esports, you know?
Yeah, I think the same way yan. Parang kasi Talon's thinking, okay, talo si T1 against Global Esports last week, right? Over at Haven. So I think they wanted to replay that success na ginawa ng Global Esports. Kasi if titingnan mo lang yung numbers dito, 4 on the side of T1, 13 on Global Esports. So that's one.
I mean, they did lose that. Was that 13 on T1? Was it 13 on T1?
No, T1 lost on Haven last week.
Yeah.
Diba?
Yeah.
It's T1 4 and Global Esports 13.
Yeah.
So since Talon is picking this one over here, parang gusto nilang i-replicate yung success ng Global Esports going into this game.
I get it. I get. But I mean, going to the agent select.
Ooh. Patifan is on the he is on the initiator. I knew it, but
it's the first time we're seeing Gecko.
Yep.
All right, so this is Gecko on Ascent. I kind of wanted to see Gecko first played on Lotus, maybe just because it's the map that he was released with. But I mean, Gecko on Ascent, this is really going to change up the way that we've been seeing Valorant Pacific, and we're going to be seeing a lot of maybe how these high-tier teams utilize Gecko for the first time.
The thing is, a lot of Gecko's utility talaga comes around from how well you can reuse
his abilities.
si Dizzy for the most part. So I wonder how they're going to be approaching that with a map such as Ascent.
Well, it's gonna be easier, and to think si Patifan. I mean, I'm pretty sure yung mga fans ni Patifan ngayon parang woo! Gecko on Patifan, star player. I think they would really enjoy that.
I mean, I agree na it's a really interesting pick coming from him. And again, we haven't seen... I'm really interested to see how the teams are going to adjust to the Gecko pick. Anyway, I think our casters are just about ready. So, Ling and Dax, ready na ba kayo?
Ready na, Reby. At ito na, labanan ng mga letter T dito sa abang gumagabi ng ating broadcast. Ako si Dax, kasama ko si Ling. At ito na, Ling, di ba? Labanan ng Talon versus T1. Pero sa pinaka first time talaga in the history of the history, nakakita tayo ng Gecko dito sa BPL.
Exactly. And doon talaga natin masa-set down yung mga expectations on what this agent could basically do. How much of a difference could he actually make inside the map? And of course, could he actually be the best alternative as an initiator in all of the agent drafts that we have seen so far played on Haven?
Naku, marami natin kailangan pag-usapan as we're gonna be moving into Ascent as our first map. And truth be told, the adjustments we're gonna see dito sa side, both ng T1 at ng Talon, parehong rosters nagdala ng 6-man rotation last time sa first series nila. T1 nanalo against Global Esports, ang Talon naging talong nung talo sila sa Team Secret. Pero ngayon, kasi hindi na TS ang kalaban, tropa na muli ang ating friends from Talon. And as it stands right now, ito yung isang pinag-uusapan natin last time around dun sa matchup ng Talon at Team Secret. Wala si Sushi Boys dun sa Ascent. Classic map to ng Talon from back then nung Search at Extend pa lang sila. And now he is back and you put Pat on that Gecko. Ibang look na naman papakita ngayon ng Talon.
May ibang look nga naman pala dito. At ibang mapa, we're gonna be first seeing Ascent muna bago ang lahat dito, Dax. And it's just quite interesting that we haven't really seen much effort just yet dito sa side ng T1 in terms of aiming pushes. Nag-aabang muna tayo dito with the information plays that does come into handy para sa side dito ng kanilang depensa of Talon. Now, Paranoid coming to play, of course, was zone off muna tayo dito ang ating mga Gecko plays. This is gonna be cancelled out just quite too soon. And of course, Talon with quick call answer back is gonna be picking off one by one yung mga players on towards Kabi.
Nagka-swing dahil kay DZ at mukhang nakapitas pa rin dito ang Talon. Man advantage right now. Si Ban ang sasagot dyan sa Sushi Boys at 2v2 na to. Pero yun nga hinahabol natin dito kay Gecko, diba? Kung pwede mo ulitin sana yung utility, dun mo makakuha yung value ng agent. Pero Garnets na amoy rin. Andyan pala si Carpe. Galing kay Bang Bang Bang. Welcome to Valorant. Sige nga. 2v1. Ipit na dito si Ban sa may Jenny. Patty coming in from the doorway already. 16 HP. Pulado na. Pero si Ban makakuha pa nga isa. 3 bullets though. Delikado to sa classic na to. Garnets na doon lang sa may kakahon. Pero yun lang kailangan ni Ban. Tatlo lang pala. Mga tatlo rin mapapatay niya dito sa Red Bull Clutch na to.
Tatlong bala at mukhang isa na lang po ang una natin muna makukuha dito from the side of T1. Napakagandang bawi na kanilang nakuha though. Even though na medyo naging crumbly itong mga pushes na ginagawa nila with that wraparound on towards A side, they still managed to push through. Ban has made out an amazing play here. And if you look at that flick, clean enough, and we still take those as a good start for T1.
Diba? 3 bullets, 3 kills, and welcome to Pacific talaga, T1. We talk about T1, and honestly, this org mas naglaro pa sa NA kesa sa Asia Pacific mismo. Last time nga nag-ascend sila, linalabos nila Neon, doon pa kalaban nila TSM at The Guard, diba? Galing Amerika eh.
Galing Amerika.
Tapos, tita mo yung flag nila, Korea.
This is where we see this interesting mixture din sa kanilang gameplay. The experience, malaki ng tulong na, especially sa mga matchup na ganito.
No, totoo naman kasi lahat naman sila Korean players. Pero yung iba, laro nila NA. Diba? Sayo player, The Guard, si Ban. I think nung duelist days niya sa Knights, pero dito sa roster na to, syempre, smoke siya alongside what Intro does. Si Munchkin yung galing ng Japan. Japanese scene, always playing that sentinel. At si Carpe, ibang usapan na yan. Galing siya sa same game ng galing ako. Yun na lang masasabi ko.
Okay. And you can definitely expect a lot of like performance possibly dito kay Carpe, given that they have that mechanical prowess that could be easily translated in a game like Talon. And speaking of that, we could have seen a few performances as well here. Coming from the side of Munchkin, wag natin siya pahulihan dito sa usapan because he actually put out a quick call 3K doon na kung saan ang Talon ay hindi pa nga makakapagsagot pa unless they pull out this retake.
Yeah, Talon daw, wala masyado silang firepower at yung shorty, huling-huli rin. Munchkin gets a 3K of his own. T1 making it a 2-0 scoreline. And this is where it kind of gets interesting para sa side ng Talon. Kita mo yung configuration na they're running that fade alongside that Gecko. At sige, pwede mo nga ulit-ulitin yung utility ng Gecko. Pero paano ba talaga mag-synergize yung pinakabagong agent sa mga plano dito ngayon ng Talon eh?
Which is like, it might take some time to download din para sa team na ito because no one has actually done this type of like competitive play around an agent like Gecko. So they could either set an example for the rest of the teams watching this tournament, or they could set them as a bad example on how not to use Gecko in tournaments.
Diba? Yes or no basically. Pero syempre dito ng Talon, yes or yes sana yan. Foxy no tracking, Saya player down, Nanoswarm. Gandang timing doon courtesy of Sushi Boys. And speaking of Sushi Boys, siya hinahanap na marami. Ayan na nga siya. Ayun yung mosh pit, tinapa na rin. Pat, be able to get that takedown. Nasa gitna lang ang kanyang Dizzy, pero hilong-hilo na dito ang T1 dahil sa kinukuhang space ngayon ng Talon. Spikes down dun sa may mid at natitira lang ngayon si Zeta.
Zeta with the Bulldog, Zeta with the Shock Dart. Makakakuha pa nga dito tayo. Posibleng isa. Mag-e-expire na nga dito ang dash on out ni Garnet S. And all he has to do now is to hold on those angles. Enough time on the clock para dito tayo sa side ng T1. At mukhang Zeta really has to make the play now or never. Unless kung maiinip siya, kailangan niya kakalabanin yung mga operator plays at ang mga holds dito ni Garnet S. Hauna muna siya magmimintis. At Zeta really has to reassess the situation now that the operator is within the midst of the mid players.
Ang aga talaga binili ng Talon yung op dyan kay Garnet. And case in point right now, kinip nila yung information na yun. Nag-hold sila na mid mismo para lang mahuli kagad yung T1. And as of now, I really feel like kung hindi mamatay dito si Garnet, Talon, maganda yung pwesto nila moving forward. Maganda may economy nila, maganda na may operators nila tuloy-tuloy. And there you go. Inintay lang niya si Zeta. Kanina panalo ang Zeta, ngayon talo si Zeta, and it will be a 2-1 scoreline.
And you could definitely see how the operator also like made like a huge difference of how confident they are in terms of not just like taking away this round, but for looking at the map control alone that they've gotten from mid side by side with Patty Fan there. Garnet was just like completely confident in going after the swings, and you could definitely see how T1 basically solidifying themselves inside this game.
Ayan, diba? Kita natin dito. T1! Ang magiging pwesto nila to go for that A main. But Talon right now, it's so much pressure. And this is one thing you can do with the DC. Tapon mo taas! Pag sinira, mahulog lang sa baba. And then you can go again in a few seconds anyway. It's gonna be Pato looking to wait for that timing one more time. I'm really interested to see kung ano pa kaya magagawa nung utility dito ngayon nung Gecko. Bagong agent kakaiba. And kahit T1, binabantayan yan eh.
And you have to expect the limitations of this as well. Na even if you're losing the flash on too soon, I'm not really even sure if you could even use that for any type of information. As soon as you lose that ounce in your kit rather, na parang mapapasawalang visa, and you're just gonna be solely relying on what you could do individually in terms of like going on for the backup for taking away those frags. But for this time around, that assignment is gonna be left in the hands for T1. They have to get those initial frags, provide open openings, which is not exactly that I'm seeing quite too soon early on in this round.
Yan, yung interesting part talaga ng map draft natin, Ling, pinili ng isa't isa yung mga maps na nahirapan yung buong Talon at T1 dun sa last series nila. But then again, huwag natin kalimutan history nga ng Talon on a map like this. So may laban pa rin. Same case for T1. They picked it last time kahit natalo sila ng Global Esports. So there should be that confidence moving forward. And speaking of, umpisa kagad tayo dito sa execute. Mukhang nag-flash muna si Carpe. Allows right now T1 to make it towards the side. Pinabayaan lang muna ni Pat. Si Cruz na lang ang tagapantay at tagapwesto rather na side mismo. 2 for Cruz and it's 2 for the rest of Talon. Nag-iisa lang ngayon si Zeta at syempre si Pat. Madali lang yan. Laban lang kung laban. Handang-handa na naman ang Talon.
They only had one focus there. Kailangan nila pipigilan yung mga pushes dito ginagawa ng T1. And that was basically a walk in the park, supposedly for their side. It's just unfortunate na hina-hold off na lang nila yung mga angles at inaabangan dahil nakakaamoy na sila with that initial map control they have gotten on towards that B main push and anticipating that flank din as well to even sandwich them kung saan man sila natitirang like parts of the map.
Uy, nasabi ni Pat sa'yo.
Yun.
Hindi ko rin alam translate ang mga ating friends from Thailand. But then again, yun nga, diba, Talon right now, honestly, this is such a classical style galing sa side ng Talon. Kung everyone who watches the APAC scene for the past few years, ganito lang sila mag-hold dito sa Ascent. Isang nakapwesta dun sa may site, isang ready mag-timing off that swing, and use that utility para sa control S mismo ng mga main. And case in point, ayun na nga, Prowler muna, Hunt Prin para tuloy yung kind of pressure. Up in hand, Garnet goes for the shot pero hindi tumama at dahil lang dun, si Munchkin ang may punish. Foxy right now has to back on away. Buti na lang, andyan si Pare kong si Sushi Boys. But Munchkin, marunong na siya mag-off at siya pa magdadala niyan para makapitas rin.
Good on way to even provide a response dun sa ginagawa nilang B main push. It's just quite unfortunate though. Regardless of how many paddings they've tried to keep and hold down their defense, it's just that they all fall down to those unexpected plays na ginagawa ngayon sa kanila dito ng T1. But Foxy might be well prepared for it this time around. But the operators here from Munchkin has been well utilized. Good way for them to even snatch out this powerful weapon. But can you fully maximize it? So 4-7 mo, ilang mababawi na creds, na frags, and of course, to what extent mo kayang mababawi ang iyong or maba-avenge ang iyong mga kasama?
Ako, yung mga tropa daw ni Pat lumabas na isa't isa. Yung mosh pit, kanina rin yung Dizzy. And now, Pat just waiting even to get that kill. And Talon na naman. Mukhang minamaximize talaga niya yung utility dito ng Gecko. At kahit napulot nga ni Munchkin yung op na yun dun sa katawan ni Garnets, diba? After that stellar pick-off, kulang pa rin kasi ang rami pwede pa itapon ng Talon moving forward.
Marami nilang pwedeng matapon and marami din mga instances talaga na may kita mo T1 really had their moments so far. I'm not really sure kung paano nangyari yun, nabasa ka agad yung lockdown. But yeah, but they could have like reacted to it immediately. So,
sabihin mo, sige, sabihin mo si Munchkin na.
Sige, next time bro
Next time talaga. And grabe talaga tong labi na to eh. Maraming galing sa bangbang na hindi pinag-uusapan eh.
Maraming experience.
Maraming experience.
Dito.
Ito si Pat na wala ng Valorant mga 1 year eh. Saan kaya pumunta? At sinamahan si Carpe.
Ang importante, bumalik.
Sinamahan si Carpe. Hindi, bumalik siya at sinama niya si Carpe.
Ay, tumawag ng baka.
Tapos sabi na dun ka sa kabilang team.
Tagpatanggal, umay daw muna sila. We're ready. We're back. VCT na ulit. Sige, G. Yun na yun eh.
Ay, nako. But, ito nga, diba? T1 right now, play slow.
Slowly but surely.
Gusto mo ba yun? Take it slow?
Kasi may mga bagay, hindi talaga dapat natin minamadali.
Sige nga, like what?
Kasi we're prone to make mistakes the more we try to rush things. Diba?
At yun po ang advice ni Ma'am Ling 2X sa ating gabing to. Carpe daw, yung kutsilyo niya tumama doon sa pader. So instead, maganal command na lang sana siya. Foxy daw, dinalabas niya. Pero hindi, nakatago lang dahil sa smoke. At si Carpe pa ang magpapasabog sa gamit ng fragment. Saya player also on the board si Sushi Boys. Ang tunay nagpag-asa ng Talon. But hindi, talo siya. Diyan kay Ban. T1 right now gonna get on site. 4v2 na kagad to. At Garnet, sige nga, mahirap to. for the retake. May Blade Storm nga, kung hindi sila makahanap na pitas na mabilisan, baka mag-save na lang sila ngayon eh.
Isang magandang flash man lang makukuha sana dito. They could have been really productive, or a doable retake na kanilang kailangan makukommit. But unfortunately though, I don't even think that it's ever gonna be worth it for you to lose an operator this early in the round, because kinakailangan nyo yan, especially when you're trying to go in for those initial pickings later on in the game. So T1 inflicting damage upon them could be the greatest way for them to go, but let's see how Talon will even try to even go for that play in the first place.
Uy, si Wingman! Saan ka punta?
Oh, no.
Naku, masyado tayo napapanood kay Wingman, at yun nga si Saya player, nahuli pa nga si Pat dun sa dulo ngayon. Exit frag at the very least, but na-save naman ang Talon yung operator. But T1 right now, mukhang maganda yung pagiging sagot nila moving forward dito. Ling play it slow, find the timing, at mukhang pwede nilang unahan dito ang Talon if ever.
Unahan at magugulat na lang din dito sa side ng depensa ng T1. Not really, ng Talon, not really expecting that much eventful plays to even happen on toward the side. And doon talaga natin sa kanila makikita on how these rotations would not come in a most timely manner, because kita mo naman, ang dali nila na buksan, and there's not really much that they could even do to counter that. It was just the killjoy, and wala na siyang ibang utility na maitatapon pa.
Uy, line up oh. Munchkin, saan yan punta?
Di pa nagland? Nagland na ba? Sa launch!
Ah, grabe. Malayo-layo rin. Kala ko pupunta na ng Haven eh. Pero dahil nakita yung Naniswarm, sabing Sushi Boys, alam ko yung lineup na yun. Galing tong main. At bigla na lang, sinagot kagad. Si Munchkin natamaan ng konti. Garnets though, up right now in hand. At kita natin gaano ka-oppressive yung plano dito ng Talon. Pero timing is everything, Garnets. Back away ka muna dyan. Cloudburst rin para lang maka-disengage, but you can see for Talon, gusto nang nakagad ng early contact if ever Hunter's Fury ang sagot dito ni Zeta.
If ever Hunter's Fury, if ever makapagpitas or information man lang tayo dito sa side ng depensa, sana makakatulong, especially dito para sa kuya natin si Fatima na hindi nga makakatakas dito, and he has a Saya player, the Jet, who is gonna be picking off the initiator that could be a great piece to the retakes after committing the objective.
T1 right now. Rotate muna na naman. Papunta doon sa may ace site. Playing out the timer actually, and Talon still. Yung pressure na ni-apply nila, it was very good to dissuade dun sa simula talaga ng lambanan. But losing Pat gives the opening here for T1, and now they know. Ayan nga yung open hand paranoia. Dito tama, pero yung shot trend. Cruz though on the inside. He finds one at least. Carpe and Ban answer back. Pero buhay pa rin yung op dun sa itaas. 2v3 na to. And with Saya player ready with the blades, mukhang pwede pa mag-post na at maayos dito on T1 if they wanna be aggressive. Garnet's looking for the angle. Munchkin, mapaplant na rin yung spike na yan mismo. At dun sa kahon, ang delikado. Saya player waiting things out. Sushi Boys hindi ready. Gamit na Odin na yan. And even Saya players in position. T1 nanguna ng isa ngayon.
It was like up for a slow start para sa retake na yun sana, but mukhang madadali lang talaga sila due to those unexpected space na nag-create ngayon dito ng T1 against that retake that they were trying to even plan out in the first place. And kitang-kita mo naman, Carpe, man, made all the difference in the world there after disabling Cubby take down. Could have been like a great amount of support na bibigay for the operator play, which can be quite difficult to do.
Yan, Talon right now. Mas mahihirapan sila ngayon, Ling, oh. Hero rifle para kay Garnets. Besides that, it's still T1 absolutely in control. Alam mo yung T1? Di ba famous yun sa ibang laro?
Famous sila sa maraming laro.
Magaling sila.
Famous sila for a lot of things, actually.
Kasi sinasabi magaling sila mag-fake. Sila ba yung mga fakers?
Sila nga talaga. Actually, it's like the same Riot game.
Oh, tama.
Right here.
So we're allowed to say it, bro.
Oo nga.
Napa-overthink tayo doon. Tingnan natin kung mapa-overthink pa talaga sila kung may kalaban doon sa malapitan, Dax. Oo nga, eh.
Lagi na lang eh. May tao dyan eh. Parang tipong kala mo 1v many, 1v1 lang pala. At yun o, 1v1 with Saya player. Talo dyan si Sushi Boys. And it's T1 now. In cruise control. Chillings lang eh. Tipong play slow, find pick. Okay, good. Let's rotate.
Parang dito makikita yung mga calm, cool, at collected plays talaga na ginagawa ngayon ng T1 because they have no sense of urgency at all. They have full control over the map, and not just that, they have full control over the pacing, kung ano nila at kung paano nila gusto makapag-hit ng site at kung paano nila gusto makapag-counter sa mga tinatapon sa kanila ng kanilang kalabans. And this is where we see them. Parang I have to say an effort coming in once again here for Talon na si Pat ang mag-first contact and of course get an initial pick, which can be huge though. And the Odins once again putting up a quick highlight here with the wallbang.
Sa Ascent lang talaga pwede ilabas yung Odin ng ganyan.
Exactly.
And as per usual, Azurite 2021.
Never gets old,
all
actually.
walls are bangable. Pero to op po. Op at kita mo yung kabila si Saya player. Ini-expect na niya mag-pick dito si Garnets if ever. Nag-iingay pa rin daw si paring Foxy at si Munchkin ang sabi tahimik na dyan. Turret daw ang tunay na kalaban. Ayan na smoke sa timingan sana si Sushi Boys. But it's T1 still kinda stuck here. Mukhang sabi ng Talon. Pwede naman nila i-control yung pace kung makakuha sila ng mga mas maagang pitas. And while Pat is solo already, T1 trying to crawl on in. Tahimik lang ang gapang ngayon ng T1 eh.
Tahimik talaga para magugulat malang itong Gecko at hindi pa siya bibigyan ng oportunidad para makapagtapon ng mga utilities that could further slow them down with this aggression, with this objective they're trying to do. It's gonna be the A-copy take, but hindi pa nga ito magiging successful because may problema pa sila. Ang Gecko coming out from the corner, from the trees, not exactly climbing on anyone's back right now, but it's all left to Munchkin dito for this 1v2 Killjoy lockdown being committed dito sa Cubby once again at mukhang operator naman po ang magiging kaduo para sa retake na ito.
Pero 2v1 nga, diba? Yun yung lockdown para na mag-flash out dito si Munchkin. Tatlo na napatay niya. Kailangan niya ng ace clutch if ever he wants this win this round. At ayun na, ang Talon po pwesto rin. Sushi Boys ang tagabantay. Garnets looking to do the same old thing. Mukhang defuse muna. Op! Ang ready dito sa peak mo, Munchkin. Papalag ka ba? Dinefuse na lang bago ka pa mag-peak. Masyado kang lag-intay, boss. At yun tuloy, nanganib ka pa.
Oh, nakakasayang. I haven't really seen anyone just like give away the side, like the defuse like that quite too easily. Alam mo may operator, but alam mo yung parang there's a part of you na like gusto mo parang mag-take ng risk kahit alam mong mahirap. Diba?
So worth it paglabanan.
Oh, worth it talaga paglabanan. Siyempre, VCT na to eh. Palalampasin pa ba nila ang oportunidad na ito?
Totoo, the biggest stage and the best shots. Really just goes to show though na pag nakuha talaga ng Talon yung control na maaga, sobra silang calm brand eh. And, uy, may viewing party!
Nako naman.
Punta tayo?
Ayo.
Tara.
Saan ba?
Sa Thailand.
Ako G lang ako, kalad ka rin to eh.
Feel ko makakahabal tayo map 3 kung pumunta tayo ngayon.
Oh, Azurai pasok.
Hindi, magkakas tayo papuntang airport.
Pwede naman. Basta technical pause muna. Technical pause until naka-stable.
Eto, timeout T1.
Oh, pwede na. Tara
sige,
na. Joke lang.
Terminal 3 ha.
Oh, G.
Actually, di ko alam anong terminal dapat talaga dito. But timeout muna dyan. At pagka na Korean audience talaga, meron silang mga signs eh.
Aww.
So, gagawa ka ng sign.
At may fan chant din.
Oh, sige, ano fan chant mo?
For...
Pili ka ng team, tapos gawa ka fan chant ha?
Mamaya na assignment ko yun for next game.
Hindi, si Wendell!
Napaisip tayo.
Wendell, gawa tayo fan chant ha? Habang nagkakas kami, isip tayo ng fan chant para sa panalo ng map 1. Ito, paggawa tayo fan chant ni Azurai.
Tapos ano, may mga light stick din dapat.
Hindi, yung fan chant ni Azurai, lalagay niya yung light stick dito sa biceps niya. Tapos mag-curse na ng galon. Tapos sabi niya, flex! Flex!
Lights upon pressure, gumagano.
Oo. Parang siyang diamond. Pag under pressure, mas kumikintab. At ito na rin, pressure para sa side ng Talon. Dahil sa KO ni Carpe. Off-shot, tumuntik pa. Tumama kay Saya player. Mga 1 or 2 inches lang. Sana na mapatamaan pa rin yan. But that mid-control is still being fight for T1 right now. Mukhang maganda, maagang investment nila lockdown dun mismo sa gitna ng mapa. Cut that rotation at makapwesto sila dun sa A-site na lang.
Kailangan din nila yung gagawin to work around this utility, work around everything that they have. Given that I already know that si Patifan naman muli ang kinakailangan nila problemahin para sa kanilang A-side take. Now, mimintis time muna tayo dito si Garnet S. Wala mo munang magagawang operators dito. Mukhang mababagsak muna tayo dito sa kalupaan at mukhang it's gonna be isang mabilisang 4v4 spike being planted on A once again. Now, fragment even delay sa mga pushes galing all the way from Raptors. And we see ultimate dito, Patifan, Gecko could not even stand up against anyone because this now door is still gonna be closed. That is not gonna be the opening that we need. But for sure, Munchkin just wants to deny everyone na magtatakang pang mag-split dito sa kanilang retake. Now, 1v4. Anong magagawa ni Foxy? Wala siyang utility na matitira para man lang maka-spot off ng kanilang mga kalaban. And that is already him being denied of that clutch still.
Yeah, wala talaga magagawa dito ang Talon pag nakapwesto ng ganun T1. Gumawa sa ng space gamit ang lockdown and kasi madali lang yung pagpasok nila ng site. Simple lang yan. Pat though, at the very least, diniming niya yung pagtapon dun kay Wingman. But beyond that, huli rin kagad sila eh. Yung Nightfall inabas. T1 was there in position and kitang-kita nila kung saan pupwesto ang kalaban nila mismo. So timeout rin yung Talon. So break time times 2, di ba? Dapat pwede na lang sila mag-stack ng timeout eh. Timeout muna kalaban. Sabi nila, ako pa rin. Timeout muna kami.
Pinagkasunduan, ano?
Oo.
Pero magsa-timeout na kayo, kami din. Oh. Aww. They have Talon, like Talon fan chants. Oh.
Ano ang Talon fan chant? Sige nga.
Sabi ko si Wendell, ipapasa mo sa ganyan.
Iniintay ko lang eh. Nasagutin mo yung tanong ko maayos eh. Pero in the end, yes!
Munchkin, Carpe. Not ganun.
Pang T1 yun na.
Yeah, yun dapat. Ikaw dapat sa talo. Ito, ako na ang T1 fan chat. Ikaw na sa ano, Talon. By the end of this timeout, which is now, meron na dapat tayo.
Oh, sige, ikaw mauna ah. Silence.
Silence. Oh, we have Munchkin, Carpe, Sayo, Van, Zeta. That's how fan chants usually go. Tapos may kasama pang light stick para may effect. Ganun.
Right here.
Narinig ka, the silence is deafening. Turret lang narinig ko.
Napapatingin talaga ako sa'yo eh. Hindi ko alam lang eh. Hindi ko na lang alam.
Hindi ko rin alam.
Hindi ko alam. Parang
ano?
Parang ikaw ang tunay na BTS dito, boss.
Behind the scenes.
Army ka pala!
Wag mo! Bro, shoutout sa inyo lahat dyan na nanonood.
Shoutout sa mga Purple Hearts dyan, boss.
Oh. So, who's your BTS bias?
Scarpe.
Oh! Good choice, good choice.
Diba? Siyempre ako pa. Loyal ako sa mga galing ibang bang-bang. But, balik na tayo please sa Valorant.
Oh, sige,
wala akong alam tungkol sa K-pop, boss, at all.
Kaya pala kinusgad yung fan chant ko.
Oo, parang tinignan kita. It's like, ibang world yun ah. Ibang meaning yun. At,
this is my territory, sir.
Sige, ikaw na bahala dyan. Pero ito, setup please, wag. Nako, ba't ka pa mag-aldrone dyan? Mukha na lang nakaparanoia naman si Cruz though. At di na lang niya pinush yan. Nakuha pa nga, naparanoia, hinabol ng malala at patay na patay si Cruz kay Van. Hindi pa tapos to, Talon on the lesser by. Sheriff lang ang hawak nila dito. At sunod-sulong na mamamatay dito ang Talon ngayon. T1, quick little execute, nakakuha lang ng intel. Diniretso na nila yung site mismo eh.
Hindi no, parang sayang pa ng effort ni Cruz doon ano. Tumakbo pa siya. What's the point? Nakuha pa nga siya ng aldrone muli at baka pa-confirmation man lang. But speaking of that, may kita natin dito, ang quick on effort na manggagaling mula dito sa T1 of them just closing out the round. Not even allowed to go in for the retake. And, you know, isang mabilisan lang, ganun lang daw, real quick.
At least nag-try siya, diba? At least tinry na tumakas. At least may effort. Ayaw mo ba yun? Patita natin dito, T1 right now, 3 rounds gap. Operator nakahawak rin si Saya player. And what we're seeing from T1 is just some really clean executes eh. Pag flush out nila ang Talon na maaga, ginagamit kagad nila yung space na yun para makapasok sa site. And truth be told, pag sila yung may advantage sa site mismo, kita mo yung confidence na nasa pwestuhan ngayon. Pat though, playing towards Cubby, mid-control na lang ang magiging plano dito ng T1. But Talon, iba na rin iniisip nila. 4 ang nakastack dito sa may B-site. Si Garnet sa magsisimula talaga ng labanan. Dash on in, si Carpe, nandyan na rin. It's Saya player on the board. The blades are sharp! Mukhang nakatagada pang kutsilyo niya mismo. And Zeta is there yet again. Pat na lang natitira. 1v4. Bumalik ka pa ng Valorant para lang mamatay. At 3k there from Saya player. And it's T1 with the 8-4 scoreline to end the half.
Oh, they laid a trap basically for Talon to even put themselves in a really vulnerable position dun sa P-main. At paisa-isa sila napipitas. And you know, what a good play there coming out from Saya. And the team just rallying in behind him. Bladestorm putting up to good use. And what a good use din nila para din sa KO ultimate, which completely made the difference of them disabling the traps doon ng Killjoy.
Alam naman natin guys, mga halftime na to, pasa na natin sa ating panel na handang-handa pag-usapan yung nangyari ngayon.
Maraming salamat, Ling and Dax. Again, welcome to the panel. So, ang game natin ngayon is 8-4. It's not really a close game like we thought it would be. Pero nakikita natin na malinis ang executes ng T1. They're creating a lot of space and keeping control of the map. So, giving them a lot of room to comfortably rotate. And Talon tries to retake, pero wala eh. And, like, who do you guys think has the control of the game at this moment and why?
If I'm gonna answer very quickly, it's obviously T1 at the moment, right? I think what's been their strong suit talaga dito is they're, again, as I mentioned, they're using that history that they have, that knowledge that they have of how NA players do it, and you can see na from how they're pushed, it's very fluid talaga. It's all about free-flowing aggression, and hindi makapag-keep up dito ang Talon, and that is putting Talon even deeper inside a ditch.
Exactly, and to think, just to look at for previous week against Secret, pili tong yung map nito ng Talon, and they didn't perform well over at Ascent. That was 5-13 yung score, and right now, looking back into our second half, 4-8 na tayo, and looks like T1 really pretty much in the driver's seat right now, pero parang magiging challenge to for Talon. Maybe may isip natin, baka game 2 babawi sila, then lead it to a game 3, we'll never know. Pero for so far, T1 talaga. It's just that, kung sinasabi pa nga ni Asuray, the NA blood is running in their veins.
Yeah, very much so, very much so.
I mean, I agree with you on there, and I think it's about time for us to get back to the game. So, Ling and Dax, it's back to you.
Siyempre, sasabihin ni Asra yung NA, kita mo suot niya, face clone eh.
Napaka-bias. Nagka-Casta Pacific, pero NA pa rin sa puso.
Oo nga eh, talaga. Padala si Asuray sa Amerika.
Oh, please.
Abangan. Pogi rin ni Bruce, no?
Pogi, kasi April Fools. Parang matching sa theme yung makeup niya today.
Tama. Diba? I've never seen a handsome clown until now.
Oh, I used to be scared of clowns. Pero nakita ko si Brucey, parang nagbago yung isip ko.
No, nung ako, nung bata ako, nakakita ko ng clown talaga. Ngayon,
Brucey.
Good job. Kaya talaga, may juicy ang Brucey. Pero ito, labak tayo ito na laban. At ang Talon, gusto nila hindi maging talo dito sa mapang to. Cruise right now. At si Pan, nag-jiggle lang sila eh. Like, tara, to the left, to the right. And, well, T1 yet again, hindi naman sila gaanong risk taker. Willing lang sila mag-hang back. Sabihin nila, okay, sige, maganda magiging pwesto natin. And they're gonna look for the high impact frags galing sa posisyon nila eh.
And they fully understand how these macro decisions that they've made so far in the game is where we see them in quite a huge advantage. And of course, the huge on cap. And of course, lamang na naman muli para sa mga positions na ginagawa nila. Zeta is putting all the tools to where he is most likely to even win. And you can definitely see how the rest of the team is actually reacting on the same energy, on the same wavelength. And for the rest of everyone here on A side, they just want to eliminate everyone else from Talon that are trying to put out or cook summoning on a side.
Zeta, nakatatlo pa nga eh. Alam ko na Zeta Division kanina, but you don't need to do this, Zeta. Okay na ang pwesto nyo. T1 right now, absolutely still in control. Dating natin sa defending side, yung place na ginagawa nila kanina, parang sulit na sulit pa rin eh. Kuha ng intel maaga. Alamin kung saan nila kailangan pumesto, and that was just absolutely clean. Dito natin nakita kind of yung weakness talaga nung Gecko in the first place eh. If you don't get too much value sa pinakaunang paggamit ng utility, tas di mo na makukuha mismo, then it's gonna be even harder moving forward kasi yung value ng utility mo kind of less so compared to other initiators eh.
Oh, exactly. And you have to also take into account that parang dito mo talaga nakikita on the opposition also understand like this limitation as well, and they actually work their way around it every time na pinipilit sa kanila yung tapon na iyon. And which is where we actually see T1 not just fully understanding their own strengths as well as a team based on like the decisions they've been making, but they're also understanding kung ano yung mga possible weaknesses na posible pa nila fully capitalize on.
Ako talaga, hindi ako kasing fan ng Gecko sa Ascent, sa totoo lang. Kasi saan mo ba magagamit mismo yung utility? Only on one side of the map. Sa B side, medyo mas mahirap. Dito sa A, sige, maganda from main. But then again, you already have the fade. And speaking of, ayan na yung hot at ayan na nga yung DZ. Kita natin dito makakuha ng intel at ng utility gamit ng flash itself. But then again, T1 doesn't care. Shrug it off. Malinis lang. Wala silang pake. Doon sa lalabas dito ng Gecko eh.
Nagmukhang DM really quick yung laro. Parang aim lab ba nga? Parang yung left and right ultimate test of your aim, Raptors play. And makita mo naman, just like Talon, just trying to swing in every direction to overwhelm their enemies. But fun fact, nako, may crossfire, may magandang depensa, at may anchor dito na hindi basta-basta magpapalampas sa kanilang mga kalaban dito sa site na ito sa A.
And really, T1 right now, ito yung magiging isa pwede maging wildcard threat dito sa Pacific League. All of their experience comes from the NA side. Doon pa nga sila naglalaro bago lang dumating dito sa VPL. And as of now, sila yung magiging kakaibang playstyle compared to the other teams. But Talon, syempre, handa pa rin pag may rifles. In-expect na nila na lulusop dito ang T1 with the lesser buy anyway. Marshall na lang at Arex sa titira. Si Van nahuli pa. Dito si Foxy. Nandyan si Cruz. At ayan na nga si Foxy. Dynamic duo from dati pa. Talon makes it 5.
Ako, NA, please expect mo talaga na medyo maging agresibo yan sila given that they have all of the creds in their economy na posible na to even throw away. That was their bonus. Either way, parang kailangan mo talaga to take even more risk in this game para to have that element of getting your opponents to where they would least expect you to be. And this is where we see them parang, T1 being well prepared for that push, or rather, Talon being well prepared for that push. And gotta say, that was a round that we were willing to lose in the first place.
In-expect na nila na pupunta na mid din talaga ang T1. Pero iniba na kagad ang T1 kagad ang pwestuhan. Back to the mains we go. Back to the Odin! And back to Saya play with the operator. Puro na lang Odin today talaga eh.
Well, it works.
Hindi sila nahihiya, ilabas talaga yun eh.
Hindi talaga nahihiya. There is no Odin shaming in this game. If it works, it works talaga.
Ganun talaga ang confidence pag magkakasama kayo sa Korea. Diba?
Ibang LAN experience talaga.
Ano mo palam yung doon? Yung mga hot springs doon?
Oh, I wanna try.
Hindi ko natutuloy anong kailangan mo gawin pag nandun sa hot springs. Pero yun, tuloy natin ang mga pagnunood kay Saya player. But, mamaya ka na. Bawal ka na maglaro. Linabas mo pa yung bagong agent kung patay ka lang, unfortunately. At T1 right now, isa pa? Biktima? Naku, isa pa. Sige nga. Hindi ngayon. Si Cruz yan eh.
Pinigilan sa entrance. Bawal daw muna tumawid. Bawal daw muna sumili because that is bawal behavior inside this game. And speaking of that, makikita mo naman talaga na B-side Kupita. Bawal side as well. Talon, mukhang magbabago ng binabalak muna tayo dito. Kinakailangan po na natin mag-uubos ng mga kalaban sa side na ito. Walang magsiswimming. Wala muna magtatawid na muli dito para kay Sushi Boys. That's gonna be bad news. Itong Odin player talaga. Yung Odin player sa likod na nagtatago ngayon, hindi naglalabas, Dax. Ay, magiging parang dagalan dun sa likod eh. Di mo, na-smoke na lahat, nakakapatay pa rin.
Nakapasok pa nga dito ang Talon at kala mo bawal tong B-site na to. Pwede sa sagot ni Cruz. The fact of the matter is na suppress na maigi talaga sa boathouse ang isang member ng T1. Di makatulong at all. Inipit pa nga na malala. And it was just a lot of map control na nakuha doon ng Talon. Namabot pa nga sila doon sa may city side. Nakapush pa nga sila na maigi. And right now, Talon, binigyan nila mismo ng pag-asa ang sarili nila. 3 ultimates at the ready. And yun pa nga, ang ating Gecko ult na naghahandan sana ni Pat. But Saya player, alam pa niya na may tao dito. Marshall na lang at na-headshot pa na malalang ganun. Garnets goes down at yun talaga yun. Blade Storm na ang lalabas ngayon ng T1.
Which could completely turn things around dito, especially sa side ng T1. They have manpower advantage. They have the Blade Storm that is as deadly as those rifles na kung anong meron ng kanilang mga kalaban. But it all falls down whether or not the Jet Saya player could actually hit his shots this time around. Consistency could actually be the key here, but he even decides to even, take things down to the Marshall place lang dito on his mid-side hold.
Yeah, Talon right now. Sige, push muna dito sa main. Naghahanap naman ni Zeta do ang kanyang pag-agresibo. Darts to fly, shock dart nandyan na rin. At kusang naghahanap lang sila ng intel. Dizzy do, throw on out. Si Zeta close na para sa wall para di pa tamaan ng gaano. Aldro nandyan na rin. Mukhang na-expose na ang intensyon dito ng Talon. At si Munchkin pa nga ang mga kapatay kay Sushi Boys. Kita mo to, eco na to ng T1 ha? At ang Talon pa ang napapahesitate ngayon.
Mapapaisip talaga sila ngayon na after that initial frags na makakuha sa kanilang nanggagaling para sa kanilang mga kalaban, you actually have to reassess the situation given that you already have information kung saan ba sila posible manggagaling. Good way for them to actually make the last minute call of putting out this A-side plant, but is it gonna be enough for Cruz to hold everything ball by himself?
Oh, Foxy!
Oh no, it's too late.
Ang layo ng ikot pero hindi pa alam ngayon ng T1 kung saan manggagaling ang last member ng Talon. Eventually, the utility flies on by Munchkin in coverage and in third. Ayan yung Blade Storm. At ayan si Saya player. Linaro talaga ang larong yun against Foxy. The Blaze to fly and the turf counts T1's way.
Oh, what a quick round. What a good eco na ginagawa dito ng T1 ngayon. Putting that Blaze Storm really up to great value para sa larong to. They have a really good initiative of letting Saya player do his thing and of course pick out the frags that the team basically needs. Na I like the trust that they have built amongst themselves. Na they actually understood on what their individual capabilities are and how they actually understand that this play is what they needed.
Ngayon, Talon, mapapa-timeout na. Ano lang ang kailangan dito ng Talon? Sa totoo lang. Nilabas na nila yung bagong agent, wala pa rin nangyayari gaano. Nag-rotate sila maigi, wala pa rin sila mahuli. And T1 is just able to play a game na, okay, mag-stay tayo dito, matatakot yung kalaban, at makakuha lang tayo ng scan, may mapipitas tayo eh.
I don't think like there's anything else that they could do at this point aside from no longer relying on that Gecko player because we fully understand na wala masyadong value na nagagawa yung mga utility niya, especially when it's easily evaded, when it's easily destroyed, and there's nothing much productivity that could stem out after putting out those set plays. They have to put somebody else on that platform, somebody else on that pedestal that has to step up for the team.
Ayan, sige, top frag nga siya, pero parang nakita natin dito sa side ng Talon, hindi sila ganong komportable sa setup nila ngayon. Gusto ko sana makita yung classic Talon lineup dito. Nalalabas na nila yung Sova, that they're gonna feel very comfortable with yung kanilang setup mismo. It's just not happening right now. At nag-experiment pa sila against T1 of all teams. T1 in the meantime, mukhang na-realize nga nila sino ba mag-rotate dito, sino maging setup nila. And as we see right now, it's just such a sense of calm control na alam mo lang T1 has a good semblance of it kahit hindi gaanong flashy.
And this is where we actually see them na actually have that sense of security amongst themselves talaga because malaking tiwala nila na kaya nila makapag-retake. Malaking tiwala nila sa sarili din nila na kaya din nila to even hold off their enemies and pressure them against like committing that objective. And this is where we see them having everyone up to full effect, up to their full potential right now, which is I do hope that would not regress for this series alone because man, in a map like I said, parang comeback are still gonna be possible here in any scenario at all. And speaking of that, we could actually see an effort coming in here from Talon on towards B that would want them to even try to question their decision so far.
Lumuso pa nga sila doon sa operator at pato naman si Foxy daw. Good control with the botas. Ilang beses na niya ginamit yung C's para na manalo. Pero kailangan pa umasa na malalim dito ng Talon. Lockdown into play si Shushi Boy at si Foxy. Naasahan dati. Walang pag-asa ngayon. T1 is at the ready. T1 is there. Faker will be proud. 12-6 na to.
What a speedrun here from T1 so far, no? Parang at this point, it's really hard for you to put Talon into their old form, that what we actually expect them to have, given that one, like you mentioned a while ago, they're not comfortable. And two, the morale of the team has basically been lost. They tried to do whatever they can to even go out for the B-side push, but unfortunately, the coordination wasn't even there. You don't see those double picks. You don't see the support system na ginagawa nila amongst themselves, and they're all just trying to play for themselves, even for those peaks alone.
So bakit magkamukha yung logo ng T1 at Talon? Parehong red, parehong parang may wings, parehong...
Actually, similar silhouette.
Diba?
Siguro more, more...
Diba parang may tusok konti yung Talon. Yung T1 parang eto na. Yun na yun.
Minimalistic daw kasi. Different,
iba yung art style.
What if sibling artist din
nga, paano yung tipong can you change their homework?
Ay!
Nako.
Grabe naman to.
Nako. Pero buti na lang kita natin si paring Wingman. Ayun na siya. Ang cute pa. Parang itlog.
Gusto ko makakita siya mag-plant. Actually, yun na rin siguro kung gusto ko maging highlight sa larong to.
Never nangyari kasi mukhang ito na. Talon gonna be able to make it their way towards that A site. Si Pat mismo ang mag-plant. That's the thing. Kasi nagamit na nga yung wingman. Pero trigger discipline, oh, Foxy. Pinapanood lang si Saya player. Ano na, Saya? Oh.
Gulat siya eh.
Gulat siya. Uy, wala rin kahit si Zeta.
Di nakapag-react.
Kita, isipin mo, mag-scope in ka, tatalikod ka lang, tatakbo ka, kala mo kakampi, hindi pala.
Tapos hindi rin narinig na nagbasag o kanina pa pala basag. Kanina pa pala nag-aabang doon. Parang hindi mo ma-blame yung kasalanan. Hindi magiging kasalanan ni Sova, hindi magiging kasalanan ni Zeta yun. Kasi in the first place, hindi siya nag-check ng angle. Yun na yun.
Ibang klaseng cut bahay na yung boss eh. Master thief eh. Ganun lang. Nandito ako. Nandaan ako. Tiningnan ako ng masama ni Saya player.
Masama talaga ang mga tinginan doon. Kala ko nga kanina magtotondo place. Pero wala palang Pinoy sa team nila. So, na lang guys.
Bawal yun. Hindi yun magkakount kung walang taga-Pilipinas. At ito na, straight up! Si Saya player! Na-hit and run! Garnet Sushi Boys handa na rin. T1, pag eco run pala, todo lang ng todo. Hold W, tsaga na lang, tiwala sino mapipitas. At sabi ng Talon, oh sige, cool, we're done. Tapos ang round.
Sana kung gano'n naman pala yung mga laruan, sana tinuloy-tuloy na lang sana kanina pa.
Bakit?
Kung may gano'n naman pala.
Bakit?
Kasi kung ano, dapat hindi na nagma-match point ng T1 kung gano'n lang yung laruan ng Talon eh.
Ito, maganda yung punishing to. And ito yung magiging power talaga ng Fate eh. Buti nila nag-Prouder sila. Maaga, nakagat kaagad si Saya player. And iba yung mid-control na ginagawa dito ng T1 Minsman. Sometimes they just want to play for the mid. Sometimes gusto lang nila makakuha ng copy. Pero ibang beses, straight down to the courtyard. Sapakan kung sapakan, di ba?
Like pretty much a very straightforward approach that almost made them too predictable. Which is like difficult din sa ginagawa dito ng T1 and made Talon like, you know, parang, teka muna, alam na namin to. Parang doon din nagpa-flashback yung pasta para sa kanila and they actually understood how to counter it this time around.
Pero ni-expect ba nila? Maganda yung utility setup ngayon ng T1 dito sa may A site. Talon right now at the break of losing out this map. T1 isa na lang round na kailangan para manalo sa map pick nila mismo. And there you have it. DZ muna para matapon. Pat getting ready yet again. Para lang pagpwesto. But the lockdown is there. At ayun na, Ling! Ayun na si Wingman! Siya na ang nag-plant after 20 rounds dito sa round 21. Yun na rin ginawa ng Talon. But then again, the lockdown is gonna be there. Narinig natin yung command. Ganda ng timing doon ni Garnets. Makakuha pa nga isa. But Pat can be able to give Talon the edge. It's 4v3. At mga purpose na rin dito sa main. Teleport pa more ban. Huli ka dyan. Sushi Boys in position. Carpe finds Cruz though. At doon sa site mismo, ang T1 nagde-defuse na lang. May smoke nakaharang. Nakahalfway pa nga dito ang T1. And it's set up protecting the team. Sushi Boys nandun lang sa kabila. Siya na lang natitira dito ang Aldron. Nandyan na rin yung Intel. But Sushi Boys, can he do it now? Nag-push si Zeta. Sinagasaan na lang ang kalaban. And T1 will take this 13-8. Kitang-kita ang tiyaga at ang disiplina para sa mga hold na to.
Disiplina. Hindi sila basta-basta nag-push. Alam nila may utilities pa sila. Ginamit nila yon. And they had all the time in the world to even go up against that Killjoy. And this is where we see them exercising their discipline in this game. And not putting any utility up to waste in this series.
Pag may intel, diba? Doon lang sila mag-push. Doon lang sila mag-spam. At doon nila alam na, uy, libre to ah. Nandito lang, low HP. And it was just T1 at the very least, keeping calm under pressure. First time tayo makakita ng Gecko, kita mo, bigla nilang binabaril kagad yung DZ, pinapantay na so nanggagaling yun. At isang beses lang talaga tayo nakakita ng wingman plant dahil lang sa pressure na ina-apply ng T1.
Which is can be quite difficult, but I just love and want to commend dito sa ginagawa ng T1 so far. And how, you know, a lot of teams like sometimes overthink talaga kung how is it are they gonna be able to counterplay yung mga abilities that they're not well accustomed to. And to even imagine this in competitive play, like keeping your composure like that made a huge difference as to how T1 basically performed. But you gotta say talaga, for Talon, they have given a commendable effort in trying to catch up with this series, or rather, for this map alone. Parang makikita mo talaga that they have basically done their best, but let's say the Gecko didn't really hit the spot right there.
Diba? Parang I think yun yung point, diba? Hit the spot, hit or miss ang nagiging problema ngayon ng Talon. And right now, hindi natin nakikita yung mga dating compositions na gumagana, hindi natin nakita yung composition mismo na feeling na komportable sila. And while the practice nga nila at nakikita natin na may pagka-mastery sa mga agents mismo, it just doesn't connect the same way as it was before. So back to the drawing board talaga ng Talon. Last time around, it was a matter of the rotation. Maybe this time, yung agent composition mismo eh.
Not really the best way to experiment as well. Parang sobrang ganda na sana yung mapang yun. And it could have been like anyone's map, T1, Talon, regardless, it all fell down to how the agent drops went out.
Masyado natin inisip to dito. Kaya tayo may panel para gawin yan. So we'll throw it over back to them and go take it away, Rebby, Asrai, as well as Bruce.
Thank you, Dax and Ling. That was a really unexpected game that we saw here. I mean, I was rooting for Talon here, but I think I have to agree with what they said. T1 really just showed their composure, and I think that's what really made the difference for them here. We did see sa second half natin, we did see that Talon was on the attack, and they did try to change up yung tempo ng game, pero grabe yung reaction ng T1. Hindi sila na-overwhelm, kumbaga. They just dueled them with confidence, and I think that T1 calmly reacting to these plays gave them the confidence. They waited for their executes, they didn't over-rotate, and they dueled knowing that they could really trust in their teammates.
Yung nakita kong problema naman dito on the flip side para sa Talon was even if nagta-top frag dito si Patifan, that's the only thing he was able to contribute for the team. He was top fragging, right? The utilities that he's supposed to be able to use as the Gecko was very much non-existent, and that could be akin to a couple of things. Then, first of all, it's not as clear-cut pa kung paano nagagamitin si Gecko dito. First and foremost, one thing was he got hella counter by Carpe. I mean, pag nagka-trash siya, all Carpe has to do is figure out kung nasa yung kalaban niya. Ang laki ng range ng kanyang KO blade or his null command. It negates everything na gustong gawin ni
instantly
Patifan
suppressed.
Dito. Exactly. And Patifan has to get in position pa to use his utility. He's splitting up with Foxy to create that that initiator na one-way attack, or one of them goes in the other direction, one of them goes too. Pero problema naman is, again, he just can't set up the utility and it just fumbles. Kasi because of that, they don't have their top fragger anymore, they don't have that extra utility, and they don't have that pressure on the other side of the map, which makes Talon very vulnerable and very susceptible to just focused fired by T1 dun sa one angle push na ginagawa nila.
Yeah, and just to add addition to that one, kasi sabihin mo natin si Patifan yung top fragger ng Talon for this game, right? Yung issue nga lang dun is like, as Asurai said, yung utility is non-existent eh. And it's like, technically Valorant is a 5-man game, but then it's like your utilities parang siyang 0.5 going in through each game. So parang, technically they're fighting, if 0.5 yun sila, technically they're like 8 people against 10 utilities coming in from the side of T1. Kaya, although Patipan tries his best to be the top fragger, hindi pa rin, like the cohesion, and kung titingnan na natin, I think, example dito, round 17, round number 14 on the second half, clean transfers from both Saya player and Ban, yung parang the entry from Talon going into B site. I mean, A site, sobrang bilis lang ng laro nila eh. Marshall plus a Spectre, ganun lang kabilis. Like, clean transfers all the way, frags, utilities, yun yung in-execute ng T1 going into our first series today.
Exactly. I think it's like Asurai said kanina, like they just had that kind of NA gameplay, NA gameplay or play style where they just kind of like had those really smooth.
Amerikano ka pala eh.
They just had like really smooth entries, and it kind of just like flowed. It was just, they were also, I kind of felt na maybe Talon kind of felt like, let's say they kind of froze up. You could kind of see there were moments where I would also question, like, why did they not peek, or why did they wait for the smoke to just go, and then they would be caught off guard. And going on to the Gecko, I also agree that it did not really reach its full value in utility. Like Ling said, you know, it's easy to destroy, it's easy to dodge as well. But we did learn something, I think in the first half, we did learn that Gecko's Mosh Pit can actually destroy a Killjoy lockdown. So normally it's just a Brimstone ult or a Sova's Hunter's Fury, but now this is kind of a big surprise. Maybe it's a way that we can finally counter the constant Killjoy picks. So maybe we can see that Gecko gets picked up more, but I think Patifan only started utilizing him maybe later on sa match natin.
Well, mahaba-haba pa naman yung week natin dito eh. And just to add more insult to injury to that Gecko gameplay. Round number 10. Thrasher from 3. Nag-commit si Patifan doon, but then the door was closed. My God, that was like a huge facepalm moment. Na parang, we finally get to see a Thrasher in play. Boom. Denied.
That's the thing though. I think it was akin nga to the disconnect na meron sila dito because they didn't know the pacing of what agents they had. Diba? Patifan was gonna use the Thrash. That was yung job naman to destroy yung door was actually for Cruz to break down para makapasok yung utility dito. So that I think is the issue din nila. It's this disconnect, this nalilito sila kung paano nila gagawin yung utility nila, and because of that, T1 started to just realize, and then they started to just be a lot more confident sa push nila. You saw how dedicated they were. Kung nag-commit sila ng utility on the A side, they will commit on that A side. And even if, sabihin natin, yeah, okay, taga natin si Batim, taga natin si Cruz, Garnets. I think he was doing so well with the operator at the very start of that game, and at the middle to end, bigla na lang siya nawawala kasi I think he's waiting for his own teammate's utility. Nag-set up sa likod niya si Foxy, and he's like, hintayin ba kita bago ka mag-hunt ka ba muna bago ako mag-peek or pipik na ako dito. So these little bits of, from what it looks like from our side, miscommunication is building up and is causing these disruptions sa side ng Talon Esports.
Exactly.
I agree, and I mean, we could really see that, especially in the first half. But I kind of want to go back to the Gecko because I feel like since this is the first time we have seen him, I kind of want to throw out yung question na, maraming na-excite sa first pick ni Gecko here in VCT Pacific. But do you guys think that he was the right pick?
Hindi. I mean, like, sa Ascent lang mismo, it's not the place kung saan mo itatapon yung utilities niya. I mean, like, siguro if we are talking about maps like Fracture or Lotus, parang gameable pa with how tight corners are. Pero with Ascent, with a map na parang medyo mas wide, ang bilis lang ilagan It's a lot easier to kill. Like, for example, a Wingman, bilis mo lang tanggalin yun in the equation Kasi, like, there's a lot of angles to remove his utilities into this game.
Okay. I'll go the other direction naman. I feel like because naging conservative this is Patifan, he also played, because he was conservative with his utility, he was also conservative with his gunplay. Okay, so sabihin natin, again, that might not seem the case because of how, he was high in terms of the frags, but I thought that he could get even more frags talaga if he didn't hesitate to say that, ba't ako na lang kaya lahat ng utilities ko at the start, tapos sugod na lang tayo. Kasi, again, it's not working anymore. Why not just throw everything na lang and utilize Patifan alongside si Garnet? If that was the case sana, if they were just banking na lang siguro on Foxy to be the true initiator dito sa Talon, there could have been a better series of options sana for Talon Esports. So I think, not looking at it na lang na bakit si Gecko agad sa Ascent, is more of like, hindi nagbago yung playstyle ni Patifan for Talon in that Ascent map.
I mean, nakulang lang sila sa YOLO factor siguro. Na parang the moment na parang, wala naman talaga They were exactly conservative still. Sana tinapon na lang nila lahat. And maybe Talon as a team, parang in this VCT Pacific, even since last week, parang kulang sila into adaptability.
Maybe a bit uncoordinated or parang may hesitation pa rin from the whole team, like, together. Pero, I think also malinis talaga yung game ng T1 today. And
sobrang linis lang
exactly.
talaga.
And I think we can see with confidence now for game 2, T1 is they're not going to change. The confidence is still going to be there. Calm and collected. Slow and steady wins the race talaga. I really think that T1
which is weird, by the way. Kasi sa T1, they're building up this confidence, pero Ban is gonna be out. Subbed in si Intro.
I mean, I think it's because, going off of what Munchkin said, the way that T1 swaps out Ban and Intro is because they believe that one person plays the agent better. So I kind of think that we are going to be seeing a different team comp here. But going off of the map pick, so the next map we have is Haven. So Talon picked this map. So yung question ngayon, T1 went 4-13 in this map against Global Esports. Yung question ngayon is, did they pick this to recreate yung same success na sinabi nyo kanina in week 1 of VCT Pacific?
Yeah, I think so. Kasi sa VCT lock-in against Made in Brazil, Talon Esports, sarap ng laro nila sa Haven. They went 13-8 against these guys. I mean, hindi siya as far as possible, pero if you're going to approach a map na komportable ka, and if you think about lock-in, sure, it's a debut tournament lang dito sa VCT, pero if you think about it, it's everybody from the whole world. And, you get to mix up those playstyles. How much more nakalaban nila ngayon is one of their Pacific brothers, which is gonna be T1. And, I think it still boils down to last week, talo yung T1 here, 4-13, really bad scoring. Baka ito yung gustong i-duplicate nga ni Talon Esports.
The thing is, even if they want to duplicate that, diba, ang kailangan lang dito is Lock-in, they never use Patifan, right?
No.
So,
wala si Patifan.
That's the question then. Kasi even if it's the same map, even if it's somewhat similar players, then there's always that question na nasa isip na rin natin, sa isip na rin ng viewers natin, is how well does Patifan integrate back into this team na nga? They've already lost that first series of Team Secret. They still want to keep using Patifan. Again, Patifan is an amazing player, but it seems like it's not the right time to utilize it right now. Will they bring out Jit Boys? Kasi even though there is you know, what, 8 weeks of overall Pacific dito, do you really want to test the waters so much for a star player na was good way back a couple of, you know, a year or two ago, and then, you know, push back yung other reliable players mo na, or bring back the reliable players who were already showing that they got what it takes talaga in their international scene din.
Exactly, kasi sa lock-in, ang layo nung naabutan ng Talon. Eh.
Exactly.
It's not super far, pero like they went stages to stages, palapag ng palapag, and that was even without Patifan. Pero, well,
I mean, I think they. I mean, exactly. I think they still are banking on the fact that Patifan can definitely frag for the team. But in the end, it also is a question of, you know, Sushi Boys and Jit and Garnet. They're also pulling. I think that Garnet is probably the next person who is kind of that indispensable player of Talon. That it used to be Patifan, and now I think we're seeing Garnet kind of take that spotlight as kind of just the foundation of Talon at the moment.
Yeah. And that just, again, begs my question na lang is, are we gonna see another agent mix-up dito for the players, right? Patifan has proving na he is struggling with the battle stage, he is struggling with the initiator role. Are they gonna put him on a more, let's say, simpler yet effective role kagaya ng duelist? Dito, Garnet has also proven na he is maybe in that perspective. So there's a bit of, I think, friction dito na they have proven themselves, but at the same time, they prove themselves in roles, in similar roles, if not the same roles. So napupush back yung isa dito, napupush back isa dito. So it's putting Talon in a rut, in a dynamic where nothing feels right para sa kanila. And you're seeing that stem or bleed out then in terms of how they have been playing all together. Kasi Talon's game, or Talon's macro game, is one of the best in Asia Pacific. And it's so weird to see na hindi to yung parang thing that we are seeing and they're backing up on eh.
Hindi siya nag-show up nga ngayon. Iba, and to think na, well, I mean, last week lang yung basis talaga natin is they're going up against Secret. Sure, magaling si Secret eh, pero like, I mean, they're supposedly leveled together as a team, pero natalo pa rin sila. So, you know, maybe it still boils down to yung player composition talaga nila. I mean, yun yung isa sa mga biggest debates so far here in VCT Pacific na is it right for them to remove some players in and out na parang, you know, wala siyang clear reason. Pero, I mean, game number 2, makikita natin kung ano mangyayari. I mean, this will surely answer some questions that we have, pero masyado pa siyang madami.
I mean, yeah, we won't really have much. We will have more to go on after the game 2 natin sa series na to. But again, it's really interesting to see how these two teams interact. And, you know, we have intro in and we have intro subbed back in with Pat still in. So we can see our two re-debut players up against each other. I think intro is kind of adjusting a little bit better than Patty is. I feel like it could also be yung parang that kind of, what do you call this? That malleability that the team has that they developed during lock-in. Wala si Patifan nun, so he wasn't able to kind of get that groove with the rest of the team. And he maybe just be slightly behind, but I'm, you know, hoping that we can see through the rest of, you know, ng VCT Pacific that he can slowly acclimatize back to the, you know, the groove of Talon Esports.
Mahaba-haba pa naman yung week natin eh. We're still on second week, so there's still a lot. Pero yun na nga yung problem natin dito is like bottom 4, matatanggal sila eh. So there's no time to slack off. I mean, if it's experimenting, now's not the time to do that.
Tama.
I mean, early on, dapat kumuha ka ng mas madaming points eh, to secure your slot going into the playoffs. Pero so far, it's, well, maaga pa nga, so we can't say still, pero going into like, you know, going into Haven this time, sino ba yung mga agents na naisip natin dito, Azuray?
It's the standard usually. I don't think we're, most of the time na naman, I think we might be seeing Talon maybe bring out the Sky Fade, Sky Sofa, because that's always a Thailand staple. Ang gusto ko lang i-add dito is, okay, we've talked about the friction and everything dito ng Talon Esports. The thing about that is, because of that, T1, it feels like with how they've been playing the game, again, perfectly. You're seeing the NA, maganda yung setup sila and everything, maganda yung pag-push nila. It's also seeming na alongside that, they're reading much faster, much quicker yung gustong gawin ng Talon Esports. Yes, Talon can catch them off little by little, maybe in a couple of rounds, but not every single time, and they have to keep adjusting. T1 looks like they have downloaded this opponent.
Agreed. I mean, we could really see that, especially on A side. I really feel like, I don't know if it was just, I still feel that Talon could be a little bit uncoordinated here, but again, T1 just analyzes their plays. It's like they know exactly how Talon has themselves set up. But going here into the agent select, are there any agents that we're looking for in particular?
With well, Gecko's Q si Gecko ngayon from Talon again, but it's no longer in the hands of Patifan.
It's grayed out pa naman, so I don't, I don't
grayed
know
out pa naman.
if maano dito si Foxy. But Gecko theoretically should work well sa Haven. It's in the hands of Foxy. So at least alam mo na Foxy is much better in terms of utilizing utility more than si Patifan dito. And Patifan dito, going on the breach a lot more straightforward than Gecko at least.
I feel like they kind of like recalibrated and we're like, okay, Patty can just kind of focus on fragging. Kind of like, I think he can go a bit more aggressive here. Maybe he feels more confident with his util usage. Maybe they could also feel that he wasn't utilizing the Gecko utils that well. So maybe being on breach could kind of change it up a bit.
Exactly. So parang, you know, if we are going to look at it, well, sobrang dami pa nang mangyayari. Well, game number 2, parang ready naman yung casters natin. We're not gonna say much. Dax, Ling, kayo nang bahala. Duckling! Kwak-kwak nyo na yan.
So, kung yun yung sound ng Duckling, ano kaya ang sound ng Gecko? Sige na, Ling, please.
Di ba tuko? Tuko. I know, kasi sa childhood ko, yun lagi narinig ko. Sa wall, sa ceiling, lahat.
Oh, yun nga, diba? Kung guys naririnig yung pagsasabi dito ni Ling, tayo nagbabalik na naman sa series natin between Talon as well as T1. Dax and Ling get together. At ito na ba, ang katapusan ng series na to, o babawi ba ang Talon sa T1? Since we're moving into Haven anyway, dun nga natalo last time ang T1 sa Global Esports dun sa series nila yon. Pero kita nga natin, diba, kahit si Asray medyo napaisip, bakit tayo nakakita na naman ng Gecko? Ito na naman ba tayo? We're gonna see a different configuration though, kasi yun nga, we see Patty basically filling in sa mga nilalaro dati ni Jit Boys. He's gonna be on the breach. Hindi naman masyadong si Foxy yung mag-swap on out. Rather, siya from the sky to the Gecko. And honestly, right now, Talon, ito na naman tayo. You need to make sure that this agent pick actually works eh.
Which is like, doon natin nakikita kanina, on a set, it really didn't. No matter how much they try to even pilot this agent inside this game, it's just, I gotta say, not well cut out in terms of like this level of play. Sasabihin natin, it might be too early to even develop, something that is gonna be working around sa playstyle dito ng side ng Talon. But you know, it might take some time for them to fully download that, or might as well just give another agent a shot. Show them what really works for this roster, and hopefully they would have to learn from these mistakes, or possibly learn something na posible na maki-carry over for the next series.
Yeah, and it's another player. Kasi naman, hindi talaga nag-breach si Foxy. Ang alala ko, ang main initiators na, Sova at Sky. Pero syempre, si Saya player nang muna dito. T1 though, will fall with intro. Munchkin, Saya player, and dyan na naman. Kaya nga si Saya player, marami tumitingin sa NA niyan. The guard pa lang, malakas na siya. Dito sa T1, even stronger. And he was the top frag dun sa first map kanina. T1 already set up sa seaside.
What a good way for them to even start to dictate the round here in this game. Napakagandang simula dito na pinapakita ng T1. And of course naman, with the frags coming in from Saya player, you would actually definitely know that they are gonna be playing this one in a really fast-paced and of course, a really quick game. And speaking of that, the quick on aspect na galing dito para kay Garnet S. Galing kay Garnet S at Foxy, which is gonna be put on to hold here by Munchkin.
Ang ganda nung DC na yun. Shoot on the other foot na sana talaga. And T1, they begin with the pistol win. Buti na lang marami silang numbers though. Kasi Talon, nakita natin iba talaga yung paggamit ni Foxy. It's more about helping out that team, making sure na makakapwesto doon si Garnet. And while T1 got that backside control, isang tapan lang ng util. Bulag na kagad yung T1 galing sa Talon eh.
Napakaganda naman talaga. Utility usage on point. The entries are still gonna be there to even back it all up. And they are full steaming ahead dito para papunta posible sa A-Long. Amazing presence being known here coming out from the initiator. Coming out from the duelist. Naku, nasa spot off quite too soon. Follow up with that fault line. Naku naman po, Foxy, nandito na naman tayo!
Cuchillo, please.
Lason Gaming.
Kaya na. Tondo mo na. Tondo mo na.
I don't have the patience for this.
Ayun. Buti pa siya may pasyensya, diba? And Foxy right there, free pick-off. Goodbye na kagad kay Saya player. Pick up pa nga yung Marshall. At mukhang sabi dito na T1, kailangan labantayan talaga yung mga angle na yan. Iwan daw si paring DZ, mamaya ka na. Mag-regen na lang sana. But this is now T1 getting back in position. A hit na ang magiging palag nila dito. Munchkin leading the charge instead. Shock Dart muna dyan. May aftershock na rin. Pero Foxy, isa pa na naman. Dalawa na nakuha dito ni Foxy. Nag-play pa nga sila papunta ng short pero na-stuck na dito ang T1 sa may long eh.
Oh, napakabilis ang kanilang pag-respond dito with the utilities. Tinatapon nila ng isang mabilisan na naman. Now, si Carpe, mag-uuna naman tayo dito sa contact papuntang City. But mong si Cruz, may sasagot doon. Intro at Zeta. Intro for 2 na po dito, guys. At mukhang it's gonna be down to 49 at that is once again gonna be a T1 round.
Pangalan mo intro, ikaw tagatapos sa dulo. At yun nga, isang nakita natin in between the games, sinub out si Ban, pinasok dito si intro. And ito yung sinasabi natin tungkol sa side ng T1 eh. They're also willing to play that 6-man rotation. Interesting Talon going the other way na hindi pa nila pinapasok at all yung kanilang 6-man na si Jitboy. So as it stands, baka iba talaga nakuwang sagot ng T1 at ng Talon all throughout the past rather from that past series. But T1 right now, 2-0, they have the lead and they're happy to keep going with a pace like this eh.
And they're actually just going for the formula that works in this game. They understood where Talon actually has no chance that they could actually respond sa mga ginagawa nila ngayon sa kanila. Now T1 has to go in for once again dito sa C-site. Utility coming on their way, information for sure ang makakuha nila posible with Saya player once again going on full speed entry once again na naman tayo dito sa C-site. Na wala pa nga makukuha. Posible pa nga may ikoy makukuha na dito. The bonus rather. But that was a really good swing coming out from Zeta. Intro will quick on follow-up. Makakatapon pa nga ng utility. Has the ultimate din. But mukhang wingman muna tayo para sa mga close angles.
Nag-iisip si Foxy and here we go. Trash na lang ang palag. It's a 1v2 situation. Ang problema, Judge ang hawak niya. And so he's desperate to find a detain here. Mukhang wala pa rin. T1 gonna be able to get the plant going instead. At muntik na sana masagot yun ng Talon. Diba nakita natin sa player nahirapan. Classic though in hand. Intro gonna be get the 3K and the 3-0. T1, mukhang gusto na takbuhin talaga tong series na to eh.
Oh, they wanna make a run for it for sure. They wanna go and speed on a win and run a marathon here na kung saan mabilis ang speed run. We're as if we're watching this. Oh, 1.15 playback speed. Napakabilis ng mga pangyayari. Napakabilis ng mga pagre-responde dito ng mga kampiyon natin coming out from the attacking side. And of course naman, Talon just basically wanted to catch up on the pace that T1 were forcing themselves in, which is they have they have faced a difficulty in doing so.
Yeah, trade for trade na nga, diba? Nakapasok na si Sushi Boys. Nakatuck in dun sa corner, but T1 still found the frags going their way anyway. 1.25, ganun rin ako manood ng food eh. So, totoo lang. Minsan 1.5 para exciting.
Oh.
Kung nagpapadali, 2 times. Para yung casters...
Nag-watching naman pala.
Ganito yung casters wag sila.
I usually play the chill music in the background though.
Tapos times 2 rin.
1.25 lang.
Ginawa mong heavy metal yung chill music. Yung lo-fi bigla na lang naging tunay na hip-hop beats to rely on or something.
Actually, it's nice. Like it actually feels like studying talaga once you watch Valorant. Yeah.
Buti ka pa nag-aaral.
Okay, Mr. 10-minute VLR.GG God.
Ito na tayo do. Ayun!
Oh.
Ito si Mr. One Shot God, Sushi Boys. Carpe goes down. Dash in pa rin si Saya player though at mukhang maganda yung shock tag to ni Zeta. Hindi na nahirapan yung T1 para mag-clear it out. But then again, kita natin dito, nakapistol pa rin ang Talon at si Foxy. Judge na naman. Pero ang problema, mali yung site na nakapwesto siya. Paano yung get-thrown on over si DZ? Pinarela lang si Garnet Sven. Kinawang DZ boss eh. Up in the air, dalawang target. Parehong nahulog na lang. Popping balloons and popping the chances of Talon. It's T1 with another one.
It was enough information na alam nila saan nagkagaling yung pagbabaril. But it was just... I have to say parang it was just not properly solidified enough para dun sa retake na iyon. They had the fault line but the times were a bit off. Hindi sila nakakuha ng frags dun sa mga angles that they were picking. And you gotta say that. You gotta give it up for Munchkin right there. He was basically everywhere at the right place at the right time and picking out all the right angles for his team na wala lang problemahin pa as they try to go in for this post plan.
Walang problema at all para sa side ng T1. Medyo one-sided so far ang affair natin. Garnet still naglabas na nga ng operator from the shadows so maririnig natin. Intro to get the position para si Cruz at si Sushi Boys. Handang-handa pa rin dun sa may backside. Another one here for Sushi Boys. Eventually tumama na ng galing kay Zeta pero the damage has been done. Pulado na dito ang T1. Zeta natitira na lang in a 1v4. But that spike nasa kamay na kagad ng Talon. And with that Hunter's Fury, a little too late to the party. Uy! Paano yun, Zeta?
Excuse me. That was nasty, sir.
Check his Omen by HPPC, basically.
Oh!
Oo, di ba? Mapapatingin talaga tayo paano nangyari yun. But Zeta at least, alam na niya marami pa nakastack dito sa site. Yung Spike naman, naiwan na ng sarapan nila. Regum Bolt gonna get broken. So confirm talaga here for Zeta na he needs to make magic happen. There you go though. Pick muna yan. Galing kay Foxy. Bolt line, maayos na rin. Pat also gonna go for the aftershock. Lahat na lang tinapon talaga. Kundi lang ang pag-ibig mo sa kanya.
Oh, hindi dapat tinatabot yung pag-ibig. You have to keep it, di ba? You have to keep it and reciprocate it. Pero wala dun eh. He give and take that give and take, pero siya take ng take. Like how he take that aftershock. Which is like not the ideal one, but okay. Okay, nice try.
Pero ito naman yung pagiging strength talaga ng Talon eh. We see the classics. Classic sushi boys on site. Classic platform position na alam nila yung distance mismo makukuha ng T1 eh. Saan ka pupunta, Saya player? Dyan! Meron marking parang sa, sa theater, di ba? May X sa floor. Pero di siya red flag,
Oh, hindi talaga red flag. Yan. You're just like putting yourself in the right position doon, Dax.
So pag nakapick ka ng operator, red flag o green flag?
Depende. Kung magpipick ka ng operator, mamamatay ka sa sheriff, tapos sisihin mo kasama mo, red flag yun.
Okay.
Pero kapag magpipick ka ng operator, namatay ka, hindi mo sinisi kasama mo, nag-my bad ka na lang, yun ang green flag.
Appropriate behavior. Good
Acknowledging your mistakes.
Good comms. Road to Radiant. Galing kay Link 2X. But,
wow.
Tito, T1, iba ang magiging plano. May paranoia naman handa din si intro. Intel here from Munchkin. The flash comes on in. Swing ka agad dyan. At si Pat makakuha ng isa. Pero alam niya saan galing yun. Intro, pinatumba. Pero buti na lang. Andyan si Saya player. Pinaglaro na ng kalaban. 3v2. Cruise on the flank. Saktong lurk lang. Sana ganda yung timing, but even better from Saya player. 3K na from Saya player. Paranoia, nandyan na naman. Pero doon sa may backside, may nakaintay sana. Teleport on in. And no! T1 actually gonna go for the full evac. Nagplant sila sa B, nag-teleport dito si Cruz. Iniisip niya, mas malayo pa yung rotate instead. But T1, putting it down, magiging 2v1 na naman to.
Nako, pero magiging mahirap pa rin to, Daxa. Kung tutuusin si Saya player ay nakapag-operator once again. Titingnan natin at aabangan natin kung saan ba talaga si Cruz magtatangkang parang dito para makapag-play for his retake on this 1v2. Bulldog, Bladestorm pa nga, pwede magagamit ito ng jet players natin. But mukhang he's gonna be patience being worn off dito coming out from the defensive side. Talon, Cruz, decided to go on for the quick on Taparu. Shocked ang kanyang iilagan at mong dito na nga natin dito malalaman kung saan ba sila posibleng kagaling. He takes out one. The second one is of course gonna be Saya player holding off the angle. And of course, he will not proceed because wala na nga siyang natitirang oras doon.
Natamay pa nga siya doon sa spike sa dulo. And T1 again, making it 5-1 right now. Mukhang iniisip dito talaga ng Talon na pwede nila unahan dito ang T1. But T1, parang, siya game of brains. Diba? Di pong isip mo, pupunta ako C. Hindi! Doon ako sa B. Doon ako pupwesto. Mag-regroup tayo. And I really feel like right now, iba talaga priority dito ng T1 sa pag-post-plant nila. Make sure maganda yung pwesto para sa buong team
para sa buong team, and this is where we see everyone else in like up to full effect talaga making the right decisions that will put everything in the round completely in their favor. And now for Talon, they have to actually learn what are the necessary steps for them to achieve that type of teamwork, especially in a map like Haven. They're crumbling down sa ginagawa ng T1 sa kanila. They have been forced into a situation na makakapag-time out sila para to call out those mistakes, learn from it, and do something different because the Gekko plays aren't really it tonight. And I really do hope that they're I don't know 3 Korean, bro. I don't know 3 Korean.
Basahin mo ang haling, wala?
I know saranghae.
Okay, sige, anong 3 Korean words na alam mo?
I know it's kimchi. It's technically Korean, right?
Sige, 1.
I know bibimbap. Food lang tayo. Food items ang alam mo, no?
Bibimbap. Number 2.
May alam din ako. Sarangheo.
Tapos finger heart.
Yes.
Nag-post na ka sa camera, hindi naman ka pinapakita. Ang galing.
It's better to be prepared.
Ikaw pa. Link2X_ on Twitch. Can't forget the plug. But Siyempre, balik na naman tayo dito sa banda na to. T1 does have 3 ultimates available at ang operator na hawak-hawak Saya player. At yung operator na yan, palagi may pangalan para sa Talon. Ngayon, si Cruz ang biktima at -1 kagad ang depensa natin.
Ginagawa ang rank game dito ng T1 ngayon. You can't fight, like, kahit sabihin mo ganun na nangyayari that they're forced to pug it out inside this game, you can't fight far with far here in the situation na kung saan T1 has completely and have full control of the game. Which is quite hard for us to even witness Talon to even have this form in this game. But, you know, you gotta face the truth here. Parang, objectively, T1 is doing all the right decisions, but you could see them just adjusting on the fly even if they make those mistakes.
Ayan, kita talaga natin T1. Nakakuha lang silang isang petas. They're able to drag away so much attention doon sa kabilang side ng mapa. Lipat muna ng barrel dito. Si Carpe na ang may hawak ng operator. And from this point on, T1, entry na lang mismo sa A-site na walang katao-tao at all. They're gonna clear things out. Simple lang yan. The thing is though, Talon, hindi naman the best buy, sure, but they will have the Blade Storm. Meron silang lockdown at Rolling Thunder para sa post plant. Pwede naman sila mag-retake if ever, so may laban pa rin ang depensa natin.
May laban talaga, but tingnan natin kung ano yung mga counter utilities sa maitatapon mula dito sa side ng T1. They have the lockdown as well. May mga Blade Storm pa tayo makikita para even to be more effective in those close range and burst nang galing from the jet. But we still have to see that. Where's the fall time? Where's the positioning here? No one even moves a single inch, especially dito, si Saya player, mukhang may konting katapangan pa nga tayo dito makikita para sa kanya. At ma-hold up pa nga tayo dito. With the Moshpit, makakuha ng dalawa! Foxy! Now they don't, mga 3 players na nanggaling dito from the attacking side. They could not even hold out that defuse. They could not even do anything aside from dying from the impact of the spike.
Wala silang magagawa doon. Detained ang lahat sa side ng T1 pero okay na kasi Talon, hindi pa rin sila makapwesto. Nautog na si Garnet and nahirapan makalabas doon sa may heaven. At nakita natin, magandang mosh pit. Doon tatago nga ang T1 doon sa sana pwede mo barrel. But the damage has already been done. Nawala na ng isa doon sa simula pa lang. At yung willingness ng T1 na mag-stay sa lockdown. Sino yung matapang na gano'n? T1 lang talaga. And that, just because of that, di ba pangalan nila T1? Hanggang 1 lang ang Talon ngayon eh.
Hanggang 1. Nako naman po, grabe ka naman po sa mga tropa natin sa Talon. Ako, I believe. Siyempre. I still believe. Itong Gecko na ito, itong si Sushi Boys na ito, tropa natin yan. Oh. And of course, he can still be effective as well, even if this later part of this game, may mga comebacks pa tayo na makikita dito, Dax. At bukang itong mapang haven na ito is gonna be the biggest possibility na may witness pa nga natin yun muli. With the thrifty dito, Garnet, maasahan pa rin natin yan.
Oo, diba? Bagong addition, kayang-kaya pa rin makipaglaban dyan. T1 though, at least, nakakuha kasi na ng petas na punish nila si Foxy sa kanyang ambisyon dito sa may lobby. At binabantayan nila yung baril muna eh. So, here we go again. When this happens to T1, doon lang tayo na swarm na puputok na walang katao-tao, tol. Ganun,
baka
diba?
ano lang. Baka warning shot.
Pang disco.
Medyo walang events kasi nangyari sa sea so far eh. Alam mo yung parang, baka naumay si Omen.
Alam mo yung parang rollerblading sa isang mall? Parang ganun yung vibe. Pang nano swarm.
Retro disco.
Oo. 80s to o 70s. Di ko alam, di ko panahon yun. Pero Rolling Thunder, ang panahon na kagad ng dalawang teams na to. At Garnets, kaya pa rin tumama ng Sheriff. Here we go now though with intro getting it on the board per pot. At still, nahuli pa rin niya si Saya player dyan. So 3v2 na to. Nakapwesto na sana ang Talon na naman. Cruz can be able to get that takedown. Maraming members dito ng Talon ngayon nakapwesto. And intro will fall as well. Sige na, eco lang. Kailangan dito ng Talon para pumalag eh.
Ganda na, malaking bagay din talaga nakuha ni Garnet as the initial fragstone. Parang, it was just basically them trying to provide as much impact as early as possible, but also at the same time, just wait for the rest of your squad to even pull out this retake. Kasi malaking bagay yun eh, for you to overwhelm them, not just with utilities, but also the firepower that could possibly put out a quick on-trade sa kinakailangan ng team nyo.
Yeah, may laban pa dito ang Talon, hindi pa sila magpapatalo. And it really just goes to show kung makastay naman sila with those kind of frags, then it's gonna be enough to fight back against T1. But iba na ang pwesto dito ng T1. Eco muna sila, so Blade Storm ang pag-asa ngayon ni Saya player. Retake though, bigla ang palag kagad ng Talon. They're all hanging back dun sa may link mismo. They don't have the ultimate sure except the
Except the Gecko. Could be great then. Could be great, especially kapag tamang agent ang kanyang madidisable. Speaking of that, tamang flash ang kanyang mapipitawan sana, but it seems like hindi pa nga makakatama tama. T1, Munchkin, Saya player. Nakikita mo naman, Foxy taking out 2. Make that the third for him almost though. Now si Carpe, buhay na buhay pa rin dito with the Sheriffs. Nice follow-up here coming up from Munchkin. That naku naman po. Kung sabi mo kanina nakaka-thrifty yung Talon ngayon, T1 can do it as well.
Oh, thrifty 1. Yun talaga meaning ng T1 dito ngayon. And tatlong na-detain dun ni Foxy. Kulang pa rin dun sa retake. Si Carpe nakakuha siya ng classic in time para bumarel. And T1 also dun sa front line. Nakakuha silang mga pitas early on just to keep the tide stem. So well played talaga sa side ng T1 na handle na maayos ang nakita nating ultimate dun sa Gecko. And it really just goes to show, iba talaga yung dinadala ng trash dun sa lockdown. Iba pa rin yung space mismo. And without that space na kinukuha ng dome mismo ng Killjoy, iba pa rin yung magagawa mo sa detain eh.
Oh, iba talaga kasi it just basically disables anyone. Kahit sabihin mo, akala mo ligtas ka na sa magiging retake nito. It's just so hard to evade, to counter. Yung ultimate na iyon just moves in into like greater speeds and just has been quite difficult to even deal with.
Sige, na-detain ka nga pero asa na yung pwesto, diba? But then again, Garnets, iba na. Sabi niya, Saya player, kaya ko yung ginagawa mo. At dalawa na napisa ka mismo. Here we go again. Isa pa. T1 fights back. Munchkin and Saya player at the ready yet again. Cruz, ika pang biktima, boss. At sige, Talon pa rin. You know, tiningnan ng shorty na masama. Tinakot pa muna dito si Garnets. And kakayanin ba yung 1v3? Iba pa rin talaga plano ng T1. Hindi na napipilitin. C-site na lang ang palag.
Ganda ng disiplina. And ang ganda na yung pinapakita ni Saya player. Nag-entry with the operator. Nagda-dash in sa mukha ng mga kalaban. At nagtatangkang pa nga mag-shorty dito sa Heaven. Which is like, you know, quite a ballsy play. But you gotta respect your opponents at a certain point naman dito.
Yeah, well, as it stands right now, Ling, T1 planted yet again. At mapapasave na lang si Garnets eh. Okay na sana yung impact dito ng Talon, pero kulang pa rin. There's always a way galing sa T1 na nakahanap sila ng palag. I think really that's the most impressive thing right now. Ang ganda ng impact dito ni Saya player in terms of the entry, the utility we see from Carpe and Zeta are absolutely on point. And intro and Munchkin, yung backline na pumapasok, palagi silang stable. So, this is such a good setup right now ng T1. And nakikita natin na sila pa nga yung nag-acclimate dito sa Pacific playstyle eh.
Exactly. And this is where we see them parang sort of like shining in a way that not just because they're different, but also nakikita mo talaga how effective that they are against their own region here in the Pacific, which is like I'm really expecting how this team would turn out against a team like Eurex.
Ano sila eh?
I really want to see
sila
it.
yung OKWs. Overseas Korean workers. Bumalik na sila. Pinauwi na rin. Diba?
Nagdala pa ng mga balikbayan boxes. Ganun.
Ano kaya ang balikbayan sa Korean?
Bariku bayan.
Please do not do that!
Bakit? Bakit?
Wala lang. Natawa lang ako.
Tama naman!
Ay, nako. Enjoy talaga tayo dito, pero mas enjoy si Saya player. Tawag lang dyan, Optif! Uy, si Foxy! May operator rin, boss! Pinulat na lang, pinatay pa nga. At bigla na lang, judge na naman ang hawak dito ng Talon. So this time around, baka po gumana yung judge. Hindi, Carpe. Pinatumba kagad si Foxy. Tulog kagad ang bangkay. At ito na, si Carpe na naman. He's just so ready again for these takedowns. Back on the site. 4v2 na kagad to. Sushi Boys, bababa ka ba? Matapang ka pa. Drop down lang. Andyan lang sa likod mo si Intro. At ang T1, lahat ng gusto gawin ng Talon, sinasabi nila ay hindi. 9-2 T1, basang-basa na naman.
Hindi lang siya pang intro, pang outro din siya para sa round na yon. Speaking of outro, kailangan nila tatapusin yung first half na ito. And hindi nila pahahayaan na mag 9-3. Parang awa niyo na. Of all the curses na inaiwasad ko talaga on a map like Haven, 9-3 naman talaga yung nakikita natin posible yung mga comeback because we've seen that in the previous series. Nakapaghabol and I really do hope that Talon would have something up their sleeves dito sa larong to.
Yeah, nakikita natin, sige, nag-innovate sila gamit ng Gecko pero kulang pa rin eh. quantity ang dinadala ng Gecko, hindi quality ng gaano. And instead, quality plays come on in from the side of T1. Saya player though will fall. At dito na si Cruz, maganda yung sulok niya. Munchkin trying to go for the wall banks. Eventually, mahanap rin na niya ang kalaban niya. Sushi Boys to, kasama pa rin si Pat. Dito sa backline, dito sa backside. So it's gonna be at least a staging ground. Pero rotate muna kagad ng T1. Talon nag-iintay. Garnets, naghahanap ng konting revenge. Munchkin, ikaw ba magiging biktima ngayon? Mukhang ayan na nga. Nahuli na rin ng Talon pa to. Isa pa sana, pero si Intro na lang ang sasagot kay Foxy. Dash on out dun sa Cloudburst. Intro nag-iintay ng timing. Swing dog galing kay Garnets. Natama na rin. Zeta na lang in a 1v3. Non-v3, patay na rin. 3 points makukuha dito ng Talon. Naniniwala sila sa sumpa.
Naniniwala sila sa sumpa. And of course, naniniwala din ako. Please lang, Riri. Sana wag ka rin dito sa comment section na magpaparamdam. T1! Really have to take something different here right now because you could definitely see Talon slowly trying to wake things up a little bit para sa rest of the team, and they're slowly trying to download kung anong mga ginagawa sa kanila ngayon ng kalaban nila.
Pero okay lang naman kasi ang pwede naman gawin iba dito ng T1 ay lumipat ng sides. Pupunta na tayo dito sa ating second half, and T1 still in quite a lead. 9-3 ang ating scoreline dito sa halftime. Siyempre, papasa na natin dun sa ating panel ang at usapan.
Welcome back to the panel halftime show. Again, I'm Rubixco. Along with me is Juicy Brucey and Asarai. So, going into this first half of Talon and T1 here on Haven, it's good to see that T1 has improved from their previous game with Global Esports. But looking at this, like, it kind of looks like they took back this map in VCT Pacific, and I don't think we'll be seeing other teams try to take this pick against T1 again. What are your thoughts?
Hindi na talaga kasi I mean if you are going to compare both Global Esports tsaka yung yung Talon, of course Talon is the bigger team, pero like yung performance pala ng T1 dito, they've done well, they've done good, pero let's not discredit, iba yung composition ng Talon going into this map, kaya medyo natatakot ako. Sobrang laking factor niya pa rin.
Sobrang laki talaga factor niya kasi again even though I was a little bit more hopeful dito for Talon with them switching up yung Gecko. They still wanted to go Gecko actually in Haven, which was very interesting para sa atin, but it works a lot better kasi Foxy's on it. He's a much more again, focus utility-centric na player as well as wala ng KO to kind of counter them. Pero the struggles are Patifan still on the play na parang ibang bang-bang pa rin ang laro niya.
Flank-centric.
Yeah, exactly. Flank-centric, not really utilizing in conjunction with his teammates yung bridge utility.
I mean, I agree with you on that one. And again, I'd still say this. It's good to say that. I mean, safe to say that he's still fragging. He's doing his job, but I feel like he could be bringing more to the table for his team. Kumbaga. Anyway, I think that's all from the panel. Back to you, Ling and Dax.
Kito-call out si Pat na galing ibang bang-bang. Sino bang galing ibang bang-bang na same thing galing T1? Isa, si Carpe. Pangalawa, si Saya player. Pangatlo, si Munchkin. So mas marami pa yung players ng ibang bang-bang sa T1 kaysa sa Talon. Yun lang masasabi ko. Pero 9-3 ang scoreline natin. T1, mas marunong mag-Valorant.
Mas marunong mag-Valorant. Mas maraming experience ang kanilang madadala to the table for sure. That contributed to them. Just like bringing that to this team overall, which is like good that they're able to translate that. But also great that they're able to adapt against their enemies kung ano man ginagawa sa kanila, especially with these plays na ginagawa on towards B side.
Yeah, tignan natin dito T1 though. Getting ready now for the retake. This may be yung wingman. Gusto sana makapwesto dyan, but it's Munchkin instead. Makahuli kay Garnet. Spikes planted though. Nagawa ni Wingman ang trabaho niya. So good job, Wingman. Talon though, playing on the outside. Gusto nila mas magandang angle sana. But the flank is a possibility. Courtesy of Saya player. Cruz though, huli na si Carpe. Saya player eventually doon sa pitana at naging angle mismo. Cruz though with a good angle now. And Talon trying to stay on alive. 2v3 na to. Saya player magiging threat. But T1 on the defuse already. Sino pa ba ang pwede mag-stop nito? Mukhang ang sagot ay wala. 10 na ang score ng T1.
Ooh, confident. Good blanket of protection here coming out from the smoke. Visual information being denied, and you could definitely see T1 just pulling out a great start sa kanilang second half. Just like a glimpse of what they did just a while ago. I wouldn't be too surprised that they were able to even take out a few more bonuses here and there because Saya player is completely on point right now. With the Sheriff, isipin mo yun, Sheriff by kaagad.
Ganun siya confident. Diba?
Yun ang gusto namin.
Diba? From the guard to T1, this man has done it all. From NA to Pacific. kulang na lang. Next year, mag-EMEA siya. World Tour.
Nag-region hopping.
Oo, di ba? Exciting
Experience. Ito, nag-accumulate ng experience.
Maganda kasi yung visa nila, Korea
Actually,
kung Pinoy ka, ibang klaseng laban yun, boss! Ay, at ito Talon, force buy na lang talaga ang tiyaga. Stinger ang pag-asa. They wanna play it close here, Ling. At nung na-realize kagad ng T1 na, nako, Stinger pala yan, kita mo, back off kagad rin sila.
I love the respect. I love the tiwala. Binigyan kagad dito ng upgrade.
Let's go, Wingman! Let's go, Wingman! Yo!
Okay, let's go. Altron muna tayo dito. Wala muna mga robots na natapon muna. Ang mga kalaban natin mukhang mag-aabangan mga tayo dito sa mga close angle. Now, full time magagamit ni Carpe. Intro could actually go for the swing card as fully disabled. And of course, he's gonna be an easy frag to be the pickings here from the side of T1. At speedrun lang, Dax. Yun lang.
From 3:10 to 3:11 real quick. Kahit nag-go sila doon.
Kahit nag-hold sila.
Nag-go.
Ay, nag-go?
Oh, yung Dizzy. Go. Kasi, kanina ko pa iniisip ano gusto ko tawagin eh. And then may naisip akong call sa ibang bangbang na kinas ko isang araw. Parang sabi nila, can you go the door? Eto, nag-go sila nung Dizzy.
And that was the goose signal.
Wow! No, I'm not going with the ayoko dun. Ayoko po ang iyong pan. Hindi ako sang-ayon dyan.
Mamaya ka sa akin. Marami pa akong baon dito.
So sige, eto, gusto mo? What would you call yung Dizzy? Pag ikaw natamaan ni Dizzy, what would you call it?
Glue!
Ha?
Oo.
Ano?
Nabulag ako, pre. Ganun lang.
Walang
It's the
iba.
same idea. Same mechanic.
Walang iba.
Wala.
Tama yan. Keep your job, Ling. Tama lang talaga. And here we go again. Job done by T1 dito sa A-Long. Dalawa kagad ang pitas. Extra bonus dyan. Foxy ang magiging biktima. Nagparanoia dito si Cruz para makatulong pero patay na ang lahat ng kapwa niya. Sushi Boys over onto the corner but T1 is just absolutely on point right now. Can they find Sushi Boys early on enough? Aldron says, "Uy, Tito Mama!" Muntik pa, mamatay sana ang isa. Pero Ted Carpe will at least make the trade happen. And this is it. Match point na ng T1.
Oh, T1 looking like an absolute powerhouse right now with Saya and the rest of the team. Just like rallying right behind him and for everyone to be completely online. Good on pressure na pinapakita nila. And of course, almost a flawless performance in this game so far on Haven, which puts nothing in front of them that would put everything that they want to have up to a great halt.
Yeah, things look so clean. Alam mo, tinuturo nung kabilang bang-bang-ling, hindi talaga skill eh. Communication at teamwork. Yan ang ginagawa ngayon ng T1. Kaya sila ang the best. Yung Korean region ang the best sa kabilang bang-bang. Kasi magaling sila sa ganon.
Oh, magaling talaga sa ganon. At magaling din.
Alam mo ba, doon sa scene na yon, yung pinaka-top, 80% ng mga players galing Korea.
Holy!
Ganun talaga.
Okay.
Pero syempre dito sa Valentine, dito tayo sa VPL at dito tayo naman sa may A-site. Munchkin nakapwesto na dito sa itaas. Ayun na si paring Wingman. One last job. Try to put the plant down. Kaya mo ba?
I did not! Natapon ba sa backside?
Oh no!
They have to do something about that now or never. Naku naman, Talon! Binigay niyo sa bunso yung trabaho. Napakahirap gagawin. Ang rami niya kailangan habulin. And speaking of habol, you could already see the plan coming here from the jet. Naku, Saya player mukhang magiging alam na alam kung saan siya posibleng gagaling. Naku, the breach could actually know. Where's the fountain? Where's the utility? Of course, he's gonna be taking a good on cruise. But makita mo naman dito, si Patty makapag-answer back muli. Of course, the classic na niya muning lalabas dito sa side ni T1 Zeta. At mukhang medyo magkakalmahan muna tayo dito, guys. Medyo magkakainisan muna tayo kay Foxy! Sa hell! Dito naman si Patiwan, hindi pa magpapahuli sa party. Hindi pa siya magpapahuli. Sa lahat, Talon, hindi pa muna magpapatapos ng labanan na ito. 4-12 na, guys.
Nako, okay yung ginawa doon ng Talon. Nakita natin si Pat, diba? Hinold back niya ang sarili niya. Iniisip mo, saan na yung fault line? Saan na yung utility? Siya ang nag-intay na dumaan dito si Saya player. And kahit mamatay pa nga si Cruz, it was still enough to prevent the flank going. Naging delikado konti dahil kay Zeta as he was able to get onside. Pero naka-regroup dito si Sushi Boys at ang breach na si Pat. So at the very least, may laban pa dito ang Talon. Uy, ate, huwag ka na mamaya ka na mag-cellphone. Di pa tapos yung labanan. 4-12! May laban pa rin! Pero mahirap na kasi kita natin ang T1 naka-Phantom at naka-Blades.
Could make all the difference in the world right now, but kitang-kita mo naman dito. Talon would be anticipating that a long push, but they have decided to go towards a different route this time around, Dax. Full setups on towards dito sa C site, at mukhang the crossfire could be as effective as it could be. Ako, flash picks coming on in. The third is still gonna be there. Makasil out mga, hindi pa mga makakuha ng isa. Hindi nakapag-trade. Intro still here and towards the backside, at mukhang makakakuha pa dito sa breach.
Ayun na nga yung Tash Ren. Looks like lahat na lang ng tropa dito ni Foxy. Ninabas na niya. Carpe, nag-chancing na lang. Pero Talon still hindi pa magpapatalo. 5-12, may konti pang pag-asa. They have a good economy right now para makabili pa rin ng bili. At this time, I believe mapapa-eco nga ang T1 ngayon.
Mapapa-eco, which is not exactly... Like, this is like the most surprising outcome that I've seen so far. For them to lose 2 rounds back-to-back after seeing them just like win a few rounds in a row and almost seeing those flawless plays. It's just hard for you to imagine a team like that to even crumble on those milliseconds of the round na kung saan hindi sila nakapag-pick ng maayos or hindi man lang nakapag-trade. And where we see Talon just fully capitalizing on that little opportunity.
Diba parang pinapatikim lang ng panalo kanina yung Talon eh. Pero ngayon mukhang meron lang second course. They have a chance to keep going here and now with this kind of momentum. But syempre, one mistake, one error na mapilit dito ng T1, ang Talon ay mapapatumba. We've seen T1 make thrifty rounds happen before. Kakayanin ba muli? At may respeto kagad din ng Talon. No? Default muna ang pwesto. Slow crawl pupunta dito sa may ilong kung saan nakahanda si Munchkin sa kapila.
Abangan talaga niya dito. Magtatawag pa nga ng tropa as soon as he hears all of the footsteps, all of the utilities being deployed, being committed on towards long, on towards the site. But now, we have to leave that job for the turret, for the alarm bots that are placed all across towards the site. At mukhang it's just gonna be a waiting game. 40 seconds lang kailangan nila lalaroin around. And of course, rolling thunder pa nga para makapagsigurado na walang tao dito sa backside.
Yan, nag-wingman muna para na makakuha ng intel at buti na lang. Chinek yan ni Sushi Boys. Munchkin, pinatulog muna. Next round ka na, boss. And there you have a good plan right now here for the side of Talon as well. Convincing take here for Talon. Maganda yung pwesto nila for the post plant, especially A-long yung maging angle, but still, Saya player, pinabayaan, makapasok. Sushi Boys still gonna be able to get that takedown. So medyo may pagka-bait play talaga. If you're an A-long, ikaw yung warning sign para sa flank. Beyond that, yung mga tambay sa short, yung mga tambay sa sewers, yun ang taga-tapos. And case in point, Sushi Boys with a 3K 612 na to.
They basically understand all of the elements that contributed to the success dito sa ginagawa ng T1, which is like, one was the flank, second was those counter flashes na tinatapon nila, and third, those off-angle positionings and those sneaky plays na ginagawa nila that is quote-unquote not expected for your team. And this is where we see them just trying to figure everything out and picking them off one by one. And like, you see them just like winning 3 rounds in a row already. Wow.
Yeah, and this can keep continuing na mapipilitan ng T1 mag-eco, tapos bigla sila mag-full buy, tapos mag-eco na naman. So I really wonder kung ano mangyayari dito sa T1 kung patuloy ito ng Talon. Pero iba na ang laro di kagad ni Zeta, huli kagad si Garnet, Cruz will make the trade happen. Pero wala na ang entry ngayon ng Talon. Mas mahirap na ang speed nila. They're gonna have to rely perhaps doon sa lockdown ni Sushi Boys para na makapasok eh.
Ang magiging tanong dito, is this gonna be worth it over losing a utility agent in this game? But Saya player made sure the trade was definitely worth it. Siya pa yung buhay na buhay at makakapatay pa nga bago dito ang Talon. Makakatawid sa short! Naku naman! Klase ka nga niyang kinakalabasan at mukhang yun na nga ang magiging outcome! 3K on the board and finally T1 has put an end to the misery dito para sa Talon.
Diba? Si Intro ang taga-outro at kahit Korea ng T1, sabi ni Saya player, sayonara, goodbye na lang kagad sa Talon ngayon. 13-6, napahaba pa ng konti, nagkakonting pag-asa pa ang Talon. Pero sabi nga natin, diba, isang pagkakamali, isang magandang pwesto para sa side ng T1 at yun na yun, Saya player, this is the form na nagdala nung the guard dati all the way to the world stage. And a player of his caliber with a team na ganito kaganda yung coordination at yung teamwork. Itong T1 ang kailangan natin bantayan. Hindi sila kasing gaano ng Pacific region compared to the other squads. Pero na sila nang dadala ng bandila ng Korea at bandila ng T1 dito sa matchups na na to moving forward.
Which is actually great then kasi they have basically developed their own type of identity over the rest of the squad in their region. Something talaga that a lot of people would not expect coming in from their team. But to even imagine these unorthodox plays na ginagawa nila coming for their team lang is just what the extra kick. The extra kick that they definitely needed to stand out from the rest of the competition, and they have been doing it quite well. It's not enough that you have experience. It's not enough na magaling kayo at yung mga players nyo. But what's great is how are you gonna be putting that out against an opponent who are also experienced with teams like you.
Diba? Tatak Pacific, aral ng NA.
Aral
din ng Japan. At lahat na lang talaga ang magandang pinakita dito ng T1 ang magiging standard ng set. So, this means T1 2-0 na, diba? At ang Talon pa ang 0-2. Yung mahirap talaga pag dito yung pangalan ng Talon. You can't spell Talon without
Talo. It's so hard to say it because it like sort of like hurts me low-key na makikita sila ng ganito. They put out those risky plays din eh. I gotta say like the Gecko didn't really work no matter how many times we actually want to point that out. But aside from that, everyone else was just not there. It didn't feel like it was a Talon squad that we all came to know and love. And it's just that parang maybe this was not just their stage right now.
Tumaas yung expectations sa Talon, especially after nakita natin sila nag-perform well in lock-in. And right now, ano ba talaga ang tulay na Talon configuration na tatama ng tama? Ano ba ang gagana? Sino ba talaga dapat ang maging part ng roster na to in the starting fight? Especially, well, syempre, yung mga sagot na yan, masasagot in the future. But right now, the panel gonna answer some of the questions. So kami on the casting side, signing out. Take it away, Rebby, Asurai, as well as Bruce.
Thank you, Ling and Dex. Sa napakalupit na casting. Thank you so much. This was a we had two really fun series today. Again, congratulations to T1 for securing yung win streak na yun. 2-0 so far. And again, you can't spell Talon without the talo. They 0-2 pa rin sila. And it's kind of, maybe a bit disheartening to see that they have this kind of, outcome in VCT Pacific so far. But again, this is just week 2. So marami pang chance to, para bumawi sila. Going into how this game was played, again, we saw the Gecko pick again, and this has set it to its win rate at 0%.
Well, wala talaga tayong magagawa dyan. Wala talaga. I mean, it happened, and what's the sad part is that magkaiba yung players na gumawa ng Gecko, but it's still on the same team. So parang, I think it kind of boils down to parang Gecko is yet to be explored into this meta going in. And then aside from talking about Gecko, I would also like to commend actually T1 in their performance throughout this series kasi they did not stick with the same 5 players on the different games. Pinasok nila si intro and ban on both different games. And walang pinagkaiba sa playstyle. Smooth as Gecko. Smooth ba yung Gecko?
I mean, yung mosh pit niya slimy, so slime is smooth.
That'll work. Siya sure nag-iisip eh.
That was sticky. Slime is supposed to be sticky. Anyways, not the supposed point of contention dito, but I think one of the things din naman is, without shadow of a doubt, Talon looking talaga, nawawala sila sa identity nila. It seems like whether it's yung trying to utilize a different set of agents or yung litigation ni Patifan, there is that struggle point talaga dito from Talon. And the one thing is, with the use of that Gecko talaga, you do feel some of the success of it. The problem is, it's a little bit too late in the rounds. The ROI is very, very delayed. And it's never what you want to go when you invest on something that's new, such as yung Gecko pick na yun.
Ang tagal ng adjustment. Sorry, just to add lang. Ang tagal ng adjustment nila doon. I mean, like, Asurai was here screaming, "Huwag niyo na gamitin yung wingman pag-plant!" I mean, that was just pretty true. And it took quite long for the rest of Talon to, understand na hindi talaga
and we did see them change it up, on their last execute on A. Again, Talon finds the groove towards the end. Kaso it's always too late, especially kung nag-snowball talaga yung the other team. It's very hard to break that snowball. And, it shows us again, Talon is always the team that kind of shows us those dynamic picks. Again, we saw them pick up the Reyna and lock-in. Everyone was kind of shocked by that. And here we are again. They are the first to pick us, to pick and show us Gecko. Unfortunately, they weren't able to kind of fully utilize it, but it is refreshing to see. And hopefully this also opens up sa mga other teams dito sa VCT Pacific to also maybe explore that Gecko pick. Anyway, since T1 won, we will be having an interview with, I believe it is a Saya player. So, hi Saya player. 안녕.
Hello.
Can you hear us? 안녕.
Yep. Oh, 안녕하세요. 네.
Oh, there you go. Hello.
Hi Saya player. Congratulations on your second win here in VCT Pacific. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel amazing. Like I feels like I'm in the heaven. Thank you so much.
Yeah, feels like heaven.
adorable.
Okay, I guess I could get started with the interview straight up. Again, you went in the best of 3 series against Talon. You saw both of those games, game 1 and game 2, that you went up against the Gecko. Was there any kind of apprehension? Were you feeling nervous when you're going up against the Gecko, or was it just same day to just keep playing?
Honestly, map 1, we saw the Gecko, and then we kind of nervous because we didn't have much experience about that. But when I against them, and then we played it, right? And then I feel like, they're bad, So and then
I mean, you answered truthfully. We kind of did see that.
Yeah, all right. So here's something up for you, Saya player. It's not really related with your performance for today. I just really want to ask, if you were to describe T1 as a map in Valorant, what map is T1? Sorry, don't mind the makeup. Don't mind the makeup.
He lost the bet.
But yes, what kind of map is T1?
Ascent.
if T1 was a map in Valorant, what kind of map is T1?
Oh shit. Actually, I don't understand what that means.
Anyway, okay, let's just change the question over here. Let's just think of something else. Okay, Saya player, your performance was pretty good. What is the most highlight moment for you in T1 in today's series?
I think when I dash into A side with the op, and then I kill the 2 guy, and then I tried to show the heaven guy. But if I kill that heaven guy, it was awesome. But yeah unlucky. But it was good. Cheers.
Yeah, but still, chef's kiss to you, man. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, so for our last question from our HP Omen sponsor, so we heard from Munchkin last week in week 1 of VCT Pacific that T1 has been preparing very hard, here for this stretch. So what did T1 improve going into week 2 based on the performances you saw from the teams last week?
We just watched their bot a lot, and then we just prepared the strat, and then we tried to keep our fundamental really high level, and we just spotted it a lot. And then,
All right, okay. So another question from our HP Omen sponsor: which team are you looking forward to facing here in VCT Pacific that you haven't faced yet?
Honestly, DRX. I want to destroy them. So.
I like that confidence. That's right. Take over Korea. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Securing that top Korea spot. Well, I hope that you do secure that top spot. T1, it's a very big name. Again, congratulations on your second win. I wish you guys the best of luck in your series.
Thank you so much.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ano ba yung thank you sa Korean?
Is it? No, it's not 안녕 하세요. It's
감사합니다.
감사합니다. There we go. We should have said that. Well.
I love kung gaano ka straightforward sumagot si Saya player. He doesn't pull back his punches. Sabi nila, they're just bad at that at the agent.
They're bad.
And
gusto ko yung
ako
dash in.
Yeah. Pero at least diba? Alam nila na, or at least we also saw yung parang mentality na pumunta sa isip nila na they were baka may bagong Gecko tech na ipapakita yung talents. Biglang, okay, it's not as fearful as it was. You did see, I think at the very start nagalaro sila, they were very cautious about it. Pero once they figured out na nahihirapan na lang dito yung Talon, let's just keep that pressure rolling. Let's just keep what we were doing much better. As you mentioned, lots of VOD reviews, and the fruits of their labor were definitely showing dito sa second series of the day.
Sabi po nga kanina ni Asoray, downloaded na and then truly downloaded up until second series. And congratulations to T1 2-0 currently in the standing so far. So wow, on top.
Yep, and I agree with what Saya player here. He highlighted his op play where he just dashed in. Yeah. And I think T1 has shown us here in VCT Pacific and in this game that we had today that the amount of op kills that have been coming from Saya player and Garnet, we are seeing it being played more and more. So it's also really interesting. And they also did feel that kind of fear from the unknown Gecko pick.
Yeah.
And like he said, he was like, it was a bit scary to go up against at first. Kaso, when they saw
nalaman nila eh.
No, parang wala lang,
I'm just thinking si
Another
Saya
day
player
in the
lang yun.
office.
I'm also thinking si Saya player lang yun. I mean, like, the duelist mindset na parang confidence level to the max talaga. It's what allows you to do your entries without the fear of dying, but the fear of getting your mission accomplished. So parang, I think so far, I think that answer was 70% from Saya player's heart. Like, what?
Yeah.
Nah, I can do it. Parang ganun eh. But yeah, again, kudos to T1 all in all.
Kasi, again, it's also like a throwback dun sa nakita natin na interview with Jesse Vash at si Patifan. I think na there, as a pro player talaga, you can't, I don't want to say you can't be humble. It's more of like you have to know that you're a pro player at that level and you have to have that confidence for it. It's not more nagmamayabang sila. It's more na alam nila that they have the capability to do their ego.
They need the egoist.
They need the egoist inside of them.
You just need, as a fragger, especially as a duelist, you kind of need to have that confidence for your team. Kasi ikaw talaga yung, forefront of your team, and you have to have that ego to bring to them. Kind of, hype them up.
Kailangan talaga. I mean, you as a team, 5 kayo eh. You just have to lift each other's confidence up.
And I just wanted to add na lang, last na lang talaga. I was really, really, really happy with what he answered na which team did he want to face. I was thinking baka Team Secret, pero they're looking at the top of the list in their own region, DRX.
Yeah, parang, they want that title. Like, sila, we are the new kings of Korea, kumbaga, or the new kings of APAC. Because again, DRX is really like the top of the top right now. And for them to kind of...
Di lang sa Korea. Pacific ata.
Exactly. I mean, even in the whole world, DRX did perform so well at lock-in. But anyway, I think we've come to the time to wrap up the show. We've had a really, really great series so far. Pero again, we do have to thank our sponsors. We have Grab. So again, if you want to see your favorite VCT teams here fighting in Korea live with the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can win a trip to Seoul. So if you join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can win Valorant gun buddies, sprays, player cards, and if you're lucky, yung trip nga to Seoul, all you have to do is scan this QR code right here. I cannot.
Wow!
My aim is on point. There we go. The QR code right here to join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. And remember, you need to subscribe to Grab Unlimited. But don't worry, yung first month is absolutely free and it gives you free delivery every day from every single store. So sali na kayo, because who knows, you could be winning that free ticket to Seoul. And remember, you need to... Hold on. Remember to share the stream on Facebook to support the VCT Pacific live stream. Again, that is on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. It's Valorant_PH on Twitch, Valorant Esports PH on Facebook and YouTube. Again, another special thanks to our sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zoe. So again, stay tuned. We do have our really exciting games tomorrow. We have front and center. Yung first game natin tomorrow is Team Secret versus PRX. So I'm really, really excited for this one. And after that, we have Detonation Focus Me versus Gen G. So we have some really, really exciting matches. I think a lot of us are very excited for the first one. Pero let's not forget, DFM also did show some promise.
Yeah.
Show some promise. Pero syempre, the undeniable talaga dito is that Team Secret is gonna win.
Ready na ba kayo sa bias broadcast tomorrow?
Hindi tayo bias. Ano lang tayo?
Deserving.
Patriotic.
Oo. Tsaka,
syempre.
I mean, kahit pa paano, alam naman nating mananalo yung Team Secret. I mean, sure. But anyway, shout out to sponsor Lauren.
Oh!
Baka kailangan niyo dyan.
Anyway, I think that's it from us today. Again, our casters were Ling and Dax, and we have been your panel. Again, I'm Rubik's and today with me is Juicy Brucey and Asurai. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow for Day 5 of VCT Pacific.
What if...